Minnesota. 1-0 pitch is hit hard down the line. That is a fair ball and will score a run. Margot comes around third. He's going to score. Miranda into second base gives the Twins a lead here in the eighth, 4-3. RBI double for Jose Miranda. Tied the game in the sixth and now gives the Twins the lead in the eighth.
Yeah, that was a game that was better suited for Roku TV, which is apparently a new outlet for Major League Baseball. Hello and welcome aboard Gallant and George on Monday, June 3rd, 2024. I am Paul Gallant. He is Joe George. Sean Mapes behind the glass. The Astros, Joe, dropped 2 of 3 this weekend, and here we are again.
Yeah, same old stuff. It's just another day that ends in Y, a weekend that is disappointing for the Astros. We tried to start their season over, Paul. We tried to start the season over. They're 1-2 to start the year. Not a great start to the 2024 campaign as the restart for the fourth time has occurred. We said they get one more restart. Are we starting that today? I don't know.
I'm not doing that today.
We're not doing that today?
Not after this weekend series, which is a bummer because there actually were a lot of positives in this weekend series for the Astros. But as always, it's the same stuff. It's the runners in scoring position. It's Ryan Presley. These issues just keep on popping up. And I heard Lance talk about it to open this morning's show with Dell. They've lost 3 of their last 4 series. They're 6-9 their last 15. They haven't won consecutive games since May 18th.
Ooh.
They've scored 3 runs or less in 7 of their last 11. They've scored 2 runs or less in 6 of their last 11. I know we were all joking amongst ourselves. Well, hey, this series had a game that was on Roku. Does the Roku game count? Did they actually split this series? But, I mean, that's where we're at.
Yeah, we're trying to find any reason to not feel super pessimistic. Anger, sad. Whatever words you want to use.
Apathy for me.
Apathy is a good one.
And I think to make matters worse is that Friday, when asked by Adam Spillane about the month of May, where they went 15-14, Astros manager Joe Espada had this to say.
Is it disappointing that you only go 15-14 during, May?
No, compared the way we started our season, I think we heading in the right direction. I think we're playing really good baseball. We facing the last 5 days. We facing some pretty good pitching, and we're getting after it. Our effort is there. Our approach is there. We just gotta continue to push. But I think we're playing better baseball than what we did a month ago.
That part's true. But you can't say you're playing really good baseball right now.
It's a loser mentality. It's a loser mentality for Joe Espada. The standard for this team is to go to the ALCS. They've gone to 7 straight of them. A majority of your roster is the same. That went to Game 7 of the ALCS last year, was 1 game away from rolling the Diamondbacks and winning another World Series. And you're 15-14 in the month of May. And you're happy with their effort, Paul, and that they're trying hard. And they just had a couple, they faced some tough pitching. It's a loser mentality, and it's not to the standard of Houston Astros baseball. That's what the first 2 months of the season have been. So to even try to justify it this way of, we're 15-14, 1 game above 500 is that's a satisfactory grade to Joe Espada, it sounds.
They started off the month great, but as I said a little earlier, they're 6-9 in their last 15. That's not really good baseball. Maybe there was really good baseball at one point this month. To your point, I mean, the standard's higher than this. This is what we make fun of the Seattle Mariners for talking about during the offseason when their general manager Jerry DiPoto pissed off that entire fan base by saying, we're just shooting to go 54% winning percentage-wise over the next decade. This isn't good enough for us. For others, it is. And if they had not had a bad month of April, we would probably be saying to ourselves, it's not ideal. But at the very least, we could say it doesn't really matter until October. But right now, as the games ahead of you lessen and lessen. You got 100 games left at this point in time, right? 162 game season. You've got 102 games left. And right now, you're on pace for 70 wins. We have enough of a sample size for on pace guy to be correct.
They're a 500 baseball team at best. Last week we had this where they were 80 and 82 in their last 162. Someone put out an update of that. They're like 92 and 90 in their last 182. So you can just keep going back and back. They've been a 500 team.
But they want to be a 500 team, Joe. I mean, they're 8 games below 500 right now.
Yeah, but the start of the season was so bad. But to Joe Espada's point, hey, they played good baseball. They are 1 game above 500.
Really good
The
baseball.
only time in sports in which it is okay to be 1 game above 500 is if you have someone that you're paying for gambling picks. Only when you are a sports gambler is it a positive to win 51% of your game because you're technically winning money then. That is a great gambler who wins 52 to 53% of their games. Good baseball teams don't do that. I know it's a quote and he's just trying to be a positive guy. I think I'm out on Joe Espada. This is a lame response to me of what you are and the state of the Astros franchise. I think when fans often ask a manager to get thrown out of a game to show passion, to show like that they care, oftentimes it's just showing. You know, like Lou Piniella is not a great manager because he would get tossed out of every Rays game he possibly could. Dusty Baker, when he would occasionally get thrown out, doesn't mean anything, but he's just mad at a call. But Joe Espada says stuff like this. He shows no fire on the field. So to kind of compound what fans are saying with this quote, it seems to be a lack of urgency and a lack of ability to have answers of to what's wrong with this team. Because you look at the starting pitching over the last 10 days, they have just above a 2 ERA. They've had the best pitching in the last 10 days in all of Major League Baseball, and their wins are not there.
Wow.
They had four straight quality starts against the Mariners. They won 1 of those games. You have Eric Getty and Hunter Brown giving you consistently good starts. Fromber was awesome this weekend. He had a no-hitter into the 7th, and they're doing nothing with it because no matter how Joe Espada, tinkles with the lineup, it doesn't produce. And that's not all Joe Espada's fault. Yordan Alvarez is hitting 160 this year with runners in scoring position. He's 8 for 50, I think it is, or 8 for 60 this year with runners in scoring position. He's supposed to be the best player on their team. Kyle Tucker has been objectively terrible the last 2 or 3 weeks. They're not playing good baseball, but Joe Espada, whatever he's doing doesn't work. And to then just be like, yeah, we're good. We're 15 and 14. We're playing better baseball. Wrong. You are not playing better baseball.
I think it's unfair to blame it all on the manager, but you're not doing that right there. You're annoyed by what he's saying, and you're saying you're out on Joe Espada because you don't want to hear from him.
I don't want to hear from him because the team's bad, and then I hate when you are bad, and then you're like, yeah, we're good. Like, the Mariners talk like that. The Mets talk like this. The Cubs talk like this. Bad baseball teams talk like this. They are below standard of what the Astros are. It's not good enough. It's just not. And someone has to take the blame, and I blame Joe Espada right now.
Do you want to blame him so much right now that you just can his ass right now?
Yeah. I would wait till the offseason because at this point, unless Terry Francona is coming through the door, because it's clearly more than Joe. Like your pitching's inconsistent. Like I said, it's been great the last 10 days. But like Miller and Murphy they had that great year, their first year with all of Strom's work that he did where it went well.
Brent
but
Strom.
it's been not good or below average the last 2 years. The lineup has been a mess. We had to deal with the batter's eye nonsense all of last season. This year, there's just no excuse. There's no excuse this year. They're not even trying. They're not trying to say, well, it's the batter's eye at home. Like, they're just not scoring runs.
There's no urgency.
None.
And the manager should be the one sounding like he has a sense of it. And I think if we've learned anything about Joe Espada to this point is that he's not very confrontational and that perhaps he's going to be uncomfortable lighting these guys up. Now, does lighting these guys up in the clubhouse make them play better? Make them hit with runners in scoring position? Make Ryan Presley pitch better. I suppose he's had bad luck, but talk about annoying Joe Espada quotes. Joe Espada, when asked about Ryan Presley and the struggles he's had, Espada said that Presley's stuff looked good yesterday. So there's not a sense of urgency. Friday, he's saying we're playing really good baseball after a 15-14 month. I'm with you in that I don't want to hear from him. I already don't want to hear from general manager Dana Brown. I know I don't want to hear from Jeff Bagwell. I know that Jim Crane is not going to make himself available.
It's MIA.
So ultimately, you find yourself looking at this team, hoping things get better, seeing some positive developments over the course of the weekend, and still seeing the team lose 2 of 3, and going into a series against a St. Louis Cardinals team who has a better record than you. I mean, you're assuming...
At this point, like, everyone has a better record than you.
Well, let's go a little bit further with some Gallant and George math here, which is not always a strong suit of this radio program. So, with 102 games left, they need to win 64 of them, since they have 26 wins right now, 26 and 34. They need to win 64 to get to 90. The Mariners are on pace for that, but they are going to have a 63% winning percentage the rest of the way, and they have to win the AL West to make the playoffs. I suppose that some of these teams that are off to a great start in the wild card race are going to cool off a bit, but right now, the Orioles, who are leading the wild card, are on pace for 105 wins, which is a lot.
And bringing up another top prospect.
And the Royals are on pace for 96 wins. Mm-hmm. And ahead of the Royals in the AL Central, the Guardians are playing really well. So you got to win the AL West. It's not impossible. Sure. Some of these teams might cool off. Sure. But you can't just keep on kicking the can down the road and procrastinating like you're me with my damn New Year's cards.
Yeah, we don't have those.
Which
yet.
I haven't sent out still.
I mean, you see Sean and I. You can just hand them.
Well, those would be 2, but I still got like 50 to send out.
Like baby steps.
I've
right?
sent out 30 of them, but I mean, this is the problem. You can't just keep kicking the can down the road. And this is what I do in my own life all the time. So Astros, as someone who is a master procrastinator, you got to pick it up. Again, just saying be more urgent, make the team actually play better. I don't know. But hearing from Joe Espada on Friday pisses everybody off.
Because it's the wrong answer to give. Just tell the truth. Yeah, we finished a game above 500. We're still not playing to our expectations. We expect to play better baseball than this. We are going to strive to achieve to play better baseball than this. We need to get everyone back. We just lost 2 more starters. They're not pitching until 2026, I would guess. Like, we're hoping to get Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers back. The line, Alex Bregman's played much better baseball. Like, we still have a lot of work to do. Instead, it's, no, we played good baseball. Like, much better than the first month. We're going to be all right. We're going to figure it out. Ryan Presley's good. What? What part of Ryan Presley is good? He's not even Stressley anymore. He's no longer Ryan Stressley.
Supposedly, he has just the worst luck. Because the batting average on balls in play is like 400 or something like that. Mm-hmm. And the expected batting average is something like 235, but they're actually hitting 308 against him. So there's that.
Ryan Messley.
Every time Ryan comes in, I know we're losing.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't.
This game's over. Turn the channel.
With Abreu, and Abreu's been up and down this season, but with Abreu, there's at least the thought in your head, like, this could be a clean inning. Hader's actually to the point where you kind of expect it to, like, he won't make things worse. Ryan Presley, not so much. I don't expect. He is in. Paul, this might be sacrilege or whatever the opposite of sacrilege. This might be too damning. He's kind of in the Montero zone where I'm always prepared for, it to be a mess. Ryan Messley.
Yeah, Ryan Messley. Ryan Stressley was what it was before and has progressed into that. Douglas Posada comments on our YouTube channel at ESPN Houston, need a team meeting ASAP.
We haven't heard about one of those
I'm
yet.
actually surprised that we haven't had a Brian McTaggart, Chandler Rome. Yeah, guys had a team meeting after the Sunday's loss against the Twins.
I think most people are in agreement that a Joe Espada held meeting is probably not going to light the fire and get the troops ready to go. Probably he's not going to do it.
It's the Steven Silas press conference. They're not listening.
Okay, to be honest, doesn't he kind of remind you of Silas?
There's some vibes. Silas-like tendencies.
Yeah, it's the demeanor
And that's
in which it's so chill.
That's really what it is.
Yeah.
It's the demeanor where you're just like, and this is a team. I don't know if they need a kick in the pants. They could use a kick in the pants. We could try a kick in the pants. And he just doesn't seem like the guy to do it, much like Silas didn't seem like the guy for those Rockets teams.
The difference is those young Rockets teams, you could understand why Silas was perhaps a little bit laxed. Young players.
Yeah, more
There's
patient.
No stakes.
They weren't expected to be a title team or anything. This team was expected to be a title team.
Espada has been here for a long time. That's what I can't get past. And okay, we're focusing on one quote from Friday night, but I'm sure a lot of people haven't talked about it because it's a Friday news dump. He said they're playing really good baseball right now. How can anyone in that clubhouse feel that way when they can't hit with runners in scoring position? All of their runs are coming courtesy of solo home runs.
Mm-hmm.
They're not winning games. As Joe said, their starting pitching is pitching the best in baseball right now. It is. Brown's been really good the last 3 starts.
Damn good.
Spencer Arrighetti's been good. Ronel Blanco, okay, on Friday, finally he comes back to earth a little bit because they were fouling off a ton of balls against him. Fromber had a no-hitter going into the 7th on Saturday. They won that game. They get runs to help him out then, but whatever change is needed, I do not believe Espada is going to be the one to bring it. And I totally understand, Joe, why you are out on Joe Espada right now. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in as well. You can join us on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975, or on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/ESPN Houston. Is there anything the Houston Astros can do to create urgency? Something actually happened with one of their American League West rivals that shows that this team's taking things a little bit more seriously. Plus, yesterday's TV broadcast was bad. Both of those next. Stick around. First, let me tell you about my friends at the Highway Cantina, where you can get a $9.75 tall Texan margarita and drown your sorrows. Because, listen, you don't want to go to the park. You want to just go to the Highway Cantina and get yourself some of that salsa verde, salsa roja. I've been taking Duolingo. Guys, it's not just the drinks there at the Highway Cantina. The food is fantastic. And yeah, even your standard chips and salsa, no, it's different there. Your fajitas, different there. Yeah, wood-fired oysters, too, if you want to get those. I had those last time I was in there. Oh, my God, they were so good. Ooh, man, I want some right now. I'm starting to get a little bit hungry. Should have brought some into work today. But there's all sorts of different things that you can get at the Highway Cantina. We had the Large Marge. You're there with a couple of friends. You can have essentially a Scorpion Bowl edition of their margaritas, which are really, really good. It's right in the middle of East Downtown. You want to go there for a work happy hour? It's right there. You want to impress the boss, take a date? It's right there, right by the ballpark as well. It's the Highway Cantina. Tell them Paul Gallant sent you by.
It's Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
The Seattle Mariners are in first place in the American League West, but they are not above making things happen. The team that wants to go 54% over the course of this decade to jumpstart their season, because they have the second worst offense in all of baseball, 29th in runs per game. They fired on Friday their bench coach and offensive coordinator, Brant Brown, Joe. I don't know what the hell an offensive coordinator does in baseball.
Don't really know either. All I know is Spencer Arrighetti out here getting people fired. He dominated them so much that he was like, guys, look at this dude with long hair. He's got to go.
I mean, they won 3 of 4 against the team that's been to 7 straight.
And they fired their hitting coach.
Canned his ass. Understandable, though. I mean, they are not scoring runs at all. And you do look at their offense and wonder, what the hell's going on? Julio Rodriguez is off to a pretty slow start. But the Mariners are willing to do that. And I do not know that firing Joe Espada would make things better for the Houston Astros the rest of the way. But when you hear what he said on Friday, where he said that the Astros are playing really good baseball after a 15-14 month that they ended with, I believe, losing, let me do a little math here. I know that over the last 15 that they have gone 6-9. So to wrap up the month, a bit of a dud. And to open up the month, not feeling great either. You're 1-1, I guess, to open June. Great
Start.
Awesome. But you need to be better than that. You got to win, essentially, the rest of the way at a 63% clip just to get to 90 wins, which doesn't necessarily get you anything. It would win you the AL West last year. Is it going to win the AL West this year?
Probably not.
I mean, the Mariners are on pace for 90 wins right now, despite being 29th in baseball in runs per game. Is firing Brant Brown going to make the offense better? You would think so, because it can't possibly get any worse. For the Astros, the problem is there are a lot of statistical categories where they are doing very well. Hitting, starting pitching of late.
Yep.
But you don't trust the bullpen.
No, you don't. So that's where, I don't know if the position coaches, I don't know if any of it fixes the Astros. They seem to be broken. Like to lead so many offensive categories, but then of your last 18 runs, as you said, 17 of those runs have come from home runs.
Oof.
So how do you only have these home runs, and then you're not getting any guys in with runners in scoring position? Like it's not. I know the Astros were doing well, and then things are going poor again with Jose Abreu back in the lineup. Like he's not the reason why this team is falling apart. It really is the guys at the top. It's been Bregman, it's Alvarez, it's Tucker, it's Altuve. Like those are the guys, Pena as well, that they don't have great numbers consistently with runners in scoring position. I mean, now Jose Abreu is 3 for 15 since he came back. So that's not
Had a home run on Saturday, though.
Got a home run.
3 for 15 is 200. That is twice his average.
That's a good point, Paul.
Yeah.
He has significantly improved.
Lowered expectations.
I mean, they did look. They said they wanted his bat speed to be fixed and they wanted him to be better. He's achieved that.
That home run was 105 miles per hour.
Yeah, he's hitting 200.
It was
since
right
he came
center
back.
field. I mean, yeah, it was an oppo.
The back of his baseball card says that before he went to Florida, he was hitting .088. When he came back from Florida, he's hitting 200.
It's trending up. Text, if we are tied or behind going into the 7th inning, I will take that bet anytime that we lose. If we are not up by 3 runs going into the 8th, it's a 50-50 shot. Does feel that way. Another couple of texts. This is about a possible team meeting where Joe Espada is probably not going to be the one to inspire the troops, but we haven't heard a players-only meeting yet. Eric, the driver, suggested Carlos Correa. He was in town.
Makes sense.
I don't think he was playing, so he could have come hosted the meeting. Another person texted in a Zoom meeting with Martin Maldonado perhaps would help. I don't know. Zoom meetings do not really grasp people's attention.
Yeah, I don't think that a Zoomer with Martin Maldonado is gonna fix the issues. Carlos maybe more would have had a better chance to do so. More likely we hear a team meeting or another article in which players are behind the scenes complaining to media members, front offices, and it starts to leak out. The thinking back to the two players that said Joe Espada had poor communication. Do you think we get a team meeting first or another one of those kind of players upset with the Espada stories?
I feel like that's the most logical
I think so too.
outcome. I feel the fact that it's happened already, it'll just be a little bit louder this time.
Yeah, and to my knowledge, maybe there's one under the radar that we didn't talk about or didn't make a big deal about. I don't think there's been a players-only meeting that's been reported on thus far.
We were talking about that a little bit. To our knowledge, I don't think there has been one. It's about time for one. I mean, Justin Verlander supposedly spoke to the team,
but that
after coming back.
I guess that would that count? I don't
Yeah,
know. Maybe McCullers can give another one when he comes back.
There's some tweets about maybe it looked like around the Chicago series that there was a team meeting, but there's only like one or two of them, so I don't think it was like a big publicized thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like we saw one this weekend. I can't remember which team. Oh no, I guess it was last week with the Mets. Before the whole Jorge Lopez thing happened, they had a closed-door team meeting before the media was allowed into the clubhouse. So that's how you really know when a team meeting happens, is the media is not allowed to do their job until they're done yelling at each other. We haven't had one of those yet, where like Chandler and McTaggart and all those guys are not allowed in.
It's a little concerning that hasn't happened yet.
Yeah.
I would be okay with them having as many team meetings as we've restarted the season this year. So if you would have told me they've had 3 team meetings this year, I'd be like, that's appropriate. You don't want too many team meetings because then they start to lose meaning. Whoa.
Damn.
Team meetings, or else they
had quite a few last year, I think, towards the end of the season.
It felt like it.
So that's
every
why
time they blew a
they really
series
were.
against,
but what happened? They went to the ALCS. They got to Game 7.
I mean, they backed into winning the division.
Did it work?
Those meetings did not work.
Flags fly forever.
Yeah, I mean, look.
AL West flag flies forever.
The results say
outside the stadium,
they achieved their goals, kind of.
The other teams sucked more than they did in that month.
Yes, but you know what? They did enough. In Joe Espada's eyes, they did enough.
Yep.
You know, it's fun to be sarcastic and all, but when the Rangers won the World Series still, out of all of that, I mean, come on.
They probably had a team meeting after they struggled, too.
Yeah, after their Letterman jacket fiasco, right? Which I
had a
thought
team meeting.
doomed them. And also when the Astros smoked them in Arlington, which I also thought doomed them. Do you know what doomed my Sunday? That Roku TV broadcast. That was garbage. And poor TK stuck with no energy. LaTroy Hawkins, who I guess was a great reliever for the Minnesota Twins and is Patrick Mahomes' godfather. I'm sorry. I have never heard anyone with less energy talk about a dying sport. I mean, try to kill baseball some more, Roku TV. That was dreadful.
It was not good. And then, honestly...
It started at noon, too? Kiss my ass!
Well, that's their whole thing. These Roku broadcasts are going to be the first game of the day. So it's like, if anyone wants to watch baseball, the only place you can watch is on Roku.
Oh, so I have to download this stupid Roku TV app to my actual Roku TV, which apparently didn't have it, to watch this game that starts at noon with no advance notice about it, because baseball never announces any of the things that they add to the game to try to make it better. And then we got this drip on the broadcast ruining it. It pissed me off. I get really mad with ex-athletes who come into this profession and believe that they can just do it by showing up or by doing it with zero energy. And LaTroy Hawkins, I'm sure, a great major league player. But my God, dude, do you hate the sport that made you a millionaire? Because it sounded like you did. Every effing second of that guy talking was a effing snooze fest. I was trying not to fall asleep listening to the game while doing the dishes. I was falling asleep while standing because of LaTroy Hawkins. And this guy is getting paid, I'm sure, a ton of money to absolutely mail it in next to TK. He was awful. I got annoyed about this only because Ari Alexander, who I like, of KPRC, told me, put some respect on LaTroy Hawkins' name. Nope, he doesn't respect his job. He got a check, fat old check, showed up, did absolutely nothing. This sport is dying because of people like that. You've already lost me. You're going to lose everybody else because they're all going to jump off a effing bridge if they hear that guy talking about baseball.
I think my favorite part was like how bad of a business model that they're running out there, because like you can click this link to watch the game. You don't have to sign up for Roku. I was like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. Like, I don't have Roku now. I clicked the link. The game was there. It was free $99. Also, as you know, we get tweeted out here from Not Santa, Astros legend LaTroy Hawkins.
He did play for the Astros.
He had a
True.
1.71 ERA.
25 different teams.
He did. Look, I'm on his baseball reference page.
You got to
double check that he actually pitched for the Astros. It took a while. It was 2008, 2009, so, you know, he was 35, 36. He pitched.
The glory years of Astros baseball, 2008,
the best
2009.
years. So, you know, Astros legend, LaTroy Hawkins.
What glory years are we talking about? Are we talking about the years where Carlos Lee was eating the salary that he was given to by the Astros? Because that's what LaTroy Hawkins was doing in yesterday's game.
I think one of the years was good Carlos Lee.
I will say, I do appreciate from Roku, though, even though I also didn't like LaTroy. He was not
He was
good.
terrible. I'm sorry. I know I'm passionate
No,
more
it's
about
okay.
this than the Astros losing 2 or 3. He sucked.
It was better than the way that Apple was doing it. I would rather have TK and then the color analyst from the road team, which is, I guess, how they're doing all the Roku broadcasts, than having, like, that dummy Katie Nolan on my television.
Oh, don't hate on
Disagree.
Katie. Don't hate on Katie, wife of comedian, great Dan Soder.
She's not good.
And she's more than just who she's married to, Paul.
Yeah. She was great on Fox, but what ESPN and then the baseball Katie Nolan was very terrible.
Mm-hmm.
So I enjoyed this more than those broadcasts, but it was not good. I missed Blum.
Didn't those broadcasts also have Hunter Pence?
He was on some of them.
Actual Astros legend?
Yeah, he was on some of them, not all of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
From the 832, now you know how we feel listening to you. It's dreadful, but at least I care.
Hey.
Because I have energy.
That's so
Unlike
mean.
energy vampire LaTroy Hawkins. David Culley wishes he had that energy. Lovie Smith wishes he had that energy. I mean, my God.
Guys, the mean texts are for the angry bees, not for us. Come on. That was mean.
I don't care.
It's
about
Monday.
that. I don't care about mean.
Be
texts.
nice.
No, I actually kind of encourage mean texts. I do. Because it means that people care, unlike LaTroy Hawkins yesterday.
Yeah, he is.
It is interesting that he's Patrick Mahomes' godfather.
That is interesting.
I guess.
Very interesting.
I mean, there's nothing to talk about there. It's just
It's a
interesting.
fun fact.
Yeah.
Apparently, Reggie Jackson was gassing him up at some
Of
point
course
during
he
the
was.
broadcast, too. So Reggie Jackson was there. Great.
Yeah.
Oh,
Getting all the favorites
By the
out
way, I
there.
think-
Bring out
I
Jeff
trust his
Bagwell,
eye
too.
for talent.
Speaking of Friday night, I thought it was very funny that as we talked about rabbit ears on Friday with the Astros organization, that Anita was then in the booth for way too long.
Oh, my God.
That was the longest inning ever.
There
I
was
know
a-
that those are the rules. If someone comes into the booth, you keep them for the whole inning. That inning took forever.
A forced
Ever.
interview. A forced promotional interview. There's an 11-pitch at bat, and Todd Callis had to, in the middle of the at bat, say, "Oh, by the way, an 11-pitch at bat." And I mean, like, they're just talking about Hello Kitty night. And I was thinking to myself, well, we're gonna bring back Jose Abreu unironically night? It was Saturday, and he hit a home run.
Yeah.
Hey.
Huh.
Yeah.
Worked out.
Someone got a free baseball.
And that's what you got. That's all you can do.
Anyway, guys, yeah, I'm sorry. That was an aggressive
It's okay.
outburst.
Hey, you know what? Sometimes you speak your mind.
No.
I don't
LaTroy
apologize to
Hawkins
LaTroy
deserves
Hawkins,
it.
though. Listen, I'm sorry. If you're an ex-athlete and you're getting paid a ton of money to do that, have some energy, okay?
Makes you. I mean, not that we need to enjoy Blummer anymore, but hey,
Made me appreciate Blummer
that's
a lot
what
more.
the Twins have to live with.
Mhm.
I mean, look, it could be worse.
Yeah.
It could be worse. I'm pretty sure we're going to play the White Sox audio from this weekend at some point today.
Hey, at
So,
least
hey,
they were energetic.
he was energetic. He's
He
a
was-
loser.
He was cutting. Yeah, he was cutting a
But
promo.
We'll get to those later.
Speaking of fighting words, there was some squabbing going on in a sport that, honestly, rest of the summer might be more entertaining to talk about than the Astros. We'll discuss next.
Forward to that one, tell you about my friends at O Athletic and check them out, oathletic.com, 767 North Shepherd. Over 100 classes per week you can take. They're in the morning, the afternoon, and when you get off work. They start up about 4:30 again, so you get off work early, go get a class in. They have them all day, Monday through Sunday, and you have a variety of different classes that you can take, from weightlifting to agility training. If you want to do boxing, MMA, it's all there. They have the ring and the octagon, so you can take all those kinds of classes. You can sign up for personal training as well. I can't recommend Cam enough that the guy I work with on a weekly basis, and you can do 1, 3, 5 training sessions a week. So whatever your goals are for 2024, look, we're halfway through. Okay, we're halfway through the year, so maybe you're starting a little late. There's no better time than now. Summer's here. You want to lose some weight before the summer, this is your time. So whether you want to lean out, lose some weight, put on muscle mass, whatever it is, I can't recommend O Athletic enough for you. It's the gym for me. It should be the gym for you. And tell them Joe George sent you by.
You're back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Astros lost 2 of 3 over the weekend against the Minnesota Twins. Question we do have in this first hour of the show: can the Astros do anything to create a sense of urgency? Because both Joe and I doubt that it's coming from Joe Espada, the manager of this team.
If they were to I'd cut Abreu to start. Like that's where it creates sense of urgency. That's it.
After a home run on Saturday?
I think they're trying to start a little bit by, it seems to have benching Yainer Diaz.
They have benched him.
He started only one of the 3 games this weekend.
Correct. Caratini started the last 2. Chas McCormick also seen some pine time. I think they're realizing that. What's interesting with Abreu is I think the Astros also, at least multiple beat writers, acknowledged that when Abreu has actually hit decently, he has had an off day the day before.
He's old.
Going back to last year's postseason.
Old man.
Sadly, he's only 2 years older than me.
From
what we know, based off of the age that's on the back of his baseball card.
Well, Miguel Tejada aged 4 years and is 2 years with the Astros, so you never know.
I mean, Abreu looks, he like physically looks much older than the way he plays or the way he's supposed to play. Like he looks like he's 45.
He does move around like an old man.
Yeah.
And there's something about his build is also, he has old man strength, but he's, again, 2 years older than Paul, who, no offense, Paul. Oh, no, this isn't offensive. You don't have old man strength.
Mm-hmm.
You just have, like, strength, wiry.
I mean, at least you call him strong.
Yeah.
That's a nice thing to say.
You don't look like someone, okay, Jose Abreu looks like he's like a dad that you won't want to mess with. Paul Gallant does not look like a dad. And to our knowledge, is not a dad.
Do I look like somebody that you'd want to mess with?
No.
There's a lot of hesitation there.
Well, no, because some of it is I know the junkyard dog that's hiding in those.
Look how triggered he just got by a broadcast.
I got in a shouting match with somebody at football on Saturday.
But I don't know that. I don't know that if I just bump into him at a bar. I'm like, hey, watch it, buddy, and I see you with a Syracuse orange shirt on. I'm like, oh. Maybe I can try him.
I played in a football game on Saturday morning in the hail, which was fun. And one of the players on the other team would not shut up. And the problem was he sucked. So eventually I snapped. I bit my tongue for a while, but he was horrible. He had like 5 drops. And every single time the drop happened, he made a huge excuse. And it drove me crazy. And eventually he said that someone on our team who made a nice catch didn't make a catch. And then I just lit him up. And afterwards, I felt very therapeutic. Much like lighting up with Troy Hawkins.
You want to go watch? Can we be like?
You can watch if you want.
Fans in the stands.
You can watch if you want. I mean, I didn't really do much in this game.
I'll find some.
You're a team player. And sometimes the game plan is.
There was another person on my team that I also lit up.
A humble moment from Paul.
What?
You literally told me you got the game-winning touchdown.
I mean, game-winning touchdown, game-winning interception, but everyone was tired at that point. I don't think.
No, that's smart. That's smart. You saved yourself.
Maybe we could find some like A&M, like the male cheerleaders to come root for Paul.
You know what? You know what's better than
I do. Look, I will say, I do know one. I do know someone that was.
Interesting.
So
Josh Beard was a man.
I do know someone that was the guy, one of those dudes.
Yell leaders?
A yell leader.
Okay.
Yeah. So maybe we can like round up the gang and do it for Paul.
Set the other team.
Paul Gallant's flag football game.
No, here's what we want to talk about instead of me playing flag football on a Saturday morning.
I don't know.
We want to talk about women's basketball because amazingly, women's basketball has hijacked the front page of sports, if you will.
Because baseball sucks.
Partly due to that, but also partly due to the fact that the drama of WNBA basketball is about as dramatic as it gets. The actual basketball itself, well, let's just say that the actual basketball play that led up to this moment was one of the uglier displays of basketball I've seen in a very long time. It was a bunch of just really ugly missed layups underneath the hoop that reminded me a little bit of watching fourth graders. But hey, in an ugly sequence between Chicago and Indiana, Caitlin Clark of the Indiana Fever said something to Chennedy Carter of the Chicago Sky after a bucket put Indiana up 6. Some are claiming Clark elbowed Kennedy. I'm not sure that I buy that, but some people were zooming in, and everyone has to have a die-hard take on this, and we're overanalyzing the hell out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, on the other end of the court, after that bucket for Indiana to go up 6, Kennedy Carter hits a shot. As they're about to inbound the ball to Caitlin Clark, Indiana, Kennedy Carter goes up to Clark, says the B word, drops down a little bit, and puts a full-on shoulder into Caitlin Clark and decks her as before the ball can even be inbounded. Angel Reese, who plays for the Chicago Sky, got up to celebrate immediately as it happened. It was only called a common foul. That moment blew up on the internet on Saturday.
Big time.
I was stunned by how many people were discussing it. And the WNBA and the coverage of Caitlin Clark has entered the culture war, which is where you know that, okay, maybe there's not a lot of things going on in the world of sports or in the world as a whole, although there's some things going on in the world. But people were really focused on this Caitlin Clark stuff. Joe, what did you think when you saw it?
Well, first of all, this is great for them. Anyone that thinks this is bad for the
really
WNBA is an idiot. Okay, I just put Caitlin Clark on Twitter. Here's what I see. Austin Rivers, Pat McAfee, Dan Patrick. They've been talking about it on First Take all morning long. For the first time, congratulations. Your sport nationwide is relevant. Whether it's because Caitlin Clark, the basketball player who scored 3 points in her last game, yikes. But her, aura, everything going around her has made the WNBA really relevant for the first time as a sport ever. So this is great for them. Any publicity is good publicity. You are giving people a reason to watch. You are having heroes and villains no matter what side of the story you want. You can look at Caitlin Clark and say she's the problem because of XYZ. You can go on your liberal, she's white, this is why everyone's rooting for her thing if you want. Go for it. Or you can go the other side, that Carter is a dirtbag. And she's a cheap shot. Meanwhile, she's liking all these tweets on Twitter, which I love this move about how it's a great play. This is all good. This is all good for the WNBA.
I gotta say, and this might get me in trouble, but the way that I think Kennedy Carter acted in that moment was C-word behavior. Now, hey, listen, sometimes people are a-holes in the middle of games, but the way that she acted, okay, was it the cheapest play ever? No, but it was clearly dirty. It was clearly out of bounds.
A little bit of a sell job by Clark.
No doubt, but it was more of a sell job by Caitlin Clark against that fan from Ohio State than it was in this moment there.
There's real content, but as she's going down, you can see her putting her arms out to look at the ref. And at that point, I'm like, this is not that hard of a foul if you have time before you hit the ground to appeal to the ref.
She had an annoyed look on her face that you could catch in the slow motion replay as she's falling to the court. But to what Joe's saying, Caitlin Clark is women's basketball Jesus. She is suffering so that the WNBA can thrive.
I also
it helps them out when everyone's taking shots at her and physically hitting her. As Joe said, this is good for the league because we are talking about it.
I would even say it's better. Joe mentioned, she had 3 points in Sunday's game. No one talks about it. No one cares because she didn't get pushed down to the ground. This is what actually is better than if she walked into the league and dominated. This is better 100%. Because it's setting up, like you said, heroes and villains in this story where it's like, oh, our hero is going through struggles now. This isn't the Big Ten anymore.
Yeah, and it's the play itself. I don't care. I think the reaction to this is for the most part is really weird. I think it's because she's a woman, even though it's other women on the court, people are think this is jarring. But Victor Wembanyama took cheap shots. LeBron James took cheap shots. Every time you hear an NFL podcast, I'm sure we're gonna talk about CJ, a recent podcast he did. I can't imagine how many times CJ Stroud in the last year has been asked, "What's your rookie to the NFL moment?" And typically, what follows that question is a cheap shot. It's a story about a cheap shot. It's a story about how a rookie got put in their place by a player on the opposing team because people think it's their right as a veteran in sports. It happens in hockey. It happens in basketball. It's just the way sports work. So the overreaction to this, for most people, I think is really bizarre. Like, I don't really understand why everyone thinks this is such a big deal that she got a cheap shot in which, yeah, she kind of throws an elbow on a rebound the play before. It's not a dirty play.
It's because, one, people are watching women's basketball for the first time ever. And two, it's been a really long time since someone has entered a sport and they have been legitimately on an attack from all sides by the entirety of the league, it seems like. I can't remember the last time it was like this. I don't know that people were trying to take out LeBron. Now, LeBron is a big guy, so going to be a little bit more difficult to do that. People weren't doing this with Steph because Steph took a couple of years for Steph to become Steph, no matter how good he was at Davidson. There really hasn't been this in the NFL. Quarterbacks are so damn protected right now. Someone, I think Pro Football Talk suggested that maybe with Reggie Bush there was a little bit of a pushback from NFL
Vito
players.
Shepard hit. Oh
right.
my God.
So I mean, it's happened before, but it's been a while, and a lot of people that are focusing on this for the first time are not even people who really like sports. So this is totally new to them, and yeah, of course they're going to overanalyze it. I think it's great for the sport. I think we all will agree that it is gaining the sport more publicity. The only thing that I don't like about it is that I think, one, Angel Reese, you got to talk afterwards. You got to talk afterwards. You're soft if you're not talking afterwards. Soft boys, soft gals. You'll be back at Wednesday. And Chennedy Carter as well. After the game, Chennedy Carter is at the podium, and this is how the Chicago Sky handled a question about literally the most important thing that happened in this game.
On the play before bumping in with Caitlin, it seemed like she turned to you a little bit after the Fever
I
score.
didn't answer no Caitlin Clark questions.
Did she say anything to you?
I don't know what she said.
What'd you say to her?
I didn't say anything.
That's enough.
That's enough. That was her coach.
Yeah.
That's enough.
And then her coach today said that she was in the wrong, apparently.
Because she was.
But even then, like, it's okay. Like, it's okay. This isn't... She didn't go Draymond. She dropped a hard shoulder.
Yeah, she didn't kick anybody in the hoo-ha.
On the NBA, because this is our frame of reference for this thing, she was closer to Patrick Beverly than she was to Draymond Green. It was a very Pat Bev move. It was a Pat Bev get in your face, clap in your face, and body you up. It wasn't, Draymond Green stomping a hole in Sabonis's chest.
Yeah, like it's okay. Like this is okay.
She got a flagrant 1 after the game. She was not fined. Angel Reese was fined $1,000 for not making herself available. The Sky, as a team, were fined $5,000. Afterwards, Carter was liking a bunch of tweets saying it was justified and then put on threads, quote, "That's that on that because besides three-point shooting, what does Clark bring to the table, man?" But this is what I don't understand. If you don't like her, say it publicly. Guess what? It's also great for the WNBA if you're in front of a microphone going, Carlos Correa looking directly at the camera and saying mean things about Caitlin Clark. It's good. And now, maybe it's not good as a whole. It doesn't really bring attention to the sport. But is the NBA not the NBA largely due to some of the drama that takes place off the court? Well, the WNBA clearly has the makings of more drama than the NBA, than the NFL, with teams and players that actually hate each other on teams. That's great. Don't you wish that you had that in men's sports from time to time?
Yeah, I mean, think about like if they show a promo for the next time the Fever play the Sky on ESPN, I'm now going to be inclined to watch some of that game. And maybe they make a fan out of it.
Yeah, it was just on the TV in the studio during the bullpen on Saturday. So Brian and I were just watching this into the end of the game kind of passively as you do in commercial breaks or just as you kind of glance over. And yeah, I was like, oh yeah, this is a close game and it's Angel Reese. And I was like, oh yeah, and like seeing a WNBA game on TV on mute while I'm doing a radio show, I was like, oh yeah, there's like things here. There's storylines that I can immediately identify here. And it was a close game, but yeah, this to me, a lot of it is the fact that it's the WNBA. And it's women being physical as opposed to men, because it's not like a novel concept to be like the star in the other team. How are we going to stop them or stop, in this case, her, rough them up. We can't go shot for shot with her. So let's just get physical. And like, this is not groundbreaking strategy here.
You guys know that I'm a big supporter of women And to what you were saying earlier, maybe we're not used to seeing this, but I will say women's sports does have some actual toughness. Have you ever watched women's soccer? Women's soccer, they F each other up and they get right back up. There's no, I spent about 15 minutes this weekend highlighting to a couple of Brazilian women how soft soccer is because these guys play with no honor and they flop. And they were trying to explain to me it's gamesmanship. And I was like, then why don't the women do it? The women don't do it in women's soccer. They don't really do it in except for on Brazil, ironically. But in women's basketball as well. Okay, maybe there's a little bit of a Clark there by flop there by Caitlin Clark.
But it is in general more physical. It is generally more physical. Like if you're watching, I mean,
they get away with more.
I saw a clip because people were like, "This is not new. Like roughing up the star rookie in the league is not new for the WNBA." And I saw a clip from Candace Parker's rookie year where there's literally punches thrown in a WNBA game. I was like, I have no memory of this happening.
I don't either.
Like that, it was crazy.
It's just, it's all good for them though, and how they capitalize on this. Like that's the question. Like that's what the NBA fails to do is their sport kind of dies, in my opinion. If you look at their ratings, that's what the ratings will tell you. Is that there's all this drama and there's all these storylines in the NBA, but then they fail to capitalize it like when they're actually on TV and look, they're getting rid of now their best broadcast after the next year to one of their biggest champions of the sport, even though they talk a lot of trash about the NBA.
All they do is talk about how it sucks.
They do talk a lot of trash. But like I don't know, like it's just not that big of a deal to me. Like the text line here is calling me a moron because like I'm trying to push back because they think it's bullying. Whatever. Like, it's not that serious. It's a shoulder check. Like, this is not a cheap shot. This is not what happened to Rudy T, okay? Like, this is not a sucker punch to the face in which her career... She got knocked down and she got back up. She's fine.
But the way that they are acting, we can't act like it's not happening. They clearly do not like her.
Fine.
And it's jealousy.
That's good. It is jealousy. And it's a good thing that they don't like her. Like you need things to happen.
You know what else, though, you need, Joe? And this was brought up by Matt Barnes. Someone's got to stand up for her. I mean, if you saw someone do this to one of your teammates, I mean, I'm sorry. This is fighting. This is fighting words. If someone does that, you better at least shove that person after she wrecks the star of your team that's also allowing you to fly charter jets. Here is Matt Barnes on All the Smoke outlining why he feels like Caitlin Clark's teammates are letting her down.
So there's a hot topic going on right now. Caitlin Clark says she got cheap shotted against the sky. I mean, throughout the season, she's been getting beat up. Hard screens, elbows, knocked down. It is what it is. She's not the first. She won't be the last. My issue and my question is, where the are her teammates at? Where y'all at? Where the rest of the Indiana Fever at? I've seen a couple girls smirk when she's got knocked down, half-assed to pick her up. Like, y'all supposed to protect the asset, protect the star. And all this is the team. She's the star. You always protect your star. I was someone who protected the stars. You Kobe, CP, Blake, list goes on. It's going to be a problem because you guys are supposed to be a family. And you wonder why you sit at the bottom of the league right now is because y'all don't protect each other, man. Coach don't do shit about it. Players don't shoot about it. Y'all should be ashamed of it. But the rest of the league is going to continue to test her. And that's what they're supposed to do. It's your guys' job to have her back and have each other's back. Got to do better, ladies.
He said family.
I do wonder if she's not liked by her teammates. Like, if this was any other sport, that would be the assumption that we would make.
There's probably a little bit of jealousy with her teammates as well because of the elevated profile that she's had without having done a damn thing at the WNBA level. And it's unfair for her from this perspective. She went straight from college basketball to playing professional women in like 2 weeks. It's crazy. Yeah. Like she goes to the national championship, loses, drafted, and the season has already started.
Although
it's a big adjustment.
As far as nuts and bolts, it makes sense why the WNBA does it like this because we're talking about them at 12:50 today, and if they started their season when the NBA started their season, we would not be talking about this because there'd be football, college football, NBA. There'd be so much. So
hockey.
This is good that they're competing against baseball in the Olympics. Like that's good, but
more fights.
There is what.
More fights though, and her teammates gotta get in on the action.
I will say, I was surprised that the game did not stop for like 2 minutes. I'm not even saying you had to actually fight, just need to be separated, fake fight.
Truly.
Like just do that. We talk about how the NBA is soft. At least they do that.
The game just resumed. Yeah, in the NBA they review it for like 8 minutes on whether or not it's a flagrant 73 or 74.
At least like PJ Washington like acts tough. You know, at least he's acting tough. These girls aren't even acting, and it is fair to wonder. And at this point, I am starting to be like, is it all jealousy as to why they don't like Caitlin Clark? Is there a possibility that Caitlin Clark personality sucks?
I think it's a fair question. Like none of your teammates are coming.
Teammates don't
ever.
stick up for you.
Like at some point, you think you would get annoyed. I mean, think about like Jeremy and Joel and I, like we were on the Bees together. Like Jeremy went on like a 3-week, season-long tirade against Laramie Tunsil for not picking up C.J. Stroud early on in the season and being a bad teammate. Like this is a normal conversation in sports. Her teammates are nowhere to be found. It's kind of weird.
Very bizarre. Maybe it'll change now after this moment.
Yeah.
Joe George, Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Are you supposed to respond here as a teammate? You can answer that if you want. Also, diving back into the Astros. What's annoying about this weekend is all of the positives that happened in a series where the Astros lost 2 of 3. We will list them and see if that actually means anything good going forward. Next, stick around.
Low angle you talked about was kind of influenced when he was in California playing water polo. Look at this ball. Sent deep to right field. All the way back and gone. First home run of the season for Jose Abreu as he hits one out to right field, and the Astros lead this game 3-0.
Yes, the Astros lost 2 of 3 this weekend. It sucks. And it really sucks because a lot of good things happened this weekend for the Astros, including that on Saturday, Joe George. And here we are with the Astros 8 games below 500 and 7.5 games out in the AL West. And all we really can do at this moment in time is hope that it all comes together. But there were enough things that came together over the course of the weekend to actually say, well, this was good. Maybe it'll continue.
Yeah, I'm glad Jose Abreu didn't do what he did last year when he waited, so long to get his first home run when he hit it in Oakland last year, and he like sprinted around the bases as possibly fast as he possibly could.
I think it was about this time of year. I want to say it was Memorial Day weekend.
I think so too. It took a while.
I remember seeing it at Sporting Club on Washington. I'm like, oh my God, Jose Abreu hit a home run.
Finally. So I'm glad he didn't do that. I mean, look, he's 3 for 15. But he got the home run. He's got a couple walks, so he's played a little bit better. Even some of the outs are positive for Jose Abreu. We're like, okay, there's real contact there. So it's. I'm not like super pissed he's on the team right now. It's not the end of the world that Jose Abreu is an Astro at this moment.
He's 3 for 15 with an extra base hit and 6 strikeouts since his return. And in games following days off, he's 6 for 24 this year. In other games, he's 3 for 59. So maybe you play him every other game at most. But that's one of a bunch of developments over the weekend that are positive, which is why this team and the way that they're playing of late, per Joe Espada, really good. That's got Joe wanting to perhaps part ways with Espada.
So good.
ASAP. But some guys are playing well. Alex Bregman has 7 homers and 6 extra base hits over his last 20. 4 of those home runs have come in the last 6 games.
Very good.
Yordan Alvarez had 2 home runs on Saturday. It's his first multi-home run game since April 27th.
Also very good.
Framber Valdez had a no-hitter into the 7th inning on Saturday.
Well, he made me look like an idiot. So,
a texter asked a little bit earlier the question, do you still want to trade Framber Valdez?
Yes, I do.
The value's definitely going up. The way he's pitching of late, it's been more consistent than it was last year.
The thing with this team is they're making it harder and harder to not justify trading some real key pieces at the deadline, and having to look at this organization and say, okay, what are our plans for 2025? How do we want to get this thing back on track? Who are we going to re-sign? And then going into 2026, once Tucker and Framber are no longer on this team, or can you try to keep one of them? Do you want to keep both of them? Or how do you keep both of them if you want to? What are your plans? Like the Astros are driving the organization into some really, really tough conversations. And Framber is a big part of that, because I'm not going to back down what I said after he went rogue and blew it up. I would move on from Framber Valdez. Now, the developments, as we've been waiting for 2 weeks to get updates on Javier and Urquidy, they're probably going to be announced to have Tommy John on Thursday.
You think it's going to be probably Tommy John?
Yeah, at this point, they're having Tommy John.
So, for the sake of adding a little context, Dana Brown seemed a bit positive when asked about them over the weekend. Quote, we'll know something probably by the end of the week, maybe Thursday or so, as to what direction we're going in. They're both feeling better, which is a good sign, but we're still getting second opinions from doctors. That's Dana Brown. Joe Espada on Friday, when asked if there would be an update on Javier and Urquidy, he did not have one. He said he met with both pitchers on Friday, wanted to give them their space while awaiting a second opinion. When asked if their UCLs are intact, which would require the Tommy John surgery, Espada didn't comment.
Yeah,
so
that to me was the giveaway. They're positive.
Dana's positive. Espada does not, I think, put things out there when he knows that there's some uncertainty. Dana Brown, he's not afraid of doing that.
Yeah, and if anything, too, it probably becomes more of a question of you can in theory pitch around Tommy John. Like there are certain UCL injuries where they're not as severe to where you don't need Tommy John, but most of the time when you get that second opinion, it's because you don't like what the first one told you. You know, it's because they're telling you, hey, you probably are going to need this. They're not going to pitch for the Astros until 2026. Like that's my guess. You look at Luis Garcia. Luis Garcia had Tommy John surgery in May. He is now
batting practice over the weekend,
and now he's in Florida. So, but it's June, so we're into the month 13. So we're probably still 2 months away from this. Most times when you have Tommy John, you don't have them right away because there's so much inflammation that has to go down before they do the surgery. Think back to Justin Verlander. It took him months to have Tommy John.
Dr. Joe.
And remember what they did with JV, and that's what this situation reminds me of. Is with Justin Verlander, when he had his torn UCL, Chandler Rome broke the news that he was going to have Tommy John surgery. The Astros dumped on the report. Everyone said it was wrong, and Chandler caught so much heat for it. I think that's where a lot of the vitriol towards Chandler comes from. And then what happened? 3 months later, Justin Verlander had Tommy John. So that's probably what they're going to try to do here. Is at least with one of these guys, they're going to say, hey, we're going to wait it out. We're going to try to get him to rehab without Tommy John. And then they're both going to have it and not pitch for the Astros till 2026. But that's where Fromber makes this the Fromber thing makes it complicated. Is if you now know you don't have Javier and Urquidy next year, it makes Fromber more complicated. But I would still trade him because you're not going to re-sign him. I have no interest in re-signing him. You're not going to win the World Series this year. You might not make the playoffs. You're probably not going to make the playoffs this year. You should trade him.
Damn, Joe, you just hit me with the double whammy right to the tum-tum. And now
I want to be wrong, but like I don't right now the way they're playing, they're playing better 15 and 14. Just keep doing that, Joe Spada.
You just don't believe.
I don't think I do anymore. And at this point, like I don't think we're far from talking about Presley, Bregman, Fromber, Tucker being traded. Like
But Jim Crane said that as long as he's here, the window will never close.
Feels kind of close to me.
All these things you're saying.
Temporarily closed.
Doubting our Astros.
They doubt themselves. Like there are a lot of good things that happened this weekend.
Yeah.
Hunter Brown.
Look good. Third straight quality start.
He has been very, very good recently.
He struck out 7, walked just 2. He did allow the 2 home runs. But, I mean, Hunter Brown was not the reason you lost yesterday. It was Ryan Presley in relief, I think. Victor Caratini's playing well.
Yes.
And Yainer Diaz is not playing, which honestly is good. Jake Myers had another insane catch.
He's been awesome.
He seems very suicidal going up against the center field wall the way that he does. But, hey.
Very little fear in that man.
Great catch. So there are positives.
Jordan didn't get hurt when he made his great catch yesterday.
That was a nice catch.
He slid into the wall. Didn't like seeing that. You get the heebie-jeebies when you see Jordan Alvarez do something like that.
The heebie-jeebies.
Yeah.
What is it? 1953.
Yeah, I think that's still a good reference.
The heebie-jeebies. Honestly, I have to look up the meaning of this.
Like the chills.
I get what you're saying. It's a condition of extreme nervousness caused by fear, worry, strain, the jitters, the willies.
And Jordan Alvarez sliding into the wall fits that perfectly.
Calling it a condition is a bit much.
Yeah,
I don't think a doctor can say, yeah, it looks like you got the heebie-jeebies.
It's disrespectful to those with actual mental health struggles.
I feel like, is that that's what Sean's going to say in July? He's going to be like, hey, man, I can't come into work for the next 2 weeks. Why? I got the heebie-jeebies.
Yeah.
Which is just going to be fake news for I got to go play a video game.
Well, build a program. That's what I'm going to be doing.
You're right. Yeah. He's got to recruit guys. He's got to give them hush money.
Well, Day One Donna wants to give you hush money, Joe. She says, hush your butt, Joe.
I know.
Because you're the one who is saying that the Astros can't do it.
It's their fault. It's their fault. I want them to go back to the World Series. I want them to go back to the ALCS.
Then why don't you believe in them going to the World Series? Why aren't you telling me they're going to go there?
Because 15 and 14 is good enough.
I mean, 15 and 14, if you multiply that by 6, it would be 6 games over 500, maybe 12. I don't know, doing a little math here. But listen, bro, you can't ever underestimate the heart of a champion. Didn't Rudy T say that one time?
That's true.
He did. And you're underestimating the heart of a 2-time champion and a 4-time American League champion and a 7-time appearing for the right to play for the American League Championship champion.
Yep. I am doing that.
You are the champion of killing the Astros early, much like Sean Mapes. Who's never done that? Me. Interesting. Interesting.
Have you never done that?
Uh,
What was Friday? What were you wearing? Friday show?
Oh, the one where there's the funeral?
No, no, Thursday
the half
show.
Astros, half
Thursday
Mariners.
show.
The
Yeah.
half Astros, half Mariners shirt. Yeah, but that's different because I was threatening to cheat on my significant other. That's how a real relationship works, guys. This is why I've never been in one.
You're just threatened to cheat?
Because I've never threatened to cheat on the person I was dating. And if I had done that, I would probably be married by now because it seems like that's how it goes.
Yeah.
Right?
So you haven't cheated yet?
No.
In the Astros.
Well, I mean, there's a 2-year.
There's some DMs happening, I'm sure.
Definitely. Come
So
on.
you're not cheating again?
I mean, I'm thinking about it.
You're still thinking about it?
Yeah. Listen, they.
No,
won.
I'm more surprised you haven't acted on it.
I'm trying to be chaste.
Okay.
Chaste? I don't know.
I think you said it right.
Putting a chastity belt on myself right now. All right, it is Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. He's Joe George. Sean Apes behind the glass. I am Paul Gallant. I mean, I suppose there's another positive for the Houston Astros coming up. Joe's going to explain why things need to get situated basically right now. Stick around, Gallant and George.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I think more people agree with Joe about the future of Framber Valdez here in Houston. Honestly, I think the majority of people would probably look at Framber Valdez and say to themselves, if he's pitching consistently and you only have him under contract for one more year through arbitration, what are you going to be able to get in return for him? Probably something that would bolster your farm system. Douglas Posada on our YouTube channel at ESPN Houston comments, yes, trade Framber Valdez, not consistent at all, Joe.
Yeah, you look at the team, and Framber is going to get you, to me, would get you more than anyone else you're going to trade this year because he's going to be under contract for next year. So Bregman, who hasn't been performing as recently, he is not as going to get you as much of a return. You know, even like Ohtani, you always see like when Ohtani got moved, he got less because he was going to be a free agent. So there's no security. And then they didn't trade him. So Bregman and Presley, because of their performance and their contracts, will not get you as much. I don't believe they'll trade Kyle Tucker. So, but Framber, when you look at teams,
ground ball pitcher,
exactly. Look at the Baltimore Orioles. Like they need starting pitching. The New York Yankees, like it wouldn't shock me if they needed starting pitching.
I hate the idea of trading with the Yankees. Trading with the Orioles would make sense given some ex-Astros working there. It sucks to actually think about it to the point where it might happen, but we're getting closer and closer to a point where they might have to do that. And Joe, before the show, you outlined why if it's ever going to happen, it has to happen this stretch.
Yeah, so over the next 5 series, they don't play a single team that's above 500. Now, the Giants are 2 games under. The Tigers are a game under 500. So you have the next 5 series, though, you do not play a single team that is above 500, including the Cardinals, who at this moment are 28 and 29. This is your opportunity because you're not playing the best of the best. You're not playing the Yankees and the Orioles, which is the Orioles are at the end of this 5-game stretch, this 5-series stretch. This is your last chance, where you are in the month of June, and if you don't win a lot of these games, you're going to be out of the playoff race. You're already pushing it right now, 7.5 games back of your division. So you're losing just time to gain ground. Like while yes, you are. Like there is a lot of there's 102 games left or whatever. There's in theory there's time still, but you need the Mariners to now falter as much as you have to win at the same time. So.
Right. It's not like the Mariners are winning at an insane clip.
Yeah.
And you're on pace for 70 wins right now. The Mariners are winning 55% of their games. They're on pace for 90 wins this year. You have to win 64 of your remaining 102 games to get to 90. That's just 90. 90 is bare minimum, and that's to maybe win the AL West. That's not getting you a wild card this year with the Orioles on pace, where you're playing a little bit, for 105 wins, and the Royals on pace for 96 wins. Sure, some of these teams are going to cool off, and potentially the Astros can heat up. But, you know, we talk about this sample size, and I think at the beginning of the year, a lot of the people who have been diehard Astros zealots who were saying, oh, wait until October, even you have to admit that they have not had a hot streak yet. So why are we saying that the hot streak is going to come? 6 games in a row. That's the longest winning streak of the year. And they haven't won consecutive games since they did that. That was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I would say that between now, today, June 3rd, and June 20th, when this 15-game stretch, this next 5 series where you play the Cardinals, the Angels, the Giants, the Tigers, and end with the White Sox before we play the Orioles, I think they need to, like, you want to make me a believer? 12 of 15.
12 of 15. That's an 80% winning clip.
They got to win 63 to get to 90.
Yeah. And
you got to make it up when you're playing the bumps.
Exactly. Like this is when like you play teams that are below 500 that are in theory, you know, you're 15 and 14 in the last month. You're doing good. You need to do better than that. You have to win these games. Now and it continues a little bit after that too. So like your stretch between now and the All-Star break is really cake. You play the Orioles from the 21st to the 23rd, and then you play the Twins again in July, right after the 4th, and you play the Rangers the last 3 games of the series.
Who you own this year of all teams.
But besides that, you are playing below 500 teams the entire time. You have the Rockies, you have the Mets, you have the Blue Jays, the Marlins. Like this is your So I guess you could push it to July 14th, like before the All-Star break. But
No,
even then, like
you can't.
it's
You
probably
gotta-
too late. Like I think
Yeah.
you got to win 12 of the next. You got to win at least 10 games of the next 15.
I don't think what you ask for, 12, is unreasonable to ask for.
Mm-hmm.
The reason I said 12 is a lot.
Because it feels impossible.
Because you're asking them to be consistent. That's what you're.
Yeah.
You can't win 12 out of 15 without a 5-game win streak somewhere in there.
Exactly. And let's go back to what we talked about at the very beginning of the show, because I think we got to continue to play this. Joe Espada, manager of the Astros, on Friday, after that very disappointing loss to open up this series against Minnesota, had this to say about them wrapping up the month of May 15 and 14.
Is it disappointing that you only go 15 and 14 during, May?
No, compared the way we start our season, I think we heading in the right direction. I think we playing really good baseball. We facing the last 5 days. We facing some pretty good pitching, and we getting after it. Our effort is there. Our approach is there. We just gotta continue to push. But I think we're playing better baseball than what we did a month ago.
That's true, because April was so bad.
Yes.
But really good baseball? No. And to what, Joe, you're asking for, that does not sound like
No.
somebody who's telling them, hey, man, at some point you're going to have to win 12 out of 15. It feels like he's just sitting back and hoping it's all going to figure itself out.
Yeah, it sounds like to me that at the end of the year, they will miss the playoffs. They will have won 10 of 15 games, the last 15 games of the season. They will have missed the playoffs by 6 to 8 games. And Joe Espada will say, hey, we played really good baseball to end the season. We'll hope to sign Bregman. We'll regroup. We'll be back in 2025, and we'll be back on track. Like, that's what this is leading to. It's going to take these moral loser victories that this franchise is above. This is what I expected to hear from David Culley and Lovie Smith. This is what I expect to hear from Steven Silas. This is not what I expect to hear from the Houston Astros organization. They are above this.
I'm going to read some comments. The Twitch is lighting Joe Espada up. Not surprising, but I think deserve it, especially after that quote. Todd the Show said one thing I'm not going to repeat, but he's a kindergarten coach.
Mm-hmm.
Grinding on Coffee and Whiskey says he's talking out his ass. Ain't fooling many people out here, dude. Yeah. I mean, if you're going to go to the podium and operate that way, and you want to be the pincushion for all of the shrapnel that's going the Astros players' way, fine. I really hope behind closed door that you're doing more than this. And it really doesn't feel like that's in Espada's personality. He is. People used to say this about Dusty Baker. And for those who don't know, I'm wearing an In Dusty, I Trusty
Didn't notice that.
T-shirt today. Just a coincidence. Totally a coincidence that I wore this shirt today. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. People were acting like Dusty Baker running this team. I mean, he was basically sitting behind something that could be autopiloted.
Yeah.
I don't know how Dusty specifically would handle the situation, but I know that even with many questions that I had about Dusty Baker's daily decisions, I would feel pretty good about Dusty Baker finding a way to light a fire under this team's ass. Even if he is mellow by nature, we've seen Dusty Baker erupt like Mount Vesuvius in the middle of the ALCS, game number 5, right?
Yeah.
So this is something that Espada is going to have to deal with in a way that I don't think he's dealt with yet. And is he capable of it? I think every human being is capable of it, but he actually, I think, has to operate and react differently than the way that he is reacting, because there's too much everything's fine, nothing to see here, and it doesn't feel like there's a lot of looking in the mirror from anyone in positions of power. And I'm sure these Astros players are doing it too. But look, it's hard to be this good for such a long period of time. At some point, you need somebody on your ass to motivate you. That's why coaches are a big part of sports.
Yeah, I don't think Joe Espada will. I'm not sure Joe Espada will be the manager of this team next year. I was going back, just seeing the way they were struggling, and I found this story from November last year, in which it talks about how Jim Crane, his goal was to make a splashy, big name hire for their manager. And at the time, everyone's like, well, it's only Craig Counsell. And that was right when he got hired by the Cubs. So it was like, well, what's next? And then the follow-up to that was, but Dana Brown wants Joe Espada. And if this season does not turn around in the way we ask, and Jim Crane wanted a big name manager, and Dana Brown is the one that chose Joe Espada, will Jim Crane fire them both and say, I don't care if Jose Abreu's bad. I told you to go get a big name manager. You failed.
I gotta say,
you're both out, because this is what, like, I know Creighton would talk about this story. I think Nightingale as well. How part of the reason why James Click got fired was because Jim Crane told him to get Starling Marte, and he failed to do so. When Crane tells you to do something and you bomb, you get the blame.
But imagine if you fire both. What happens next? Who's gonna want to come here?
Ausmus is coming. I'm telling you, Brad Ausmus is coming.
I almost dropped.
He is the assistant. He is the bench coach for the New York Yankees right now. He will be the next manager of the Houston Astros. He interviewed to be the GM instead of James Click in 2020.
/general manager. A new title for the Astros to, let's just say, streamline their payroll.
I was gonna say part of the reason it's easy for Crane to fire Joe Espada, like Joe George here just pointed out that it was Dana Brown's side. That's one of the ups. We talk a lot about how there's too many cooks in the kitchen, how everyone has their own little pet project that they work on. Makes it easier for Jim Crane to be like, that didn't work because only one person hired him. So yeah, we can just snip that one off. I was never a Joe Espada guy anyway. Mm-hmm. Let's go out and get Brad Ausmus, Terry Francona. Is Lou Piniella still alive?
He's not.
Can we go?
Oh, actually, you know what? My bad.
Can we go get Joe Torre?
I don't know if Lou Piniella's dead.
Jim Leland? Can we hire Jim Leland?
He's getting honored by the Tigers.
Pinella is 80, but I don't believe he's in the best of health. The last I heard.
Okay.
When do we start getting?
Is there some other big name?
When do we start getting bring back Dusty texts?
Right now.
Oh, we haven't. Those haven't started.
They're typing in the phone number to text us right now.
Ozzy. Can we get
back?
Ozzy?
Would you come back if you're Dusty to this?
No.
Ozzy Guillen.
Oh, I love my personal friend.
I think Ozzy coming back would be awesome.
I'd love it. People think I don't like him because he cussed at me. No, I thought it was the funniest thing ever. Everyone also then got really mad at him for that. And I was like, well, he said nice try, kid, afterwards. I don't know. I thought it was he was just being himself. I think he was just talking out of his ass in that magazine interview, and he's in the wrong city to talk about loving Fidel Castro. Miami is the
last one
of every city in the United States.
Basically, any other city.
You could have said that in Chicago. I think he'd have been okay. Said it in Miami. No, you effed dog.
Is Don Mattingly a manager anywhere? Could he maybe be in? I'm just trying to think of big name players that turned into. David Ross.
Mattingly would have that Reggie Jackson connection. So,
yeah.
I want to vomit.
Yeah, I think you get bonus points if you're either an Astro or a Yankee.
Yeah, Joe Girardi.
Joe Torre?
Joe Girardi. Carlos Beltran. Yeah, hey, signing him worked last time. Implemented some changes that helped turn things around. This season we compared it on Saturday, BMAC and I, to 2016 a lot, where it feels like they're going to spend most of the year trying to dig themselves out of the hole that they dug themselves, and they might be playing good baseball at the end of the season. It just doesn't matter because there are a million games under 500 in April.
So what you're saying is 2025 champs?
Exactly.
I mean,
exactly. Just hire Carlos Beltran, just like you signed him to be a DH and veteran locker room presence.
Bang those trash cans.
Figure something out.
All right. You know what? We'll keep this going. Push a 10-minute drill back to 145. Alternative options as manager for Joe Espada for your Houston Astros. Wrong answers encouraged. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. Guys, NBA Finals starts on Thursday. I know, it's way too far away. Way too far away. But in the meantime, you can go to MyBookie.ag. You enter promo code BET975. When you enter that promo code, guess what? You are going to get a deposit bonus of up to $1,000. What? You can play blackjack with it. You can play poker with it right away. Or you can gamble on whatever sport you want. We're not just talking about the NBA Finals. We're also talking about all the baseball games. You, of course, have the Houston Astros and St. Louis Cardinals tonight. Verlander on the hill against Kyle Gibson. The Astros 1.5 run favorites at home. Over-under for this game is 7.5. With the way the Astros offense has been going of late, maybe the under is your bet here. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. If you sign up with that code, you get to match that a huge first deposit 100%. It's MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag. Promo code BET975.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
If you've been listening to today's show, Joe George said that he's out on Joe Espada.
Come on.
I don't blame him for being out on Joe Espada after that quote on Friday where he said he feels the Astros are playing really good baseball after a month where they went 15-14. I do think it's unfair to put this all on the manager. I
agree with that.
I think it's more about the players. They can't hit with runners in scoring position, and the bullpen's not delivering. I don't know that getting rid of the manager is going to do anything, but clearly the text line, the Twitch, and our YouTube channel are into the idea of moving on from Joe Espada, if for nothing else, than to perhaps just force some urgency on this team that doesn't really seem to have any at this moment in time.
This text here made me laugh from the 832. Joe Espada is like the Joel Osteen of managers. Nothing critical, just absent-minded, all rainbows and flowers, from Chris and Humble. Thank you, Chris. That made me, I enjoyed that one.
When I first moved to Texas back in 2011, this was right before the Texans played the Titans. I used Texans-Titans to get out of going to the mega church with my mom and my stepfather. I'm very thankful that excuse worked.
Yeah.
Because it did seem like they were going to force me to go.
Okay.
Seeing as they helped me move down from, at the time, Massachusetts here. I used that as a successful excuse once. My dad was in town. One of the few times he's actually come to visit me. We did not go to Joel Osteen's, even though he wanted to go when he was here. And I have also blocked Joel Osteen on Twitter. I've only blocked 3 people, and he is one of the 3. He, Chris Broussard, and Phil Simms.
What a list.
Real quick, have you been to Joel Osteen's? Have you been to Lakewood
Me?
Church? Yeah.
No.
Have you,
Paul?
Sean?
No.
I
No.
have not.
No, I have watched it because it's on TV on Sundays. I have watched it before.
Yeah, the
but
only time I've watched it is when people like my guy Salisbury was out in front of Lakewood Church, exposing the fact that he wouldn't open the doors during Harvey.
Yeah, which Joe Espada, give him credit. They opened their doors during the derecho.
That's true.
They played a game. They lit
Great
people
call.
in.
I walked from my place right by Joel Osteen's place as well during Hurricane Harvey because I was walking to work doing hurricane broadcast work at the old flagship back in the day.
Jiggle the
Volunteer?
handle.
I'm
Try
a
to get
hero.
in.
What?
Did you jiggle the handle on Lakewood?
Yeah, I just tried to kick it down. I had a battering ram, and I led a bunch of people from one of the
I mean,
shelters
clearly
at the
we
George
know
R.
like
Brown.
why he did it. There was like thousands of dollars of cash hidden in the bathroom wall. So
What?
I guess, you haven't heard that story?
Well, I don't want big Joel Osteen megachurch coming
No,
after
it's a real
me.
story. They a plumber was working on a toilet and like they hit a wall and there was like 10 G's in
It's
cash.
coincidence. It wasn't there.
Like, just like
Just a
behind
coincidence.
urinal.
That's a clerical error.
Yeah. Who hasn't misplaced
It's-
cash in their
It's
in their
been a
wall?
while. It's been a while since they had to be up to code, so some
Yeah.
things have fallen through the cracks.
You're right.
Literally,
I mean, who knows?
$10,000
Look,
fell
you know
through the
what?
cracks.
In defense of Joel Osteen, that could have been there when the Rockets were there.
Could Joel Osteen?
That's a fact. That could be Les Alexander.
That could be Charles Barkley's like gambling money. Like,
Could Joel Osteen manage these Houston Astros? I don't know that there would be urgency here, but we are
He would inspire 'em.
we are encouraging wrong answers. What is Phil Garner up to on YouTube from Keith?
75 years young for Phil Garner, by the way.
Douglas Posada says Terry Francona, who we talked about. Brad Mills.
Yeah.
Ty
Bo Porter.
Wigginton. Ozzie Guillen. Bo Porter.
bring back the whole game.
he was here in town recently.
Joe Madden.
Hard pass.
Why hard pass? He has
Well,
glasses.
you know what? Actually, you know what? Joe Madden might really work with this front office.
Seems really smart.
Because he wrote an entire book about how much he hates analytics and he hates modern day GMs. So maybe him and Jeff Bagwell will have that in common.
Huh?
Yikes.
Big Poppy as the hitting coach.
Ooh.
Sure.
You tell him how to use steroids?
Hey. Hey. They were all doing it. Todd the Show commented, Martin Maldonado will be the next manager of the Astros with Michael Brantley as the bench coach. Honestly, I wouldn't have hated that going into this year.
You know what? Why not?
I wouldn't have
Well,
hated that.
no,
Can't
because-
be worse.
No, because is Maldi going to retire? He's playing too well.
I mean, why can't
He's
he
playing
just
too well to retire.
why can't he just do both?
So someone screenshotted his Martin Maldonado's stats from this year.
They're pretty bad.
Yeah, he's batting so low that if you blew that number into a breathalyzer, you would not get a DUI. he is batting under the legal limit.
Well, that's good that he's not batting over the legal limit. Oh, boy.
AJ Hinch.
Yeah.
He just got a contract extension.
See, there's a couple of managers that are being suggested, and they actually have jobs as things currently stand.
I could see AJ getting a promotion and coming back. He was a member of the front office for the Diamondbacks. There was a rumor floating around in the offseason before they hired Dana Brown that Jim Crane was going to try to hire AJ Hinch as the next GM.
I feel like I remember that as well. Here are some more answers that are wrong, which are encouraged right now. Gary Busey could motivate this crew.
Okay.
They could. Oh, he had an acronym. I forgot what it was. I'll look it up.
His
Gary
character,
Busey acronym.
the version of Gary Busey that he plays in Entourage, which I believe
incredible.
is real Gary Busey, but maybe it's not.
I don't know, but I want it to be.
That would be a very interesting influence on this clubhouse.
The art scenes with Johnny are so funny.
They are very good. Another text. I think Jeff Bagwell thinks he can manage this team.
Now, I will say, if you're looking for a B with some managerial experience who happened to just resign, Lance Berkman did just resign from HCU as the manager of their baseball team. So,
There we go.
Lance Berkman, next manager of the Astros. We told you first.
He just did the Windhorst thing.
What does that mean?
The Brian Windhorst thing, which for those who are unaware of it, online it's when you hold up 2 fingers and you say, I wonder what that means.
Very interesting. Very
That actually is pretty interesting because I feel like the Letterman jacket,
Bagwell,
Skull and Bones Society that runs the Astros would be 100% open to this.
If we woke up, if we go into next season and it's just like Bagwell, Biggio, and Berkman are just like running this thing, what a time to be alive.
At least they'll be fun. I have some Gary Busey-isms pulled up. They're all just words where each letter stands for a thing.
Okay.
So truth, taking real understanding to heart.
Oh. I think he can lead the Astros.
Fear, false evidence appearing real. That would have been great in 2019 with the cheating evidence.
Would have been great after Joe Espada said that they played really good.
Team together, everyone achieves more. Is he like a high school football coach? And I don't.
I think he has like a book.
Is he like doing this for free for like a consulting firm for high school football coaches? Oh, Gone. Getting over negative energy.
These are great.
Yeah.
One of them's. So
I'd buy all of these T-shirts.
There's ones that's 4 letters, 3 letters, and then he has one relationship. Real excited love affair till it's over. Now sobriety hangs in peril.
That's a lengthy one.
That's so long. Or now, no other way.
These are great.
Feelings illuminated like magic. Film.
That one does not seem to make any sense.
This one's good. Hat. Hiding a toupee. Okay, these are less about baseball now. Oh, the last one. Sober. Son of a bitch. Everything's real.
Okay, so not all of Gary Busey's
Not all of
motivational
them?
sayings work.
Well, it's like 50% of them.
But some do. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join us on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975, on youtube.com/ESPN Houston. We got Pena jumping aboard. Pena, what's up, dog?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Man, look, these guys are cooked, man. The season's over with. What are we looking at? Oh, let's get a wild card. What they're gonna get outed in the wild card. These guys are done. As long as I don't know what's going on with Jim Crane. I don't know if he is taking all the orders like Jerry Jones. He's doing a bad job. He's listening to Bagwell. Man, it's over. These guys are cooked. It was a nice run. It was an awesome run. It was a great run. But these guys are cooked. They're not going to sign Kyle Tucker. They're not going to sign Valdez. It's over. It's over and done with. That's it, man. That's all I got to say. Hey, rest in peace, Larry Allen. Thank you. Have a great day.
Oh, yeah, Larry Allen passed away. Dallas Cowboys offensive lineman during their dynasty years. He was only 52. That was really sad to see this afternoon. But to bring it back here, man, everyone just killing them. I mean, everyone seems out today, and I mean, this is just a byproduct of losing 2 of 3 over the weekend and LaTroy Hawkins making us all fall asleep. This is one of those things where, in totality, I get why everybody's of the mindset of moving on from Joe Espada, because I think everyone wants a head on a spike right now. I don't think that's necessarily going to make any changes happen, but they're making it more and more difficult for themselves right now. And does this wake them up? I don't know, but something's got to wake them up. A manager firing?
I mean, if they're not up yet, then they're never waking up. They're not waking up in 2024 if they're not up yet. They know what's going on. Like Altuve and these guys, they know. The problem is, like, they seem like they don't have answers.
Yeah.
And I don't think they think that firing Joe Espada solves these problems.
Well, it doesn't. It doesn't solve any problem. It's just for the people that want flesh. It gives you a little bit of flesh.
Yeah.
But then you're going to want more flesh. If you give a mouse a severed head on a spike, it's going to ask for more severed heads.
I remember reading that book.
Great children's book.
They're more likely to do what the Mariners just did. That they'll fire their hitting coach first, or a pitching coach first, or both their pitching coaches.
But the hitting numbers, top of the league.
Yeah,
Starting pitching numbers of late, top of the league.
Yeah. Who do you fire?
Can't blame it all on Ryan Presley.
Now, there's 2 pitching coaches. Does one of them work more with the bullpen? That one is the one.
He's on thin ice.
That's a smaller head on a spike, though.
I think Astros fans would love it at this
Just
point.
anyone.
Yeah, they're bloodthirsty.
They should just make someone else. Just fire one of the grounds crew members.
That would suck, though. No, don't fire the grounds crew members.
Hire him back.
Fire the person who's tossing peanuts in section 112. Like,
Get him out of here.
No. We can't do that. Joe George, Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Nick Caserio looking better and better by the day. Quick 10-minute drill next. Last week, we talked about the contract that Nick Caserio, general manager of the Houston Texans, gave to Nico Collins. It's a deal that ages very well and pays Nico Collins on an annual basis top 10 wide receiver money, but it paled in comparison, Joe, to a contract that Jalen Waddle got not too long later. But then today happened.
Woo.
I mean, I'm glad the Houston Texans took care of that Nico Collins contract because the Vikings signed Justin Jefferson to a 4-year, $140 million contract extension with $110 million guaranteed, making him the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history.
Man.
Not talking about a tackle, not talking about a pass rusher or defensive lineman. We're talking about a wide receiver who might touch the ball 12 to 13 times a game. And this guy is now the highest paid non-quarterback in the game. Justin Jefferson is really, really good, Joe George. This is a move that I think has a little bit of a loser tax attached to it because the Vikings are in a spot right now where who knows who's even going to be throwing the football to Justin Jefferson this coming season. But this is a lot of money.
It's a lot of money. And if you look at his stats, like CeeDee Lamb is pretty on par with Justin Jefferson. You have Jamar Chase is coming up. Drew Rosenhaus was doing an interview today talking about Tyreek Hill. Like, you have some big name wide receivers right there that are all about to get paid too. Man, if he's getting $35 a year, $140 million, $110 of it guaranteed, Jamar Chase is for sure getting more than that. I think CeeDee Lamb's going to get more than that.
I don't know. I don't think
or get close.
I don't think that the Cowboys would be able to do that, just given their current situation.
So does he get it elsewhere?
Because, I mean, the Cowboys are still talking about keeping Dak Prescott past 2024. He might get it elsewhere, but I think with Jefferson, I would sign off on it.
Yeah.
With Jamar Chase, who you mentioned a little bit before, some injury issues, I'm not sure I would do it with Jamar Chase. Jefferson, I actually can agree on him being the consensus number one wide receiver in the entire NFL.
Yeah.
We have seen some games that he's entirely taken over. I would go back to that comeback that the Vikings had, and that really fun Bills-Vikings game as well. Some of the catches that he was making in big-time situations, you're like, how the hell did he catch that?
Yeah.
And I don't know why I repeated the hell, but you get what I'm saying.
And if there was a contract where it's not just the next guy beats it, this is probably it. Like if there's finally going to be the trend that stops it of just the next guy gets paid more, this contract might be high enough.
You would think, but then there's Tyreek Hill's contract who is up, and I think Tyreek Hill is going to look at this and say, I'm still the fastest player in sports.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hill's probably the only. Like, I don't think the other two guys, Chase or Lamb,
Really?
I don't think they beat it.
If Chase wasn't on the Bengals,
that's why.
Yeah,
that's why.
But wouldn't you think that they're more likely to trade him?
Who, the Bengals?
Yeah.
They're more likely to trade T. Higgins.
T. Higgins, yes. Jamar Chase, I think they'll try to keep.
You just pay Burrow and Chase, keep those two guys together, and figure it out.
Yeah. I think one of them will beat it. Between Lamb and Chase, one of them will get a bigger contract than Jefferson.
Well, they're also just, like Paul said, like Jefferson is, or should be, consensus number one.
Oh, yeah.
And then there's a pretty, at least like he's in a tier of his own. And then the next tier is those two guys, probably. Maybe if you want to throw someone else in, I'm forgetting. Maybe Tyreek. But those are the only guys that could break it this offseason. If not, we're talking about waiting. And that's where part of it, cap goes up, then it becomes easier because it's the same percent as that. It's just a bigger number.
Yeah, but I mean, look, Nico Collins was the 7th highest paid wide receiver going into 2025.
He's already 9th.
And now he's 9th. And he will be way outside the top 10.
He'll be 11th, 12th by the time.
Because at a minimum, Lamb, Chase, and Tyreek are all going to make more than him.
San Francisco guys, too.
Ayuk. Like, this contract's going to look really good for Nico very quickly.
Yeah.
For the Houston Texans.
Yeah, it already does. I mean,
it already looks good, but it's going to look even better in relation to those guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Because you can start playing the game of, would you rather have Nico at his number or enter NFL player ahead of him at their number?
One of the things coming out of these deals that we're seeing wide receivers get, I understand that, if you get a great wide receiver, you want to keep that guy around. And this obviously backfired for New England at the tail end of Tom Brady's time there. But you're paying a lot of money to a guy who might be getting the football max thrown his way 15 to 16 times a game or something like that. It's interesting the way the league is going. I get it. It's a passing league, and some of these wide receivers are great. But I do think that this is one of those positions where you better have the number one guy to pay a guy like this. And I think a lot of other teams that after this Justin Jefferson deal just happened, I think that they are going to perhaps shoot themselves in the foot by extending a guy because they're going to be locking up a lot of money to one player.
And there's some of it where Justin Jefferson gets this contract. Who's the quarterback of the Minnesota Vikings?
McCarthy, maybe.
It's going to be a rookie.
Yeah.
And who's going to be, when Tyreek got traded to the Dolphins, it was Tua on a rookie contract. So, and Collins getting his deal. Who's the quarterback? CJ Stroud on a rookie deal contract. So there is something where maybe it becomes a thing of the teams that pay these guys this top of the line money are the teams that are getting a bargain at quarterback, and so that's how they can justify where it works itself out in the end. And I mean, you saw it with Tua, you saw it with quarterbacks all across the league. A lot of teams have done this. When you give your young quarterback an awesome wide receiver, he's going to play better. So you're actually maximizing what you're getting out of these young
The
guys.
counter is always, if you name a great wide receiver, most of the times the Super Bowl wins next to that name is 0.
Yep.
And Jerry Rice obviously has a bunch. Tyreek has 1, but Jefferson, Chase, T.O., Randy Moss, like the best receivers of our lifetime, 95% of them don't have Super Bowls.
Some of those guys were real close. Brady, T.O.,
Yeah,
and
they get
there. A.J. Brown has gotten there. Jamar Chase has gotten there. But have they won? Most of the time the answer is no, and it's like this weird correlation. Like is it really mean something? Or I don't blame Randy Moss for not having a Super Bowl. He was on one of the greatest teams of our lifetime, if not the greatest team of our lifetime, and they just didn't win.
Some of it is losing a close game. They lost a close game.
Yeah.
And but on the other hand, you have the Rams, and I mean that Rams-Bengals Super Bowl. Either way, an awesome wide receiver is going to win it. But the Rams really won it because when they needed a drive at the end of the game, Matt Stafford just threw it to Cooper Kupp all the way down the field.
That wasn't nice.
What?
Just bringing up the past.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, 18-1 thing.
At least you have an 18-1
Greatest game
thing
I've ever,
to be,
That's true. You had
thinking
15-1, but you guys actually won the Super Bowl that year.
Yeah, I was also not alive.
You could claim it.
I was -7.
Oh, you had the Devin Hester return in the
You're
Super
right.
Bowl.
You did have that.
I've got
that one moment.
I've had they're up big against the Chiefs one time in the playoffs. And they would have beat the Ravens in the divisional round, and if Matt Schaub was healthy. That's what I have to hang my hat on.
Gallant and George on a Monday. Sean Mapes behind the glass. Joe George to my right. I am Paul Gallant. Yep, that season happened. Hey, a lot of bad vibes with the Houston Astros right now, having lost 2 of 3. I am curious as to how people would describe them as it relates to the postseason. Smoked? Cooked? Also, we might need to give you a deep steel blue pill. Stick around. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Playmate.
That ball's drilled to right field, and that is going to be home run number 2 on the afternoon. Jordan has started the month of June with 2 home runs, and the Astros lead this game 5-0.
Here comes that man again. Air Jordan with his second home run of the ball game, second home run off of Joe Ryan in this game. The Astros continuing to barrel up what Joe Ryan is bringing.
I mean, Saturday, things were looking up. Jordan had 2 homers.
Yep.
You got a home run from Jose Abreu, of all people. I think you had a Kyle Tucker home run.
He did.
I mean, you got lots of bombs on Saturday. You had a no-hitter going into the 7th. And yesterday's Roku TV broadcast just killed all the vibes to the point where I feel like we just repeat the same episode every single day, Joe, finding some way to talk around the idea of the Astros, as the Twitch is joking about, describing them as cooked, smoked, fried, something involving cooking.
I just had a random thought in my head of like maybe Jeff Blum for manager. You know, as we're looking for ulterior thoughts.
Sure.
Next year.
It worked with Pat Riley.
What other words? Sunk. Their postseason odds or
Submerged. Because that means there's a chance they could still come back up. Sinking.
It's sinking. I think sinking if you want to be a little more glass half full. Sunk, glass half empty.
I mean, assuming you don't sink to a certain depth and pressure just crushes you into tiny little bits like that submarine.
How far away are we from that moment of the Astro season? So where the submarine explodes?
We're pretty far.
Oh, okay.
I think that's pretty close to mathematically eliminated. I mean, not mathematically,
or is it
but
just when you're mathematically eliminated?
Yeah, a couple days before you're mathematically eliminated. Okay. It's like, all right, we know how this is going to end.
As a whole, the American League is a lot like that submarine. It's essentially piloted by a GameCube controller from 2003. That's what that submarine was powered by. Anyone who got into that thinking they weren't going to die, my God, what a dumbass you were. Sorry to those dead people, but I mean, you knew it was coming.
R.I.P. But what were you thinking?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, they're all millionaires too.
Yeah,
so
like
it's
this dude is gonna the next guy who's gonna do it. What are you doing?
Maybe exactly.
Yeah, you die. That's on you.
Stick to what you know.
Land.
Piloting a submarine, no. Insider trading, yes. Stick to that.
Also, not to go on a full Titanic tangent, although this is roughly Astros related. Who cares about the Titanic? Like, who cares about seeing that boat at the bottom of it? Like, what's the risk reward of this?
Yeah, what are you gonna find?
I just want to find the guy who hit the propeller and spun really fast.
Say, where are we at in the Titanic movie with the Astros? Have they hit the iceberg yet? Or did they just see the iceberg?
I think they see the. I think it. Did this happen in that movie where one of the, I guess, lieutenants, I don't know, co-pilots, they see the iceberg and they're like calling over the head.
Oh yeah.
The head pilot, ship captain.
But it's not the head pilot who was on watch at the time, and the guy wakes up finding out that it had hit the iceberg. Now, maybe this guy should have been, I don't know, awake at the wheel, and perhaps Joe Espada comparisons can be made
there we go.
to the guy with the white beard.
So we've seen the iceberg, and we're trying to see how fast we can get the coal engine going to make it turn away.
Is Jack in the?
Who's Jack?
The little buggy with the
character
Rose?
played by Leonardo DiCaprio.
I think he's in jail right now.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's Jose Abreu.
It's been a while since I've seen.
So again, like, we're making Titanic comparisons to the Houston Astros and just talking about where they're at. Hit the positive vibes button. We need to get out of this.
Bad vibes alert, man. Bad vibes alert, man.
You know what? There's only one way to literally get it up after just that. Because, every single time I talk about the Astros, I get depressed. Let's hit everybody. Let's hit people with a deep steel blue pill.
Let's go.
Texas
Swarm.
By the way, we found out, in case you didn't know already, what swarm means during Nick Casario's appearance on the Jim Rome show last week.
Oh.
Special work ethic and relentless mindset.
Ooh.
So
Well,
one of
it
those
was an
words,
acronym.
work ethic is 2 words, and I think it's cheating a little bit, but special work ethic and relentless mindset.
It's worth it. Oh, yeah. I
That's
guess it
2
is
words,
2 words.
not 1 word.
I thought it was just a mentality.
Was that no? Is there a hyphen? Work ethic?
Nope.
Ah,
Nope, it's 2 words.
that's tough. If there's a hyphen, you're cheating, but I'll let it slide. They need to get Gary Busey involved. He'll come up with something.
He'll trim the fat.
Yeah.
So, things we learned last week, if you didn't know already, Nick Casario is a massive fan of the Jim Rome show.
Yeah.
Apparently, he and Josh McDaniels used to listen to the Jim Rome show together during their early days with the New England Patriots. So, Nick Casario was in the jungle. Ha, clowns.
Dude, no wonder he loves going on with Pendergast so much. Like that makes so much more sense now why he doesn't sound like a robot when he does those
He
interviews.
actually sounds like he's having fun.
Yeah, because he's probably a Sean Pendergast fanboy. Is what we've realized.
Nothing wrong with that. Normally,
No, I love Sean.
Normally, when Casario is speaking to the media, he's going to give you, for every single answer, about a 500-word odyssey where he says absolutely nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But when he was in the jungle, he talked about all sorts of things, including Nico Collins' new contract.
Yeah, I mean, Nico has been a good player for us here for a number of years. I would say when you kind of look at the arc of his career, where he started, going back to when we drafted him in 21, he didn't play football in 20, so because of COVID and everything else associated with it, and then was a participant in the Senior Bowl and had some traits and attributes that we liked. So we were kind of drafting probably a little bit potential at that point, but he was productive with his opportunities in Michigan, and then he produces a little bit as a rookie, kind of ran into some bumps in the road. I think the big thing last season was just his confidence and belief in himself, his ability to kind of stay on the field. The offensive staff did a great job with him, was able to develop a rapport and relationship with CJ. Nico's a great kid, salt of the earth, everything that we want our program and players to be about. So to be able to reward him with an extension that he's earned, nobody's granted anything just because. So he's earned the opportunity.
Still a long answer.
Long answer.
But
he loves Nico.
And along the way, about as much of a flex as you're ever going to get from Nick Casario.
Uh-huh.
But talking about how since the COVID year happened and how he didn't play his last year, how it was a bit of a project pick. I mean, it was a project pick. Pat yourself on the back.
A little bit of a pat on the back.
He deserves to pat himself on the back.
No, he deserves it. He deserves it. But I will call it as it is. That's a pat on.
Definitely a pat on the back.
It's what Nick Casario does best is identifying wide receivers.
Yes, Dell and I had a conversation about this clip on Friday. How do you feel about him calling Nico Collins salt of the earth? That it just seems like a weird compliment for a 26-year-old.
I mean,
I feel like salt of the earth. You're 40 plus.
Old school mentality.
Yeah.
Likes to
I get that.
Run people over. He's physical as a wide receiver on a position that has gotten less and less physical by the year.
But I think you're physical then. You're not a salt of the earth kind of guy. Salt of the earth, I just think of an older gentleman.
That's because
I don't think Paul, no offense, I don't think you're salt of the earth.
It's a mindset. It's a mentality.
I'm offended by you saying that I'm not salt of the earth.
I think you're hard-nosed. I think you're a grinder. I don't know, salt of the earth. Salt of the earth, that's a football coach is salt of the earth.
Well, not always.
Not always, but that's who it applies to.
You're confusing salt of the earth with salt and pepper.
No, I'm not.
Salt and pepper, older. Salt of the earth means like just a
Paul is salt and pepper.
Just a normal, relatable guy.
No, I just don't. But I feel like it's an older.
Took me a second to hear that. Go F yourself, Joe.
So you want to be salt of the earth.
On the Jungle, Nick Casario with Jim Rome talked about CJ Stroud.
CJ is very prideful. He cares a lot about winning. He's very competitive. Even when we go out in the field in the spring, we have a third down compete period. Like, he wants to win. And when you have that mindset, that kind of trickles down to the rest of the team. He believes in himself. He has a lot of self-belief. So I think those are some of the qualities. Forget about the physical attributes and skills. Like, obviously that is a part of it. But the way you're wired, the way you think, and your just constant willingness to improve and get better, those are what makes you go from good to great. And then you want to see if you can maintain that longevity over the course of your career, understanding you're going to deal with some ups and downs. So how you handle the adversity, how you kind of handle the tough situations, that is going to really tell you a lot about that individual and that player. So we're going to probably see some things this year that we didn't see last year. We're certainly, we're going to face significant competition on a week-to-week basis, but that's this league. So you have to be prepared for that and just kind of take it 1 week at a time. But, CJ's a great person. He's a great kid, cares a lot about winning, has great relationships with really everybody on the team. Whether it's players, staff, operationally, PR, and he's himself. And I think what we try to stress to everybody, just be who you are. Like, don't try to be somebody that you're not, because I think players are smart enough, they see through that. So we're excited about this upcoming season and excited about CJ's growth and just continue to press forward.
Oh, my God. He just can't help himself. He can't land the plane. Even
just talks and talks. Because I do wonder if he doesn't know where the plane's going sometimes.
He's got a lot of gas.
Yeah.
That's for sure. I mean, look, early in that quote, something I wanted to react to, because much like Nick Caserio saw that
early in that quote. So if you still remember what was said 45 seconds ago,
much like with Nico Collins, Nick Caserio saw some potential in him to draft him in the third round. Who was the first person to see C.J. Stroud's winning mindset with the Texans 0-2 last year? That's me patting myself on the back.
That's a salt of the earth kind of move.
Salt of the earth kind of move. Though King of all Twitches says I'm the sweet and low of the earth. What does that mean?
I don't know either.
That's like the fake sweetener, right? Or is that the real sweetener?
Yeah, that's the fake sweetener.
Yeah.
She's calling you fake.
Damn,
that's harsh.
That hurt my feelings, King of all Twitches.
He's calling you a sweet boy. That's what he's calling.
Well, that would mean I'm gay.
That'd be a first.
Cocaine of the earth? Like, that's a similar white powder?
Are we just naming white powders now?
What?
The drywall of the earth?
Yeah.
The popcorn ceiling of the earth?
Joe, executive decision up to you. Do we want to hear Nick Caserio talk about Stephon Diggs, or do we think it's going to take 3 minutes?
I kind of want to save it for tomorrow when it takes 3 minutes.
Let's save it for tomorrow. That's your Deep Steel Blue Pill of the day. Joe George, Sean Mapes by the Glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It is Gallant George on ESPN, 97.5 and 92.5. I don't think anyone wants us to dive back into the Houston Astros. So, in a way, let's piggyback off of this Deep Steel Blue Pill while we're still, up. And react to something that CJ Stroud had to say that's going to have Joe George, I bet, thinking that CJ Stroud loves him some CJ Stroud. Again, stick around.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
CJ Stroud was on the $1 Million Worth of Game podcast. It is a podcast that gets the biggest names out there.
Oh, yeah.
Sports world, entertainment world. That they got CJ Stroud and Tank Dell, I think goes to show you just how big of a deal Stroud is, and maybe Tank Dell is as well.
Mm-hmm.
On that podcast, a conversation was had about the top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL, and CJ Stroud was asked where he would rank himself. Here's what happens.
Oh, no, I'm tripping. Let me go. I'm going.
Tripping?
So, look, final 5. I know what I'm doing, dog. Mahomes, Lamar, myself, Dak.
Joey B.
No, he didn't really play last year.
Off of last
And
year.
then Hurts.
Dak?
Yeah, bro.
Dak?
Dak, that boy. Y'all not gonna say that because he ain't won the big one yet.
You said Matthew Stafford?
Yeah, Matthew, but he was top 5 last year.
Cowboys thing.
Bro, you gonna put Dak Prescott in there over Joe Burrow?
Yeah, I got.
I'm saying off of last year, dog. He ain't play all year. He got hurt.
Well, we can
Burrow,
find somebody.
Burrow, one of my favorite players. I'm out of my game after Burrow a little bit. Like,
Why
me and Burrow got
with
similar
that?
playing styles.
Cowboys. Oh,
Bro,
Eagles and
Dak is that
Cowboys,
dude,
they don't
bro.
like each
What?
other like that? I ain't know all that.
What?
I ain't see. I don't be knowing all that.
Dak tough, bro.
I'm
Dak
just-
is one of the most accurate quarterbacks
Y'all gotta
in
see them
in
this
the
year,
world.
don't y'all?
Yeah, we playing.
Oh my God, the battle
Sunday.
of Texas.
A lot of conversations happening. Joe George.
Underrated. I love that Tank Dell was like, oh, yeah, Cowboys and Eagles have a rivalry? Huh. News to me.
Shows you how little NFL players know.
Joe, last week we played another bit of audio from CJ Stroud, and you said that CJ Stroud loves him some CJ
He does.
Stroud.
CJ loves CJ.
He ranked himself 3rd among all quarterbacks in the NFL.
No, I have no issue with doing this. Like saying you are in that like top group of quarterbacks, saying you're 3rd. Honestly, most of the time I think CJ Stroud has bad takes. Sometimes. This is another example. I know Dak is accurate. He don't win nothing. He's not the fourth best quarterback in the NFL.
4th was too high for Dak.
4th is too high. I don't have a problem with CJ saying he's the 3rd best quarterback in the NFL. Honestly, like, I'm glad he didn't say he was 1st. Actually, I think that's a good thing that he recognizes that he wasn't the best.
Mahomes 1, Lamar Jackson 2, he 3, Dak Prescott 4, and then Jalen Hurts 5. Well, if you're going off of last year, and I get it, Joe Burrow didn't play much of last year. I would still put Burrow in my top 5. If you're going off of last year, you can't have Jalen Hurts up there. You just can't. Hurts was not good last season.
No.
I like Jalen Hurts a lot, but he played poorly last year. A lot of turnovers, wasn't as effective running the football. So that's one that you can't put up in that top 5. Dak, last year, statistically, was top 5. He was.
He was.
I don't know that I trust him in the playoffs still,
Yeah.
and that sort of goes back to why with Lamar Jackson as well. There's going to be some people that would push back on that because both of those guys are known for playoff failures.
Yeah, I mean, Dak he had 36 touchdowns last year, 9 interceptions. He was 3rd in the NFL in his rating, his adjusted QBR. He was number 2. Like his completion percentage, he's at the top of the league. Passing yards, he's at the top of the league. It is probably off last year. Dak is a top 5 quarterback.
No Josh Allen in the top 5 is also interesting to me, and I get it, but it does feel like there's a lot of, maybe not to the same degree as Caitlin Clark hate, but I know online I will see lots of vitriol from black analysts directed towards Josh Allen more than towards any of the top quarterbacks in the game. You can make a variety of different reasons as to why that is. All I am telling you is that is a fact. You will see a lot of criticism of Allen online. I get it partly because I think he's sometimes a little bit too careless with the football. And it did take a while for the Bills offense to get going last year. In fact, they started running the football. And guess what? Josh Allen was a little bit more effective.
And I think that's why people are critical of him, is that once they stopped throwing the ball as much as they were, and they started letting James Cook, really be the key of that offense, that's when Josh started playing better. And also with Josh Allen, I think it goes back to the beginning of his career before Stephon Diggs. It was so bad.
It was bad.
There's some stink still on.
That people still, they can't get that. And then now when they start running the ball more, it looks better again. they look at that stuff as more than the that brutal loss to the Chiefs in the playoffs, the great Sunday night games that he's had, stuff like that.
There's part of it too where his issue is like some of the absolute like berserk YOLO plays that he makes, where those like just stand out and are so like obvious to, if you're watching a game, you're just like, what the hell was he doing there? Where someone like Joe Burrow, like he's about as good as Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow just doesn't have the WTF kind of moments.
Yeah. And it's the run game too. Like, because Lamar gets thing for this stuff too. Whenever you have a quarterback, and Hurts, when you ever have quarterbacks that their best asset is not their arm, it's their legs, those quarterbacks are always criticized pretty heavily. And even when it's not fair. I mean, like, it's a tough spot for Josh Allen. He's not in the top 5 right now for me. Whether it's last season or going into this season, Josh Allen would be outside my top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL.
To bring it back to C.J. Stroud, who ranked himself 3rd there, to you, is C.J. Stroud top 5?
Yes. I'm going to try to take playoff stuff out of this because it does complicate it. I would have C.J. going into the season as probably the 4th best quarterback in the NFL. So it's going to be Mahomes. It's going to be Burrow. It's going to be Lamar because he's won 2 MVPs. Like, I'm going to try to take the playoff stuff out of this. In the regular season, he's nasty. And then I would put CJ as 4 right now. And then probably Herbert 5.
Oh.
I'm still a Herbert believer. I might be last man standing on that hill.
I'll go Mahomes, obviously free space, Mahomes. Burrow, Allen. I'll go Lamar, Stroud.
You have to put Lamar ahead of Stroud.
Lamar has more MVPs than Stroud has years in the NFL. There has to be some like track record nod, and really we're debating 4th or 5th best quarterback in the league. So
and head-to-head, Lamar's got him. He's 2-0.
I forget the order that I put them in last time. So if someone's keeping tabs, just keep in mind that I forget a lot of things.
This is the updated list. You've crunched the numbers, watched some tape. Now here's your new list.
This is my new list after having heard that. 1, Patrick Mahomes. Duh. 2, sorry, Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
Big Joe Burrow guy. 3, I've always liked Lamar Jackson. The playoff thing sucks. And it's got to figure itself out. But he's a good thrower of the football. He doesn't get enough credit for it. I think you got to put Josh Allen ahead of C.J. Stroud. I would say that I think that Stroud's going to jump in front of those two by season's end in the consensus eyes of many. But right now, I think that he's got to still overcome those two. Great rookie season. I'm feeling great about him going forward. Clearly, I feel like there's a lot of Brady-esque qualities that he has in him, except for he is more athletically gifted than them. Do you want to do?
King asked here about Goff. Goff is tough because he's got the Josh Allen stuff.
Goff,
where Sean McVay is telling him to play until there's 15 seconds left.
Wait, with the Josh Allen stuff? What do you mean?
We're like the stink
of the early years.
Yeah, Jared Goff has old stink on him. He is, Sean McVay is telling him to play until there's 10 seconds left or whatever in the clock. He's quarterbacking the ugliest Super Bowl we've all watched in the last 2 decades. But Jared Goff, like what he did last year, if he does it again, he really changes the narrative, in my opinion, about his career. But I can't look past like the end of his Rams tenure and what it first was in Detroit. Like that's why Goff's not in my top 5. There's an argument, I think, for real.
I don't think he's as physically gifted.
No,
I think all the
he's
guys that we
smart.
listed there, like of all those guys, Joe Burrow's the only one where you look at and you realize he doesn't have the strongest arm. But all of those guys that were ahead of C.J. Stroud on that list I put together, at least, are physical freaks. And to what you said with Justin Herbert, Herbert's got a cannon. The thing with Herbert is the consistency is not there. A lot of people are on the same page as you, Joe. There's still a lot of people that have Justin Herbert real estate.
Yeah, and not just with Goff, like not just the arm strength stuff, but I mean, for all of our top 5s, the worst runner was either Burrow or Stroud.
Yeah.
Those are the 2 worst runners. Everyone else is a way better runner, someone who can give you something. Not just, I mean, because they're not running, Lamar's running sweeps, Josh Allen's running like actual sweeps. That's not what Mahomes is doing, but Mahomes can still scramble for on 3rd and 15. He can pick up a first down with his legs, and that's something that Jared Goff, like, just cannot do unless he's being left wide ass open. But there,
and let's be honest with ourselves here too. Okay, like Goff, look, Goff's done well, but I mean, would you take Jared Goff over C.J. Stroud?
No.
Would you take Jared Goff over Matt Stafford, for God's sakes?
Nope.
Yeah, I mean, the Rams literally made that choice.
Right.
they made that choice.
Yeah.
They did that and then won the Super Bowl.
And I give Goff credit. Like he has turned his career around. Look, they literally they gave away first round picks to get rid of Jared Goff. Like they made a decision to bail on a guy, and they were right. They won a Super Bowl with Matt Stafford. Now, does Jared Goff have a better chance to win a Super Bowl this year than C.J. Stroud? Absolutely. I will say yes, because he has an easier path to the Super Bowl than CJ does going through the NFC. Goff
has the best offensive line in the league.
You can like if you want to look at
and Amon-Ra
stats.
St. Brown.
Yeah, the stats will tell you that he is a better quarterback than CJ Stroud. Yes, that is a fact. There is no argument. That is the argument that Twitch is having with us right now.
Yeah,
that the stats will tell you that Goff is a better quarterback. My eyeballs tell me, and all of you who have watched the NFL will tell you CJ Stroud's a better quarterback.
Right. This is like I love it when the baseball people bring the box score stuff in here. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, you're gonna baseball explain me, I'll football explain
At
you.
a certain
Sorry.
point too, with
Come on.
quarterbacks, if a team and a offense, especially an offensive coach, an offensive head coach who's well regarded, absolutely quits on you and is like, this guy stinks. I'm sorry, you're not a top 5 quarterback. If there's a coach out there that's like, yuck,
Yeah,
get this guy off. I have him on my team. Get him off my team.
That's tough.
That's a tough one to overcome and be top 5.
He basically did to Jared Goff what Tony Romo allegedly did to Jessica Simpson outside of Arby's. He just left him on the side of the road.
I don't think I know that story.
Yeah, I definitely didn't know it was an
Tony
Arby's.
Romo just left her there.
Supposedly, that's the rumor.
Oh,
Okay.
The Dallas
Outside of
Cowboy
Arby's?
quarterback dating rumors, baby.
Yeah, and this is like 2007 era rumors too. So it's like no sources needed.
None.
I just needed one person at my school to say it, and I'm running with it.
I just think it's weird that like of all the quarterbacks that the Twitch is going to bring up, they're going to bring up the guy who's like the 13th best in terms of
No,
overall
they're just
skill.
bringing up the good fact because like they're not Texans fans, really.
Well, no, they're. I mean,
and they want to just dump.
But
on
if you're gonna do the box score stuff, like you would do it with Dak or Herbert or like there's other guys with
Or
awesome
Tua.
numbers. Tua has awesome numbers.
Yeah.
Kirk Cousins, Kyler Murray. There's a lot of guys that I would put maybe not ahead of Goff, but there's a lot of questions that we like. I would want to have the debate about Kyler Murray or Jared Goff because I'm not 100% sure
I mean,
the answer.
You know, if we're bringing up total wins, okay. So, like the Lions, yeah, they advanced the NFC Championship game.
Party.
What was the lead that the Lions had in that
20
NFC
something
Championship game?
Yeah.
Oh, was it 24-7 and then they couldn't score the rest of the game? Oh,
Yeah.
huh. Okay. Look,
Fifth best quarterback in
if
the
you
league.
pick one of
you're
these
talking about.
quarterbacks going forward, it's obvious. If you're watching with eyes, which are the two things that allow you to see anything, like you're taking Stroud. I don't get it. Like, hey, let's bring up like the 15th best quarterback in the NFL. I'm just going to continue to move him down the list. Let's bring up like the 15th best quarterback in terms of overall skill and say like, hey, yeah,
Jared
this
Goff.
guy's better than C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
You know, Jordan Love is a better one to bring up too.
Jordan Love, it actually would
Jordan
be the
Love
better
just
one.
had the same
Jordan Love
numbers
is
as
the
C.J.
argument.
Stroud.
Yeah.
Jordan, I feel like
which King made before, but now he's bringing it down to Jared Goff. Again, the
it's
Twitch
just to argue to argue.
it just dumbs down the conversation all the time when you bring it in football. Good God. It is Gallant and George, Joe George, Sean Mapes. I'm Paul Gallant. Stick around.
Before we do that, I want to tell you about our friends at LaBerge. UFC 302 was this weekend. It was a good time. I was at a local establishment watching it. Well, guess what? Sean, myself, I think Brian as well, we'll be watching UFC 303. Conor McGregor, June 29th. We'll be at LaBerge, Lake Charles, watching the fight. They have all the TVs on the inside, but they'll have the patio going. Should still be crawfish season, I believe. So we'll have that going on the patio as well. So we'll have the big TV outside, and we'll be watching the UFC 303 outside at LaBerge. You should come out and join us. 19 betting kiosks on the inside. You can use the ESPN Bet app as well while you're there in Louisiana. It's a great place to go and bet. Lots of great restaurants throughout the casino and throughout the whole property. The pool outside is beautiful. It's an awesome place to go. So when you want to leave Texas and go and bet on your Texas teams, make sure you do it at LaBerge Lake Charles.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
713-780-3776 to call in, to text in as well. You can join on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5. On Twitter, @Gallant says, @Joe George Radio. Some texts. I've never heard a first-year quarterback so arrogant. There will be people that take issue with him. Did he get a king tattoo yet, a la LeBron James? This texter continues, you better hope CJ doesn't turn out like Chukwuemeka Okafor.
Yeah, look. If CJ Stroud has a bad year, there's going to be a lot of people who try to dump on us. Who cares? Everyone in this city that's doing this job and has opinions. Some people are going to be right. Some people are going to be wrong. Some listeners are going to be right. Some listeners are going to be wrong. My opinion, and your opinion, clearly, is CJ Stroud's a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. There's nothing wrong with that. We're not doing it to bandwagon. I love this show. I love our Twitchers. They make me laugh so hard because they're trying to accuse us of bandwagons, but then when I bring up the Bears, like, Joe's a stupid Bears fan. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Why am I pandering?
It is a good point, though.
Like, I'm a Bears fan.
You've never seen good
I'm
football
a
in your
Bears
life.
fan.
That is a knock again.
Yeah.
Stop saying that, please.
Like, I'm a Bears fan.
Okay.
I'm going to be rooting
You're
for the
BF.
Bears.
You're a
week
BF
2
ward.
in
That's
Houston.
what you are.
Like, I'm not biased towards the Texans.
Season tickets. You should have them revoked.
I do wonder how that's going to go over. Probably not well.
Another text. Can y'all please shut up about CJ Stroud before he has the worst season ever? Because this show is the biggest jinx ever.
Why?
Only 2 active starting quarterbacks have a Super Bowl ring: Mahomes and Stafford.
I mean, I was saying this stuff about CJ Stroud when I was not on this show, and he continued to be well, and so was Paul. So I don't think we're a jinx.
Yeah, Paul asked him about his winning mentality when they're 0-2.
Now,
Like Paul has been.
Now, could they be referring to the LaBerge wagers that Sean Bryan and I made?
Still
as
alive.
jinx?
Still alive on that one.
We're still alive.
They just need to win.
Just in case I'm a jinx, I'm not going to bet on the Texans over this year. Just in case. I'm a jinx. I'm a pass. Certain games, maybe. The over on the season, probably not.
I do not trust your judgment here, sir.
Why?
I just don't.
He grew up watching Kyle Orton and Rex Grossman and many other travesties upon football. I'm sure I trust him on this one.
You do? Okay.
Yeah.
CJ Stroud's a top 5 quarterback in the NFL.
I feel like if just going forward, you're looking at it, like you would be looking at him as saying, okay, well, how much better is he going to be year 2 than he was in year 1? And some of the people that are making this very strange to me Jared Goff argument are arguing, well, he's been in the league for a while. But okay, but like if we're gonna have that conversation about who you take, Matt Stafford is the one that I would do that for.
Yeah,
the guy who's like somehow still playing well despite having like 8 back surgeries. But with Goff, and part of it does have to do with earlier in his career. But even if he's 29 years old, do you really think that Jared Goff is going to get that much better? I'm not saying that he is a game manager, but I am saying he is in a situation that until last year, no one was really aware of how good it was. Fantastic offensive line. They found a tight end in the middle of the draft who might be the next great tight end in the league. They have Amon-Ra St. Brown. They have a running back in Jahmyr Gibbs who is Alvin Kamara-esque. They have a lot going for them there. It's not to say that Jared Goff has not been a part of it. He has progressed, I think, great since going to Detroit and since Sean McVay gave up on him. Honestly, kind of an indictment on Sean McVay the way that he gave up on him, but that's me, and I'm not really the biggest McVay fan. I feel like he has his tires inflated a little bit too much. But I feel like if you are being asked to pick between C.J. Stroud and Jared Goff for this season, I would be shocked by anyone who would take Goff over Stroud.
And this is where I think the lack of experience argument with CJ is usually terribly flawed. Like you don't see a quarterback excel to this level and then have a drop off that doesn't have a big reason behind it. Like we've talked about this a little bit before in the past, and I think I remember a texter saying RG3 was an example. Well, look, we watched his knee bend in ways it shouldn't because of the field in Washington. Like RG3 also like egotistically, is a huge part of his downfall. He went into the offseason next year with Gruden and Shanahan and said he didn't want to do any of the RPO stuff that they were doing that was working, and it fell apart. But like Luck was great. Mahomes has been great. Quarterbacks that typically have this level of success in their first year, it continues. That's why, to me, it's fair to put Jordan Love in this conversation. When you see Jalen Hurts excel in his first year, what happens? He excels again. Like, you typically don't start at this peak and then fall off a cliff. Usually you're just bad. Like Justin Fields, always bad. Deshaun Watson, pretty good until everything that happened. Like he had all the off-field stuff and it fell apart.
That to me falls into it's a different.
Yeah.
It's different than the RG3 Andrew Luck stuff, but it is similar where he just didn't play football for a year and a half.
Like you have Russell Wilson, Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott took the job from Tony Romo and never gave it back. And if you were not a believer in that first year in Dak Prescott, well, you were the one that was wrong because he's a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. Same with Jalen Hurts when he got the job from Wentz. You just don't have this much of success in football and see guys fail dramatically after that. Will he have a worse year this year? It's very possible.
He might. Look, the schedule's tougher, but I mean, I don't know how you watched last year with how good he was at making the right throw and not throwing turnovers, not turning the football over. Like, Trevor Lawrence can't even hold on to a football without fumbling it.
Mm-hmm.
Or
he was also awful his rookie year.
I mean, Jared,
but it was. But hey, wait on, hang on a second. I mean, he had Urban Meyer as his head coach. Like that guy gets excuses made for him all the time, and he's in a market that no one cares about. So no one jumps on Trevor Lawrence, who routinely overthrows passes by 10 yards over the middle of the field, because he weirdly, like, even though he's got all the talent, like he'll just completely whiff on passes from time to time. Where with Stroud last year, he didn't turn the football over, and he didn't get sacked. And I mean, that's his rookie season. Like, that's the year where that's always supposed to happen.
You don't like, there are just times when people are good at sports and like it's okay. It's okay to say that Adley Rutschman is the best catcher in baseball. Like he is. Like, it's okay.
That's the name.
Not Yainer Diaz.
Now Todd
He's no Yainer Diaz. Come on.
Yainer was awesome.
Maldonado like, better than him too.
Todd is like he's trying to use Yainer as a comp for CJ.
Baseball.
How everyone gassed up Yainer Diaz last year as the savior, and to his point, like, Yainer Diaz has been awful this year. It's not the same. Like, it's just not. Like, LeBron was awesome right away. When you are this elite at the start of your career, you don't see people, unless they mess up their life, fall off typically.
Look,
that's why there's no reason to believe CJ will fall apart.
He was supposed to have the worst group of weapons going into the year. And yeah, Nico Collins better than probably everyone expected. Tank Dell, steal. But I mean, look at what he made happen with what was considered 32nd of 32 teams in terms of weapons going into the year. Look at the way that he throws the football. Tell me you've seen a prettier ball. On a routine basis, this guy throws a perfect spiral, puts it in the exact right places with the exact right amount of touch, stands in the pocket, old school style, doesn't get pushed off of his position in the pocket like so many other quarterbacks do. Bryce Young, who a lot of people wanted. Bryce Young can't stand in there. Anthony Richardson, to his credit, does stand in there a bit, but a little bit inaccurate when he was. Again, he only was like 3-game sample size last year. Stroud has a lot of old school quarterback traits that have been kind of lost in today's game, in that a lot of these quarterbacks now are mobile and they're going to use their feet to extend plays, get outside the pocket, and make crazy stuff happen off script. CJ Stroud is one of the old school guys who stands in there, takes a pounding, still puts pretty balls up, avoids sacks, avoids interceptions, and to me, it should jump off the screen to you. If it doesn't, I don't know what to tell you. Pay attention this year.
He can go off script with the best of them. Like, he can do everything. I got bad news. Per Alden Gonzalez and Jeff Passan, Astro starter Jose Urquidy recently pulled off his rehab start.
Oh, no.
We'll soon see, because apparently it's been weeks. Still can't see his second opinion.
Chilling.
We'll soon see Dr. Keith Meister in Dallas and could be headed for a second Tommy John surgery. Sources tell Alden Gonzalez and Jeff Passan.
Oh, that sucks.
So that's one.
Christian Javier is the other one.
We wait for Javier news.
Oh, what a rough day for our beloved Houston Astros. Hopefully, they get things back on track tonight against the Cardinals of St. Louis with Justin Verlander on the hill. He is Joe George. I am Paul Gallant. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 on YouTube at ESPN Houston, twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5. Coming up next, we wrap things up with a little garbage time. Perhaps I should be pursuing this person as I continue to run out of options. Don't go anywhere.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Last chance to dance, Gallant and George. I've been told by my mother, me, a single 35-year-old man, that I'm running out of options.
Okay.
And I might have found the one.
Really?
In the world of sports. In the world of sports, this woman, she's gone viral. You know why?
Oh, okay.
Because she's ripping darts and golfing. I am talking about Charlie Hull, a women's golfer who has become a big deal legitimately for just the past 2 weekends.
Yep.
Entirely because while signing autographs, she was just ripping a sick.
Yep, just ripping darts. Just right there.
Got any butts, kid? Here's Charlie Hull talking about something that has happened to her since she became notorious and perhaps the face of women's golf for bringing back the 1980s.
Yeah, it's actually quite funny. I don't know, all over a cigarette, I suppose. But I generally was walking to the range, had my hands full. Someone asked me for an autograph, and I'm not going to say no because I always like signing autographs to them. Just had my cigarette in my mouth, signed it, and then it's gone viral. But I don't know. It's just one of them things. But then it's been crazy. Like the fans have been shouting my name this week. Someone said I've dropped something and handed their phone number in my hand, on a piece of paper in my hand. And I thought it was so funny. It was like, here's my number. Text me so we can figure out where I'm taking out for dinner tonight. I never text them, obviously, but it was just so funny. But yeah, no, it's been a bit of a wild week. Like pretty cool. And I wish the crowds were like this more often.
Smooth operator. Somebody saw her and passed her his phone number.
Yeah. Hey, drop something there.
I think the problem is that, unfortunately, when you're in the midst of a bunch of people getting autographs signed, there's zero chance of this person remembering which of the people you are if you're just walking through it. Especially if the person's saying, oh, you dropped something and it's just on the ground.
Yeah.
Then you have to find that person in the crowd.
You have to be very good looking. And it's like you really stand out. Now, look, they're not the biggest crowds.
Yeah, it's not crazy. That could be a situation where she's like walking from like a practice round back somewhere, and there's just a fan with that in their hand, be like, hey, but miss, you dropped this.
It kind of looks like it's about 10 people around her when she's signing autographs. So, like, if you have an opportunity, this might be it.
I think it was a smooth shoot your shot.
Yeah, it was a fair play.
It wasn't annoying. It wasn't weird. Last night, I was having a conversation with somebody who I believe is actually listening right now.
So
she has a friend, and as we were having this conversation, a man wearing a cowboy hat walked in between both of us.
Nice.
Tapped us both on the shoulders and said, "Excuse me, who is this wonderful woman right here?" with an accent. And me and this girl tried not to laugh as we proceeded to hear him ask her what her email is.
Her email?
I don't know why he asked for her email.
Is he a time traveler?
I don't know.
Even then, like, what?
Did he come from 1883 to 2003 to 2024?
It was pretty funny. Perhaps, guys, I'm a lot like Lenny Kravitz. Lenny Kravitz has not been in a serious relationship for 9 years and has been celibate for 9 years.
Wow.
He says it's a spiritual thing. So I would like to announce that I, too, have been celibate as a spiritual thing.
For 9 years?
Not for 9 years.
Oh, okay.
Not for 9 years.
I was like, well, I was just trying to figure out, like, how similar.
Doing it like 9 rich and famous years, too. That's.
You believe that?
I think I do.
I don't.
What reason does he have to lie?
Like, remember in Entourage when what was the teenage pop star?
Oh yeah.
And she's a virgin in the show. And
Later on, she wasn't.
Yeah, she never was. Come on.
Hey,
it was a way to pump up album sales.
Hey,
but is this pumping up Lenny Kravitz album sales?
I don't know.
Like,
got us talking about him.
What 60-year-old man hasn't had sex since he was 51?
You never know.
Maybe the incels want that. I don't know.
Maybe it works.
Breaking news. There's a new all-time highest-selling Michael Jordan card.
Oh, interesting.
What would you guys guess it went for?
$1 million.
I was just like 1.5.
$2.928 million.
Why?
I agree. Why? Why do people do this?
I don't understand.
It's a very strange collectible.
Yeah.
If you have $3 million to blow on this,
You gotta be real rich.
Well, also like, if you have $3 million to blow on something cooler than
a
than a basketball card, who, other than apparently the people at these auctions, no one can tell the difference.
And then like, the goal, like if you're gonna go into the resale market, you can make some money, right? But you're not, like, your profits are not that big.
I doubt there would be any.
If you're setting the record,
if you're buying it for $3, like, when are you, like, what are you trying to sell this for?
Or you're just waiting until Michael Jordan dies, and then you could
I think so.
flip it for
when
$7
he dies, it goes for $4 million, and you make $1 million.
But that's even 2024 dollars versus whenever he dies dollars. So you're probably actually not making that.
Yeah.
much
So I don't understand. I don't get it.
No, all the collectible stuff. I don't know. Some of it, I'm sure, have fun, but at the high end, what are you doing?
I don't understand it.
Buy cooler stuff. That's what I'm saying. Just buy cooler stuff.
Todd the show says it's just money laundering.
That's probably
like
what it
paintings.
is. That's probably the easy answer. Like the art world. That's what it is.
But wouldn't you rather launder your money in art than in a effing baseball card?
Or I even get wearing like the game worn jerseys. I get that more.
Yeah.
If it's gonna be something that you're like at your rich person parties, like, hey, look at that.
Exactly.
Dude, like I get like shoe, like I get the shoe game, but like a baseball card or a basketball card is so small that like most of the time people most people don't hang them. They're just sitting there.
It's
like
why I never understood NFTs too. It's like, oh wait, do you have a big
What a
screen
shit.
TV that
Yeah.
shows it at all times? I mean, come on, what are we doing here?
Remember when the basketball when people were buying highlights?
The Top Shot.
Yeah, what a waste of money, people.
Oh, the best was the people though that were just insisted that this was going to work out.
Yeah, it worked great, guys.
They got so mad. when they were like,
Congratulations.
wait, why?
That and like Dogecoin.
But the blockchain.
And people say we're stupid.
Mhm.
You're the stupid ones.
Well, I mean, we are pretty dumb, but
I'm not a Dogecoiner, so I feel okay.
But at least we're lovable. And that, my friends, is going to wrap up today's edition of Gallant and George. Big thanks to Sean Mapes behind the glass. Big thanks to Joe George.
Hey, thank you, Paul.
And big thanks to the pettiness of women for allowing us to talk about something other than the Houston Nationals. We're talking about UWNBA. So long. Farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Monday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
What up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it is a Monday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What a great weekend for the Houston Astros. Good, bad, and ugly is how we start the show each and every week. And we always let the Astros dictate what we're starting with based on if they win a series or not. And they lose a series. It's becoming a pattern, Blinkers. Anytime the Astros play a team that has a pulse, that has a heartbeat, they lose that series. Lose this series, fall in the rubber game yesterday. Lots of things happened in this series. We start with the bad and the ugly this week. 713-780-ESPN if you want to play along. What you got?
Oh, I've got plenty. I think the ugly is pretty obvious. The bad is Chas McCormick. I mean, Chas McCormick, since he's come back from his rehab stint, has been downright awful. He just hasn't been good. And when you know that you had a platoon of outfielders that were actually all playing fairly well, and Joey Loperfido gets sent down as part of all the moves they made with Chas and with Abreu. McCormick's 2 for 19, 6 Ks since coming back off the injured list, and he doesn't look anything close to what he was last season.
No, he wasn't even good in Sugarland. He's been
San
bad.
Antonio.
Yeah, I forgot that was one of the spots he did his rehab. He's been bad all year. I do kind of admire that, hey, I know that I'm not performing well, so I'm going to lay down a bunt and beat that out. Like, hey, I appreciate that kind of effort. I really do. Like, I feel bad for him, the Chas McCormick. But it does create a quandary for the Houston Astros because you mentioned Joey Loperfido, the name. And Loperfido's doing fine now that he's back in Sugarland. He hadn't hit a home run yet, but he's still been fine. He's still getting base hits, things like that. Joey Loperfido could potentially start at 2 different positions on this team. First base, we know that. Now, he can't play first base. Well, why can't he play first base? Well, he probably would have made Jose Abreu look bad. People that I talk to that watch him play first base, good first baseman, fine at first base. And Jose Abreu and John Singleton are both poor defensive first basemen. And you're going to tell me that Loperfido, which that's his primary position, grew up playing infield. First base is the second most games he's played at a position in his professional career after he left Duke, where he also played primarily first base. So that's a myth. Like everybody's telling you, well, the Astros don't feel he was ready to play first base. No, he's fine defensively at first base. They didn't want him to play first base because it would make Jose Abreu look bad. It would make it a harder sell to bring Jose Abreu back if Joey Loperfido was playing solid at first base, doing good defensively, doing fine offensively, which he did. Now, the Chas McCormick wrinkle in this thing does cause you some controversy. It does cause you some question because now you have like 2 struggling bats that you need to get going. You need to get Jose Abreu going because they're reluctant to DFA a $19.5 million salary. And then secondly, if you don't get Chas McCormick going, you're really in a hole offensively at 2 different positions because you can play Yordan out there sometimes. Okay, cool. But now who's the DH? Okay, you don't really have a great answer there either. Like John Singleton DH 2 games in which Jose Abreu played first. And like I love the John Singleton story. I'd rather John Singleton be on this team than Jose Abreu. John Singleton's a below average offensive player in Major League Baseball. He's even further below average when you play him at first base, an offensive position, or DH, another offensive position. So you're really looking at 2 holes on this team offensively. Whoever's at first base, and then whoever's in left field or DH in which Yordan Alvarez does not occupy.
Mm-hmm. You're right. And I think that what you said struck a chord with me earlier, too. Look, it was admirable that Chas laid down a bunt because he knows he's struggling, and it ended up turning out. But at the same time, I take that and I look at it from the organizational perspective of whoever the hell is making these decisions. And I think we all pretty much leaned in the direction of the Crane gang. But it's time to stop the nonsense of just trying to force feed us the bad players that are supposedly cross your fingers and hope and look upstairs, maybe possibly could break out of this at some point in time and be better baseball players, and put the best 9 baseball players on the field right now because you are continuing to suck. You are continuing to lose series. And with that, you are continuing to fall deeper and deeper into a hole that looks like it's going to be tougher and tougher to climb all the way out of if you plan on making the playoffs. So change some things for the betterment of the team.
I was thinking about this today as I did some stuff around the house. Like, you're willing to lose some small battles in a season for the betterment of winning the war, right? To borrow a really weird, maybe even stretching, like, analogy here. And Dusty did this all the time. Like, Dusty gave a lot of guys days off when they were 2 or 3 games either in front 2 years ago, behind in the division lead last year, and it drove people crazy. We got to play our best 9. We got to optimize winning and have this sense of urgency. Looking back, I think that Dusty was a really good manager, and there were times when I would get impatient with those off days and things like that. And hindsight 2020, I'm mad at myself for doing that. I trust in Dusty Baker. I trusty Dusty is the shirt that Paul Gallant was wearing today. I'm with you on that. But there's a certain point in the season where that mindset has to change. It's fine if you're leading the division by 5 games in which you're willing to lose a few of the small battles for the betterment of winning the war. But when you're 7.5 games behind in the American League West, in which the Astros are, and the leader of the American League West, Seattle, is actually behind the 3rd wild card in the AL, so it's not like you have the wild card that's really inside either. You're 7.5 out of the playoffs. You're 7.5 out of the division. So when can you eliminate that mindset? Because I'm in favor of we're willing to lose a few small battles for the war. Okay, I get that. In 162 games, you need to have that mindset. Dusty Baker, I think, handled that very well. But when you're 8 games below 500 and 7.5 back and you're 24-32, at what point do you have to stop losing those small battles? Because there are several small battles that are going on right now with this baseball team. First base, you mentioned that. That's like a small battle. Like, we're willing to lose a small Jose Abreu battle if he can revert to who he was in the playoffs, or you just get more information and you move on from him. Left field right now is a small battle. You're getting no production from left field or DH, wherever Jordan's not at, and that's costing you. So you're willing right now to lose the small battle of playing Chas McCormick to see if you can get who he was last year. You're also having to deal with it in the 8th inning. You're having to deal with it right now with Ryan Presley. You're willing to lose a small battle of Ryan Presley, hoping you get him back by the end of the year, give you a better chance to win the war. Even catcher with Yainer Diaz, and yesterday was this first time all year in which Victor Caratini started back-to-back games behind the dish. First time Yainer's had back-to-back days off all year long. So you're losing that small battle trying to win the war. But at what point do you have to eliminate that mindset whenever you've fallen 7.5 games behind in the division?
Yeah, no, and that's what I was going to say, too. If catcher isn't already, it's well on its way to being a battle. And when you start looking at all those battles internally, I've said it and kept reminding everyone, this isn't the years past when Dusty had the luxury of being 5 games up in the division or comfortable enough with a good enough baseball team that he knew, I can give these, I don't care what anybody says. I don't care how hot a guy is. I feel like these are times during the season, these little idiosyncrasies that seem to be basically nothing or frustrate people, but it's going to help in the long run to get these guys where we need to go. And it worked out. They had a lot of success in the postseason, and maybe that was a product of it. But right now, you don't have that luxury. And with each passing game, when you continually let management pick the battle, or you keep putting guys that are lesser thans out there like Abreu, like Chas right now, you're basically putting yourself further and further behind the 8 ball. And it's not a position that maybe anybody's comfortable or familiar with being in, but you've got to adjust. You have to be able to make sure on the fly you say, hey, look, for the time being, Victor Caratini's my starting catcher. For the time being, whether John Singleton or Joey Lopavino, but someone's going to be my starting first baseman. I don't want to hear from Abreu, I feel like I'm really coming out of it. I feel like, good things are coming. How long can we feel like we can be patient while you feel like you're getting it closer to being where you have supposed to have been the entire time you've been an Astro?
I think that's the conversation, is like, at what point do the Astros say, okay, enough of the small battles, we have to win the war? Like, where our war is coming now as opposed to coming later on in the season, which we thought it was going to be. So you have to reevaluate where you're at. Whether you're reevaluating your personnel, whether you're reevaluating where you're at in the standings, whether you're reevaluating who's going to be in the lineup most days, what the depth chart looks like, et cetera, et cetera. That's the question. Like we talked about it last week, sense of urgency. This is kind of the same premise of that conversation, and that becomes the question. When do you have to start doing that? I think you have to start doing it now. When you're 7.5 games behind in the division and you're 8 games under 500, I think that sense of urgency has to begin immediately. And that's why, Jose Abreu hit the home run probably bottom of the week. You understand why Jose Abreu's on this team. Like, people mansplaining on Twitter why Jose Abreu's on the team is insulting. Everybody knows why Jose Abreu's on this team, because he's making $19.5 million and ownership has pride and they don't want to lose out on their investment without exhausting all means to see if he can has anything left. We all know, But there's a difference between agreeing with it and disagreeing with it. And again, 8 games back, 8 games below 500, 7.5 behind in the division. Can you afford to continue doing it if you want to be a playoff team? That's one of the conversations, and then the other 3 we mentioned as well. Left field with Chaz, catcher with Yiner, 8th inning with Ryan Presley. So that becomes the question now. Like we've laid the foundation of this conversation. The question becomes, when do they have to stop doing that? When do they need the sense of urgency? When do they have to put their best 9 out there every single night? I think we're there.
Yeah, and I mean, and the thing is with the precedent that was anti-Dusty, with the way things have gone so far, we saw how long before Pena got a day off. We saw how long Altuve went before he got a day off. At a certain point, every situation is different, and you have to adjust accordingly and realize, hey, if we get back in this thing, and there's going to be times where we can figure it out, where later on down the road, we can get some guys some time off and give them some healthy days off. But for right now, all hands have to be on deck. Everybody has to realize if you have any aspirations of playing in the postseason, sure, we're still not to the halfway point, but if you get to the halfway point and you're still doing this, there's a pretty damn good chance you're going to be so far out of it, you ain't getting back in. So you have to adjust now to try, because it is still not insurmountable. It's crazy with as bad a baseball as they've played. And aside from going 6-1 against the A's, they're 20-34. They're a bad baseball team, and your record says exactly that. You need to adjust, and you need to put your best lineup on the field right now every single game until you start trying to cut into that deficit and play better baseball.
713-780-ESPN. Bad and ugly. We'll get to the good eventually. There was some good. And the Killer Bees are always we're always optimists in everything that we do. 713-780-ESPN. It's a busy show. Mailbag Monday. Good, bad, ugly. Jose Urquidy's going under the knife, it seems. Astros start a series with the Cardinals today. Caitlin Clark's back in the news. Is Alex Bregman back? Lots to get to. But the bad and the ugly, what you got? 713-780-3776. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Blankers is at Pac-Man Joel on Twitter. Brian's at Sag by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It's The Beast on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
All right, good, bad, and ugly. We're on the bad and the ugly still. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. People are sending us their optimistic trades, including Fromber and Bregman. I'm not really ready to entertain this yet. At least not specific names. If we're talking about like philosophy and where they're going to be in July, depending on certain scenarios, I'm cool having that conversation. But you start throwing out like Kobe Mayo from Baltimore and stuff, like I'm not ready to talk minor league prospects and some of these young players. 713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776. Do you think Bregman has done enough in recent days to warrant a trade? Yeah, I mean, he's getting his groove back a little bit.
Yeah, but again, if you're trying to get back into it, don't you need that groove right now? Because you need someone at third base that doesn't disappear like he has all year, that kind of doubles up on how difficult it is that your corner infielders are huge disappointments that aren't helping you offensively. That's why it's so crazy from a fan's perspective. It's either the glass is ready to brim over with being so full that they win a game or they win a series and they're back. And then the minute that that they lose, even if they're losing 1-run games to Seattle or losing, to a winning team like Minnesota, now the sky's falling so fast and so far that you've got to unload everybody right now.
Yeah, I mean, it comes to a line of demarcation. Like, you have to make that determination. Like, you're not entertaining trading Alex Bregman until you've made the decision that you're not chasing a playoff spot. Mm-hmm. And then once you make that decision, then it's okay, well, Alex Bregman's a free agent at the end of the year. We're going to move on from him. And then how much do you want to tear it down? Are you trying to be a contender again in 2025? And we dabbled in this conversation, a little bit last week. I firmly believe, even if the Astros are 20 games back on July 15th, I believe that they're going to trade their final year players, but they're going to think that they can be a contender again in 2025 and won't trade their players that still have a year on their contract. Like Kyle Tucker's a free agent after 2025. This year, next year, free agent. Framber Valdez, this year, next year, free agent. Justin Verlander, this year, next year, if he hits the vesting option, free agent. Ryan Presley, this year, next year, if he hits the vesting option, free agent. I don't think the Astros would trade that second list. Anybody who's under contract in 2025, I believe they would keep, even if they've made the determination that they're out of the playoff race in 2024, with the mindset of we're going to be back in 2025.
I firmly believe as well that they think they're going to be back next year, but I also think that of that list, I think that they would consider trading Presley, but he's got a no trade, so that makes that one difficult. And I think
Presley could waive that, though.
He could.
I mean, he wants to close. Like, he doesn't seem very happy here.
Well, if that's the case, that'd be great. Then I think that even more so they should look to trade him and see what they can get for him. And then from a Verlander standpoint, it's interesting because of the relationship with Crane and because Crane went and got him the last time. Crane really firmly takes credit for going and get him the first time. But I think that he would have value around the league, and you'd probably like to get that contract off the books. But I'm with you. I honestly don't think that they're going to go very far at all in terms of looking to unload any guys that they have. I think because of the guys making the decisions, they're going to look to try and make trades that are going to try and make this team better to keep fighting for a playoff spot this year. And that's what's really scary about these guys in charge. It's one thing to say the difference between the eye test and analytics. It's another thing when you've got these guys that are playing fantasy baseball with big egos that are not going to allow them to accept for 1 minute that this team doesn't have a chance to make the playoffs or they're not going to make the playoffs.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. And I think that when we're going to have this conversation in a month and a week or so, I think that we're probably going to crush the Astros for having that philosophy. There's two different, there's predicting what the team's going to do, and then there is what should they do. I'm with you with your prediction. Yeah, but at the same time, what should they do is completely opposite of that prediction.
Absolutely.
I think we're on the same page when it comes to that.
Well, and I think, Jeremy, the window's open for them, for me to see if they can still turn it around this year in the month of June. I think by the end of the month, when you look at the end of the month, the schedule isn't super tough, but if they aren't closing the gap, if they aren't picking up momentum, if they aren't stacking some wins, then you've got time before the trade deadline, but someone has to have a rational voice in the room that can get to them and say, at least look at things and consider things, because we ain't going anywhere.
Yeah. I mean, I hope that is what happened. Hopefully hopefully they go on this incredible winning stretch, over the next 4 weeks, and it's a little bit of a different story. Maybe they get to 3.5 games back or 3 games back, and it's, a much different conversation. But you do have to entertain the idea of what if it's not? What if it's 7.5 now and 12.5 then? I think both scenarios are in play. That's how helter-skelter the Astros have been. And they've been mostly bad, by the way. Now, their talent, you would expect them to play better, but they're not. 713-780-ESPN. Joe Espada's managing's taking some hits on the text line. Is something that I had mentioned down as well. Presley still having the 8th innings, not something that I love. But then the one that he's getting a lot of grief over was not pinch running for Jose Abreu. Was in the 7th inning yesterday, tie game. He's getting crushed for not pinch running for Jose Abreu. Now, the ball was stung. I'm not sure that anybody would have scored there. That said, that doesn't mean it wasn't the wrong move.
The right baseball play.
The right baseball move, it's hindsight 2020 once you know the result. I thought they were going to pinch run for him there. It makes it especially bad when you know in the back of your mind that if it's a tie game late, you're going to pinch hit, which he did pinch hit for Jose Abreu in the 9th inning anyways.
Altuve, right?
So it's like, okay, you could have just pinch ran for him in the 7th. You're going to have a pinch hitter there anyways. That one's been the latest and greatest when it comes to knocking down the manager, Joe Espada.
I was convinced that that one way or another time was being called and Abreu was called back for a pinch runner. I could not believe that he wouldn't make that move because that's the smart move. That is the baseball move that needs to be made in that situation. And you're right. It's magnified when you pinch hit for Abreu in the 9th anyway with Altuve. But at the same time, make the right baseball play. And you already know that everything's being scrutinized at a very high level. But that's not something that should be scrutinized. That should be what any manager in baseball knows is the right play to make at that time. And it wasn't made.
Yeah, I thought he should have pinch ran. Even if he pinch runs, does the run score? Probably not. So I'm not going to say it cost them the game, but it's another one of the curious moves that Joe Espada has made. I also found it interesting that in the 9th inning, he pinch hits back-to-back guys. He has Abreu, Chaz coming up, pinch hits Altuve and John Singleton. So, okay, yeah, Altuve pinch hit for Abreu. You want to get Altuve up in that spot. But you didn't have to have him pinch hit for Abreu. If you have confidence in Jose Abreu more than John Singleton and more than Chas McCormick, then Abreu bats for himself, and then Altuve pinch hits for Chas McCormick. So yes, technically Altuve hit for Abreu, but you can manipulate who Altuve is coming into the game for. He told us in that moment that he has more confidence in John Singleton because he brought Singleton off the bench to bat for Chas than he does Jose Abreu and Chas McCormick.
And I think that's the difference between the decisions being made before the game starts and then in game when they aren't being the Crane gang isn't able to interject, where Espada's telling you how he truly feels because he is a puppet and he's making a lot of decisions prior to the game based on Jim Crane and his buddies. But during the game, he's got to do what he's got to do. And I firmly believe, like you do, that he believes more in John Singleton than he does in Jose Abreu. But when you look at, the whole thing to me and the whole body of work, it just looks like from the standpoint of Joe Espada, and I kept saying, look, the injuries, the players got to play the game, but he just seems to be kind of outmatched. He just seems to be like he's in over his head. And even the post-game press conferences, again, when he's talking about guys, I mean, Chaz is as bad as he is, and he's saying, I see him, he's close, he's coming out. I just feel it. I mean, he's trying to pump him up. I mean, everything is a positive, not a negative. And at a certain point, you got to call what it is. You don't have to be Ron Washington, but you have to at least say, hey, look, we're scuffling right now. The team is scuffling. Our guys are scuffling. We're trying to find ways, and we're looking for anything that can snap us out of it. But don't keep telling us that there's sunshine and rainbows when it's a whole lot of the opposite.
Yeah, I don't really care about press conferences, though. Like, I know I hear where you're coming from. I just don't care what a manager or a coach says. Like, I care more about action. Like, what maybe he's not going to throw him under the bus. Like, he's got to be like supportive in a way. I don't really care what Espada says press conference-y in terms of like my opinion of him as a manager because they're all going to lie through their teeth. They're coaches and managers, but it's the actions to me from Joe Espada that I've seen after 56 games that are like. I think
it's almost like
they
he's
got it
covering
wrong
for Chaz though because he keeps
He
putting him in
definitely
the lineup, so that's why he's like overdoing it to the point. We get it, all right. You're going to keep throwing him out there, but it doesn't mean it's the right move, and you can't hide the fact that he sucks.
He does suck right now. There is no doubt about that. 713-780-ESPN 6030. I bet y'all still think Yiner's the catcher of the future, too. Guy can't catch to save his life, and sure as heck can be a consistent hitter. One of the worst approaches to the plate every at-bat. You must have missed last week's show when we were saying that Victor Caratini should be the starting catcher for this team, and then me on Twitter at Jeremy Branham, where I've been exposing Yiner Diaz's poor framing and
Can I take it a step further?
terrible ability behind the plate as a catcher. We even called him a tweener last week. So where you been, 6030? I know you've been here because you were texting.
Because we did talk about this, I was going to see if you saw this, but I was going to wait to bring it up as one of my nitpicky bads. In the Blanco start, in the inning, in the fifth inning, that was an 8 foul ball at bat.
Yeah,
he had 2 foul tips that were in the glove. He dropped. The second one was blatantly in the middle of the mitt, and he drops it, and on the next pitch, a 2-run bomb. And that could have gotten Blanco through at least 5. And I'm like, okay, it's one thing to say the framing, and that has been a problem.
That's unlucky, though.
But I went back and watched. There was one of the other at-bats recently with there was like 14, 15 pitch at bat. And actually Blanco had 2 different circumstances like that. There were multiples where he could have – there were multiple plays for him to be made off of tipped balls. He's not catching those either. I can understand it if it's a chance play. It goes right in the center of the webbing of the catcher's mitt.
I can't ever blame a catcher for not being able to catch a ball that's tipped. Like it ricochets, it's moving at a different, it changes the trajectory.
I said it was nitpicky, but
I think it's super nitpicky. That stuff's usually pretty random. Whenever you're trying to catch,
it stands out more when the next pitch is a bomb too. It's just like I'm like, oh come on,
you're that far from getting out of the inning. Now I do remember that specifically. It's just tough for me to blame a catcher on a tip ball. Like I mean, that's luck. Like you can't move the glove all of a sudden. But
that's what I'm saying. He didn't have to move the glove at all, and it went right into the center of the glove, and it's almost like he didn't close it, and then all of a sudden it just kind of dribbles out. And I'm going, oh, my God. And I'm thinking to myself, please don't let that come back to haunt him. And on the very next pitch, he gives up a bomb.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. A couple more bads that I had. Yiner was on my list, even though the texture kind of took the steam out of there. We'll get to Presley later. Chaz, Espada. Any bads for you, Brian, that we haven't brought up?
Jake Myers didn't have a good weekend. I think he was 1 for 11 for the weekend. Overall, obviously, he's had a really good season, but another bad spot and overall bad weekend.
Yeah. Crane signing a rookie manager to run a World Series contender ready to win is insane. Can you imagine his management decisions in a playoff atmosphere right now? I think that's a fair point. Thank you, Dusty, says 2920. You're probably right. All right.
I was critical of Dusty, too, and on a lot of things. But
I think he's talking about Yiner. Remember whenever he's talked about Yiner and he said, we're going to thank him yet?
Yeah.
Thank you. You're right, Dusty. You were right. Another one for Dusty where you were right and everybody was wrong.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. I was critical of that one, too. And then remember, Yiner had the emoji with the palms in the air, kind of shrugging at the time. Like he even responded to it. And right now it looks like, Dusty probably was right.
713-780-ESPN. We'll get into a couple of the goods. Also, I think I'm out on the Astros again. I think I've been teetering. I've been in, I've been out. If they win tonight, I'm probably back in again. But I think I'm out on them. I'm out on the Astros again. Why shouldn't I be? And there's a couple of goods from the weekend as well. 713-780-3776. The Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, right now, a word for Allstate Siding and Windows. Allstate Siding and Windows, best in the business, here locally in Houston, and here to help Houstonians. They've been in business for almost 50 years. They're dedicated to Houston sports teams, ESPN 97.5, and all of Houston. And they want to make sure that you deal with them because they are the experts at their field, and their field involves so much. It could be doors, but more importantly, it's windows, it's siding, it's all the things that help you to put that hard outer shell to protect your biggest investment, which happens to be your house in most people's cases. And the fact is that Mary is Mary and her brother and a family-owned operation. Mary keeps the headquarters and everything going back at the office, and her brother gets out there. He came to my house. We just had our windows replaced, and he came out, explained what we should be looking for, the brands we should be considering, the reasons why, and it was a no-brainer for us. We did it, and we are so glad that we did because, first of all, the curb appeal and the overall appearance of the house is greatly upgraded the minute that those windows are put in, but the more important things that you really care about are the ability to be resistant to hurricane winds, the ability to keep the cool in the summer and the heat in the winter, and the fact that you can really do a bunch to reduce your energy bills by up to 40%. And you could consider a job in which Both are involved. Siding and windows. The siding, you don't have to do all the painting and the staining and all the maintaining. The siding is rough and rugged and tough and protected. And they can do it all for you. And the great thing is they'll come to your house and tell you exactly what they could do for free. They'll do an estimate. They'll walk you through it. We'll see if it's right for you. 832-204-1936 gets them to your door to tell you how they can help. 832-204-1936. They have all kinds of specials going on right now. 30% off all windows, $2,500 off a complete siding job. Just call them for the free home estimate. It costs you nothing, and you can learn really quickly how they can help. They are great people doing great things in Houston. Check them out today. Go to allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
You found the Killer Bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Yeah, I think I'm out on the Astros again. Why should I not be out on the Astros? 713-780-ESPN. We'll get to that after our goods. What goods did you have from the weekend, Blankers? Try to look for some positivity.
Well, for the most part, I think from the pitching perspective, the starting pitching and the majority of the pitchers were very, very good. I mean, Blanco is the one of the three starting pitchers that you can say wasn't a great start, but at the same time, like I said, if he's able to get through that fifth inning and avoid that two-run bomb, he's kept you in the ball game, and he was competitive. He threw a lot of pitches. But when you look at what Brown did and Fromber did, they kept you in the game. They gave you a chance to win. They gave you quality starts. They did their job, and that's something that has been very consistent lately, that the starting pitching seems to be getting better and giving you better starts.
Yeah, the Blanco start was annoying. They just kept fouling off pitches after pitches after pitches. Rocco Baldelli even mentioned about like how he loved his team's at-bats and that Blanco was really good. Just couldn't, like, he was just a pitch away, like a bunch of different times, and especially the one that led to the home run. Fromber was great. Fromber was great in the middle of the series. Carried a no-hitter deep into that game. He was fantastic. That was good, Fromber. That was great to see. And then Hunter Brown was mostly good yesterday. I agree with you. He gave up. He had a little bit of trouble with the long ball, which he doesn't usually give up long balls. He's more of a ground ball guy. But, yeah, they got to him with the home runs. But still, 3 runs over 6 innings, you would take that from Hunter Brown.
No doubt. And when you think about it, this is what makes it so maddening to your point about whether you want to throw in the towel or not yet, is because you beat their best pitcher. You beat one of the best pitchers in the American League on Saturday, and one of your best pitchers has settled back into being a very good pitcher again, and you showed that you are capable of competing with a good team, with a really good pitcher on a game like that, and you won it convincingly, and yet you lose the series, you find ways to lose, and that's what makes it so maddening.
Yeah. Jordan was really good this series. Hit the 2 home runs in the middle game. Jordan was he's fine everywhere except for the power. He entered the game where he hit the 2 home runs with a 15-game on-base streak. He closed May with a 15-game on-base streak. So he's been helping offensively, just hadn't hit for a whole lot of power. Hit a couple of home runs in the middle game against Minnesota, the one that they won 5-2. Hopefully he's heating up because I think he can carry a team. 282 average on the year, 831 OPS. You would expect a higher OPS. He's been fine everywhere but slugging. The slugging has, for some reason, not been there for Jordan Alvarez this year, but he had a couple in the series. And then Bregman. Bregman's heating up. That way you can trade him for something come July.
Yeah, I had Yordy and Breggs on my list because of the fact that it's nice to see Jordan getting back to where we were always accustomed to him being, and Bregman, again, looking like here's another chance for him to kind of save and resurrect his season because he's been consistent. He's getting big hits. He's getting home runs. The power seems to be back. Those are all encouraging signs from an Alex Bregman. Now, can he maintain it? Can he keep doing it, or is he going to fall off a cliff again?
Yeah, fingers crossed on that. Any goods, Brian?
Seth Martinez had another good outing on Friday, and it was a losing effort, but 2 scoreless innings, and his season's been really good. And then Josh Hader, got the save on Saturday, and going back to, I don't remember what day it was in April, but going back to late April, he's only given up 2 earned runs over that time. So he's really starting to round into form and get his ERA to go closer to what you would expect from him over the long season.
All right, why should I not give up on the Astros yet? 713-780-ESPN. Alex says, Brian, I'm throwing up the white flag again, LOL. I'm an impressionable young man. I teeter. I go back and forth. Some days I'm in, some days I'm out. Right now I'm out. I'm out on the Astros. Why should I not be out on them? 713-780-3776. Can you guys talk me off at all? At all?
Well, I started with the fact that you take a look at their games, though their record is awful against, the anybody not named the Oakland A's. But when you look at what they did against the first place Mariners, when you look at what they did against a good baseball team in Minnesota, they were at least competitive. They lose 1-run games in Seattle. They're hanging in games. Like I said, you beat one of the best pitchers in the American League on Saturday, and you did it with 4 home runs. You did it in a very convincing fashion. So they keep showing you reasons why you should stay in. And then when they find ways to lose in the 8th inning or blow a lead or blow a save or let it slip out through their fingers, it makes it more frustrating, maddening, and you wonder how. I mean, I find myself asking the same question, going, how long can I continue to believe they are going to figure this out, no matter how good their roster seems to be on paper, because they find a way to piss you off more times than you are pleased with the way that they got a win.
Yeah, nothing there talked me into to not jumping off the train when it comes to the Astros, because they'll beat Joe Ryan on Saturday, but then they'll lose to Simeon Woods, Richardson, or Richards, whatever his name was yesterday.
Houston kid, I found out. Huh?
Yeah, he's from, I forgot. Yeah, he grew up in the Houston area. He played high school baseball in Houston, but I can't remember. It's on the tip of my tongue. Can't remember where he played. Any reason that I shouldn't jump? I know Brian's been already.
No, yeah, I'm not going to give you a reason why. I think they're done. I mean, we're talking about all and Joel's right. There are a lot of reasons to say, like, hey, the pitching's gone pretty well. A few guys are hitting, and there's a lot of things to point to that are going well that, when combined with maybe guys returning from injury or other guys getting it going, could result in a little bit of a run. But we also have to look at the other side of things that have gone really well that could be prone to regression. Jose Altuve, Jordan Alvarez haven't spent any time on the injured list. I would expect Ronel Blanco over the course of the season to regress to, an ERA, mid-3s. There's just things that we're seeing right now. Jeremy Pena for a long stretch of the season was hitting, like 315, 320. That's going to regress down a little bit as well. I think there's as many things as we could point to that could turn in their favor. There's as many things to match that we could point to where there's an area for regression. So 7.5, 8.5 back. No, I'm out. I don't think they're going to make it.
And I haven't thrown in the towel yet, and I've been trying to be positive, and I should be the guy trying to convince you of all these things. But the thing that is the variable now that has shown that it's even stronger than I thought it might be previous is now you've got the meddling of the Crane gang and Jim Crane and the guys that he hangs with more than trying to win baseball games. To me, it just has become very clear that your general manager and your manager are basically just front men for the guys behind the scenes, and the guys behind the scenes don't have a sense of urgency. They don't seem to be concerned with the fact that they need to put their best lineups out there. and no matter how good the pitching staff has gotten to be, not named Ryan Presley.
What is your best lineup, though? Because you keep saying that. What is your best 9?
To me, you know what? Whether you figure out what you want to do at first base or not, it's either I would put Loperfido at one of those two positions. I would have him somewhere where he gives you a better offensive chance than the guys you're throwing out there. So, like you said, wherever Jordan is, then if Yiner has to be your DH and Caratini is your catcher, and then Singleton's your first baseman, so be it. Or Loperfido is your first baseman, so be it. But those are we know that Jake has solidified center field. We know Tuck's going to be in right. So if you say that Jordan's going to be in left, then I'm gonna put Yiner at DH, and I'm gonna put Caratini at catcher, and I'm gonna put Loperfido at first base, because
a lot of games for Jordan in left.
I know lately there's been a lot of games. So if you so switch it up then. If you want to put Jordan at the DH, then I'll put Loperfido in left. I still would like to put Caratini catching more than he's catching, though I understand, we got to get Yiner right, and he's going to be a big piece. You got to get him in the lineup. I get that, and they can platoon, but that's my best 9. That's a 9 that's better for me than what they keep trotting out there trying to convince us is going to be a lineup that's going to win baseball games consistently.
Yeah, I just don't know if it's good enough. Henry, you can't be out on the Astros because they're the best team in Houston. I don't think so.
Are they?
I don't think they are the best team in Houston. I think since when would be last year? When you were like deep into the playoffs, but then once the Texans had a strong year.
Okay, I'm mainly looking at
since
2024.
When would be, they haven't been the best team in Houston this year. No. I mean, the Astros had been the best team in Houston of the big 3 for a long period of time. The Texans probably, I don't know if they passed them up by going to the divisional round, but the way that the Astros have performed this year they're not as good as the Texans have been. The Texans are a better team right now than the Astros are.
This tailspin and rut that they have had going since the start of the season has turned the tables completely to kind of reset the whole deck and say, looks like going forward, it's Texans. And then the Astros, again, is it salvageable? Is it salvageable next year? But they still have enough talent to where they should be winning baseball games. And the Rockets are getting better, but they haven't made the playoffs yet.
Yeah, I have to go. I would go Texans, Astros, Rockets.
Me too.
In that order. 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line 2920 says it's destiny. Eventually, destiny runs out. Maybe it's been destiny all these years, but it no longer is. 713-780-3776. Astros lineup is out today. It does kind of resemble the 9 that you said, mostly.
No Joey.
What's that?
No Joey.
No, yeah, of course, no Joey. Altuve, Tucker, Jordan DHs. Bregman, Myers bats 5th. Pena bats 6th. Singleton at first. Yiner catches. Chas McCormick in left. So, no Abreu. Cool. I'm tired of seeing Jose Abreu. I don't love that Caratini's not catching again because I love Caratini catching more than I like Yiner. Chas is struggling, but you got to pick one guy who's struggling that you got to play out there. Maybe you could have went with Dubon. It is interesting they moved Pena down to the 6th spot, but Pena, like Brian said, has been reeling. It seems like that swing and miss at sliders out of the zone is back when it comes to Jeremy Pena. So a spot of moving him down to the 6th spot behind Jake Myers tonight against the Cards.
Interesting. I watched the Cardinals last night, and as bad as they started off, they're not a bad baseball team, and they're going to give you a handful tonight. So it's going to be interesting to see how they play. I really believe that in the next 2 weeks, I don't know if I can even wait till the end of the month of June, but you're going to figure out real quickly here in the next 2 weeks if they have any chance at all or if it's over, because these are the kind of teams they're supposed to be beating.
Yeah, I'm interested to see Mason win.
Oh, boy.
He's from Kingwood.
Is he really?
Yeah, I went to Kingwood.
He's got a cannon of an arm.
Livable Forest.
And did you see he almost won the game. They ended up winning the game, but he hits a bomb last night with 2 outs in the 9th inning that goes over the foul pole. And every replay, and even ESPN said, first of all, they go, it was clearly foul. And then when you look at it, you can't tell if it went over the pole or in front of the pole. And they were like, we're not sure. And then the umpire called it foul. They ended up winning in 10. But he crushed a ball down the left field line.
Yeah, they got some Houston ties. They have him who went to Kingwood. They have John King, lefty, who's a U of H guy. Go Cougs. Matt Carpenter, Elkins.
Yeah.
And then Goldie, who went to Texas State, but prior to that went to the Woodlands High School. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Are you more excited for the offense or the defense when it comes to the Texans? It's the Beast on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
It's football time in Houston. Did this make it with the new marketing for the Texans? With the new new kits and their new marketing
I don't think
scheme?
it's going anywhere.
Is the song sticking around?
I don't know for certain. I can't see them getting rid of it.
It better?
Well, the only other time they tried another song, it was even worse. So until further notice, this has to stay.
I like football time in Houston.
It's fine. It was
You
better
like
than
it?
what they tried in the interim.
What don't you like about it?
I mean, everything.
You don't like a little Clay Walker?
I mean, drive you smooth too. He can drive you smooth, I'm sure. But
Did he sing that song?
No, that's his line when he yells at his bus driver that they caught the audio on.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember you telling me that.
Nuts. Yeah.
Drive you smooth.
It's a bit much. I think they could do a lot better, and I think that it ran its course. I get it when they first started the team and everything like that. It fit, and the whole Clay thing, part of it, great. But man, it's past its prime.
Yeah, I like it. Maybe they could use it a little bit less. You don't remember what the song it was? Whenever
I don't remember the name of it. It was mid 2000s, and they debuted a different song. Like I don't know, maybe it was 06, 07. It was universally hated, and they got rid of it like 3 days later.
Funny.
They put it up on the website for people to hear.
Did Chance McClain do it?
No, I mean doubt it. But yeah, I don't even remember what it was called. I'd have to Google it, but it was awful.
I mean, Chance did a studio session with Cal McNair back in the day.
I know. Yeah, he had a lot of cameos in that song.
Yeah.
And then he did the Yao Ming song.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, which, I mean, that was a great song. I love that song.
Van Gundy killed it.
He killed it?
Yeah.
He didn't like it?
He doesn't like any self-promotion of any individual player, and
That
the
makes
minute he
sense.
heard it, he crushed it.
Yeah, I guess it does make
He couldn't prevent the Yao movie from coming out, though, could he?
No, but he had a rule, like the marketing department did the billboards and everything like that, and right before they were supposed to go up, he goes, nope. If they don't have at least a minimum of 4 to 5 players in every picture on every billboard and ad, it's not allowed.
That's funny. All right, so 713-780-ESPN. The coordinators talked last week. So did Nico. So did Joe Mixon. I mean, they didn't really say a whole lot. Joe Mixon said he's excited. He thinks the defense is good. He thinks the offense is good. Nico Collins says he's very grateful for getting his contract extension, and he's a team player, is going to work hard, and, the standard stuff you hear from players. But want to go back and forth on this, and we'll answer the question at 4 o'clock. And Hive, you follow along as well, 713-780-ESPN. I want to go back and forth between Slowick and Burke because I think that the offense has, the capabilities of being, I think they have the capability of being a top 5 offense. I think the defense can be a top 10 offense. So in the back of your mind, ask yourself which side of the football is going to be better for the Texans. And then let's see if Slowick, offense coordinator for the Texans, and Matt Burke, defensive coordinator, for the Houston Texans, sway that at all, or they move the needle for you at all. Here's Bobby Slowick first talking about the personnel and having upper echelon players on this offense.
Our job is to take advantage of what they're elite at. How do we make sure that what fits them gets shown to the world and showcased, and we get a chance to use that in the pass game and in the run game. And I mean, we got a quarterback that really gives us no limitations in that regard. We can do all kinds of stuff to make sure that, whatever we're calling and however we use guys, we're making sure that they're doing their strengths. And that's really what it all comes down to.
No limit soldiers, the Houston Texans. They move the needle for you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think so. But I'm already very, very, very excited about this offense. But I would think that with the offensive mind that Bobby Slowick has and the fact that there were plenty of times last year that he was limited by the weapons that he had to use, I expect to hear that every day because of the fact that he's got so many upgrades going on.
Okay. First off, I like what he said. I don't like how he says we're trying to get the players in the best chance to have success. I'm very nitpicky here. I wonder if she would have said the team the most chance to have success. Like he's like, my job is to make sure all these guys eat. No. Your job is to make sure the team scores a lot of points. Are those things? Is that correlated between the two? Not necessarily.
No, but can I make you feel better about it?
Yeah.
Maybe it means that he won't let Tank Dell block.
I hope. I don't know.
You want to put him in the best position
to
succeed. His best position would be anywhere but blocking on the goal line.
Yeah, I completely agree. He needs to stop doing that. Yep. Do I think he will? I don't know. I hope he does.
I think they learned their lesson.
And a little bit was Tank Dell. Like, hey, I'm going to go help my team. Like, Tank needs to have a little bit of reservation there too. I understand that. I agree with that. So that was slow. It's good. Like, yay, no limit to this offense. That's what we want to hear. Yay, good, fantastic. Now, the pushback I wanted to have on you though is when were they limited offensively?
Well, when you towards the end of the year, when you were down on all the receivers, when you had guys out, Nico I think had been out. You had lost Noah Brown. I forget there.
I thought you were talking about the playoffs when they didn't have Tank because you still had a
You lost
$24
Tank, you
million
lost Noah
receiver
Brown.
and you still had Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the fact that when you can go across the board with your running back and all your receivers and tight ends, and you've upgraded, I think heavily. I think that opens up the playbook even more than trusting those guys to make plays like Noah Brown or like Mechie or guys like that.
Okay, here was Matt Burke talking about Danielle Hunter because the Texans' defense added some players as well. He thinks they can be even better with Hunter can be even better in this scheme.
We think that Danielle obviously a history of success rushing the passer. We think that hopefully playing in this front and stylistically can even enhance that. And partnering him with Will and the other guys we have rushing, we're excited about kind of seeing how that comes to fruition. And
I think Matt Burke might be talking a little bit. A little Dana Brownie for me there. Is Danielle Hunter going to have 16.5 sacks this year?
I don't think so.
That's lofty. I would go under 16.5.
I think when we were talking about it previously, you could see that 4 guys could be flirting with and around double digits, but I don't think that one guy is going to have 16.5, 17 sacks this year.
I think that's too high. I don't think that Danielle Hunter is going to have a better year, even if the scheme is better than what Minnesota did. So I think that was a little bit of a hyperbole from one Matt Burke, who's kind of the defensive coordinator of the Houston Texans. All right, back to Slowick. This is where he starts talking about the team a little bit more, which is good because I don't care about fantasy football numbers on the Houston Texans. I want victories. I want wins. No limits on how this team can win.
If we feel like we got to throw the ball deep to win a game, we could do that. If we got to throw it short to win a game, we could do that. If we got to run the ball 40 times to win a game, we feel like we could do that. So it just enables and empowers all of us to really do whatever's necessary that given week to beat the opponent in front of us. And everybody on our offense and really on our team right now is all in on that, and that's what's making this really fun.
Okay, I like that better from a team approach. That said, I don't know if you can run the ball 40 times with this team.
Just Joe Mixon. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the first thing that caught my ear was he was adamant about if we got to throw it deep or we got to throw it short. And then not that there was a long pause or anything like that, but he kind of had a little reservation when he said we got to run the ball 40 times.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you get out to a huge lead and then you sit on the lead. Now, I do think this offense is versatile. It's versatile because you have 3 really good receiving options before you even talk about Noah Brown. Maybe John Mechie can have a really good third year, with his recovery. And then some people think that the running game improved with Joe Mixon over Devin Singletary. Pierce is still around, but Pierce was here last year and was a scheme misfit. And then you drafted Jordan, the rookie. So I do think that you're versatile. I do think you're more options. I doubt you run the ball 40 times a game and win.
I personally think there's still that room is not solidified for the year yet. I still think they're looking around and they're looking for depth and they're looking for a potential number 2.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they do that maybe in some of the June cuts or if anything comes open from waivers. All right, here. So did that move the needle at all for you? Not really.
Not more than I'm already where I'm at.
All right, so versatility on the offensive side. How about versatility on the defensive side? Here was Matt Burke talking about how they want their defense to be versatile.
At all levels of our defense, one of the things, it's just part of what we do. We try to be multidimensional to bring guys in, say that can rush inside or outside. Danielle rushed inside some last year and stood up and moved around. Corners that can play inside and outside, safeties that can drop down and cover, all those things, the more interchangeable parts and multidimensional talents you have, then it unlocks a lot of those things. So I don't think we're at a point in the year to say this is how we're going to do that, but all those options are on the table, I would say, John.
I like multidimensional. I'm a fan of that. I don't know if the Texans really did a whole lot of that last year. They tried. They used Will Anderson in the middle a little bit in some pass rushing situations, but then they got away from that. They weren't moving around there. They never moved Derek Stingley around into the playoff game against Cleveland. Their nickel corner was always their nickel corner, whether it was Tavier Thomas early in the year, whether it was King late in the year. Your safeties were the safeties. In terms of position flexibility, we really didn't see a whole lot of that. Now, maybe they do want to be that. They just couldn't do it in year 1 of D'Amico. Maybe so.
Yeah.
Maybe so.
That's what I was thinking when he said it was the fact of the matter is it was all Grenard and Will Anderson on the pass rush side for the most part last year. Yeah, Rankins gave you something inside every now and then. But now when you add a dynamic guy like Autry to the other 2 guys with Hunter and Will Anderson, you can come at it from a totally different perspective of being able to stunt and do things and move guys more because you have more talent.
I think they'll be versatile on the defensive line. I think Nico Autry is going to be the big factor there, quite frankly. Now, there's not going to be a whole lot of snaps for him to have outside, quite frankly, but I think he's very versatile. When I look at the linebackers, I think they're going to run a lot of nickel. So you're looking at Alshire, you're looking at Harris. I don't see a whole lot of position versatility there. Now, Lassiter will be interesting if they think he's capable of being a boundary corner. I don't think Okudah or Henderson, if they start as one of your boundary corners, they're not really moving inside. And then Petrie and Ward really aren't moving around at all at safety either. So I don't really know what Matt Burke's talking about here, other than the defensive line.
Yeah, no, and again, health is such a big concern when you're throwing Ward into the mix and counting on him. But I like the fact that Alshire is going to give D'Amico a weapon that seems to be still in his prime, that is probably going to be more effective, that he can do some things with. But you're right, I have question marks about the secondary and the corner situation and both safeties, because quite honestly, Petrie's got to get better and get back to where he was too.
Yeah, his production wasn't very good last year. He's obviously going to be a fixture at the top of the safety depth chart, but he wasn't that productive. Alshire, I'm very interested about. He's going to be the green dot guy, based on everything I'm hearing, too. He's very cerebral, they say. Hopefully. All right, 713-780-ESPN. So hearing that, maybe we'll get to some more in a second. But are you more of the belief that the Texans will be better offensively or they'll be better defensively? 713-780-3776. Texans are an offensive team or a defensive team? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Ladies and gentlemen, before the break, I want to give you guys an opportunity to consider bull shirts for anything you got going on, whether you got some situations coming up with your family, maybe a family reunion coming up, or you got some get-togethers that you were thinking about maybe getting some T-shirts for, or maybe from your business, from the perspective of everybody loves to get, tchotchkes and promotional items. Maybe you got a golf tournament coming up and you want to give great gifts out in the gift bags and take care of things. Bull Shirts is the answer, and they're locally owned and operated. They're the best. They have worked with the Astros and the Rockets for years with all the T-shirts and all the things that you get on your chair when you're in there for the playoffs and the big games and the other things. And the great thing is they're locally owned and operated, so they take care of everything here in Houston. You don't have to worry about shipping or if something's wrong, shipping it back, hoping you get it in time. They take care of it all. And now they're so expansive, they handle everything for you. If you need a tent for a tailgate party or a tent for a golf course, if you're sponsoring a hole with your logo on it, they can do that. They can do all the promotional items. They can take care of every bit of everything that you're looking for, and because they take care of it locally, it's more convenient, it's easier, and the chances of everything going right the first time are better because they're the best in the business. Go to their website right now, bull-shirts.com, and check out all the different ways they can help, because I'm telling you, they're a game changer. I've had experience with them over the years, and they have never let us down. They always took care of everything. They made sure every detail was checked off, and the quality of the product and the look of what they do to the T-shirts and the other promotional items is fantastic. I've known these guys forever, and I would recommend them to anyone. I'm recommending them to you because they're the best in the business. Check bull-shirts.com.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
King of Twitch says special teams is where the Texans will shine. I think he's on to something. King of football, really. John Weeks, future Ring of Honor selection, is your deep snapper. That matters. That's important. Really like that they brought Kaimi Fairbairn back. He can make some kicks. He can be really good. Plus, the Texans actually do sign players that are special teams guys, like Dare, Eric Murray, some of the linebackers.
Special teams, special players, Jeremy.
Special teams, special plays, special players. Monday.
Better coaching than that was previously.
I'm blanking on who their punter is.
It's the guy from the Chiefs.
Oh, that's right. The Taylor Swift's friend with the long hair. Tommy Townsend.
Townsend?
Yeah, he was seen after a playoff game last year, like celebrating with T Swift. I love that guy. I forgot that he was the Texans punter for a second. Yeah, that matters. You know what else is interesting? The Chiefs, by the way, they were talking about how they might use Justin Reed as their kickoffer because of the new rules.
He's got a big leg.
Because of the new rules, They think that obviously Butker can kick it out of the back of the end zone, but now that the ball will be placed at the 30 with the new rule, so teams are kind of reluctant to do that. You can't move until the ball is caught, so it like negates hang time altogether. So you don't need a guy that's going to loft it up in the air and allow the coverage team to get down there because they can't move until the ball is touched anyways. So you're going to have teams that want to try to kick it deep, but not past the goal line where it could be kneeled down for a touchback to the 30. And the Chiefs special teams coordinator was talking about how they might use Justin Reed as the kickoff guy because it's going to be very important to have an 11th guy that can tackle the ball carrier.
I can understand the tackling part of it, but if I recall correctly, when he did have to kick off, I thought he was still blowing it out of the end zone or kicking it really well. Because if you could get a guy, ideally, used to be a bad thing, but if you could get a guy that kicks it right like to the goal line.
Well, the kick's going to be from the 20-yard line now. So, no, it was from the 35. 35. Safety kicks will be from the 20-yard line. I read the internet wrong for a second. But that's interesting. Like, I wonder if the Texans are at all going to experiment with the idea of using Dare as their kickoff guy because they would have an extra tackler. I doubt that they do. But if the Chiefs are thinking about doing it with Reed, why wouldn't you think about doing it with Dare? Like, at least in the preseason, see what it looks like.
I like the fact that you have another viable tackler on the field as well, too, with the new rules. So, yeah, that's fine.
That's what he was saying. He said that, like, 70% of the kickoffs, like in the XFL, the kicker comes into play, and that's why they want the extra tackler. I hate the new kickoff rule, though.
And on the flip side of that, you don't want your kicker who could be a valuable resource that needs to make a kick and can give you offensive points at big-time moments. You don't want to get him hurt. Because we've seen what a disaster it is when you get a kicker hurt.
Yeah. I don't like the new kickoff rule, by the way. I just want to go ahead and be on record saying that.
I'm with you, too. It's too gimmicky. I understand they want to get the kickoffs back as a viable part of the game, but it's too gimmicky. It's kind of like the runner on second base to me in baseball. I don't need that much. Football has been fine scoring enough points and being exciting, whether there's a kickoff return or not.
I don't like the extra point rule either. I don't like the way that they moved it back. I'm not a fan of that at all.
I think they should have kept it as well.
Yeah, it's like here's the 1 point extra point that's going to be longer than 50% of field goals that are worth 3.
If you had a sport that was boring with no scoring and it was, like a lot of people complain about soccer or hockey, whether there's a shootout or not at the end, you look at football, they had no problem scoring points and keeping people completely glued to their seats and occupied if they didn't have kickoffs and they didn't have longer extra points.
Yeah.
They didn't have – it wasn't broke. Don't fix it.
Yeah. I wasn't a whole fan of it. A very big fan of it. No reason the Texans offense should ever have to punt. You're right. I don't think that the Texans are ever going to have to punt the football. What about Tommy Townsend, though? He goes from like one high-powered offense, although the Chiefs weren't as high-powered last year as they have been in the past, going to what you hope is another high-powered offense. And then this texter says, so good to hear y'all's voices. Who were the chuckleheads on during the 11-hour lame bad word radio? That was Greenberg, wasn't it?
No, he wasn't there today.
Oh, so it was Greenberg's replacement?
It was Greenberg's replacement and Hembo.
Never heard of him.
Who, Hembo's the stat guy.
Never heard of Hembo.
Hembo gives all the trivia questions to try and stump the people on ESPN.
Stump the swamp?
Sounds like you're a P1 of Hembo.
Well, in the morning when I got the TV on and I'm watching it in the mornings on the treadmill, it's freaking.
Look at that flex.
Yeah,
we need a
there
flex
it is.
drop.
I'm at the gym guy.
We need more drops to try and embarrass me on the air.
How does it
because that's what
embarrass
you guys
you?
get off on.
How does it embarrass you that you work
and
out?
the Barkley ones and the treadmill ones.
How does that
I watch
embarrass you that you
ESPN in
work
the
out?
morning so that I can I'm still like working per se and getting if I missed anything while I'm in the gym.
I don't think
and
that's
it goes
work.
from Greeny to Stephen A. And they're talking. Yes, it is because they're talking about what happened. Maybe I missed a game. I fell asleep during a late game. Something happened.
They're talking Strohs.
And I mean, or baseball, or basketball, or hockey. Not that we talk about
Exactly.
hockey, but I'm watching these shows, and Hembo's always trying to stump whoever the sport they're talking about's analyst is on the trivia questions. But it was awful radio. I didn't know that because Dell filled in for John. John was out.
Right.
So then
Yeah, so he
Dell's
didn't do
show
two
just
shows.
got
Yeah.
pushed to national.
Did he get fired, Granado? Is he out?
No, he's just using one of his
Said
many
he's back
vacation
Wednesday.
days.
How many vacation days does he have? 30? 30 vacation
At
days?
least.
Not as many as
Granado?
Palillo.
At least.
I want to be Granado when I grow up. But saying that you worked out is not embarrassing you. That's good. It's great. It's great that you work, especially somebody your age. It's very important to have a little bit of exercise.
You know what I didn't do this morning? I didn't work out.
Kick me.
I didn't work out either.
Yeah, I didn't work out.
Yeah,
so-
I'm anti-exercise, though. Are you?
No, I'm not anti-exercise. I just didn't.
Yeah, I probably should work out more. I should be a little bit. We should all aspire to be a little bit more like Blankers, quite frankly. 713-780-ESPN. Anyways, back to the topic at hand. Are you more pro offense or pro defense when it comes to the Texans? Do you think their offense or their defense is going to be better this year?
To me personally, I feel like it's the offense, and I feel that way because of the fact that not only did you upgrade significantly at certain positions, in my opinion, and I do believe Mixon's going to be good. I believe that when you add Diggs to Tank and to Nico, and the fact that you got Schultz back, and really the offensive line to me comes down to, because I believe Juice is going to be your center. I believe it's just about left guard, and can Kenyon Green take the position finally and do what he's supposed to do, or can they find somebody else? If that's the only hole they're trying to fill, when CJ's in his second year and he's got so much more to work with, and Bobby Slowick, who's a great offensive mind, has so much more to work with, it should be a show not that you don't want to miss. On the defensive side of the football, not that they're not going to be significantly better, but I'm watching the two corners they brought in to see if they're going to be able to fill those roles. I have questions about both safeties, and I got to see how they're going to fill those roles. As much as you increase the pass rush and added bodies that can really play, I got to make sure that the two defensive tackles are going to be who they wanted them to be. So there's more question marks for me on defense than there are on offense, though I think both are going to be significantly improved.
A chain is as strong as its weakest link kind of guy when it comes to football. I think you can cover things up a little bit more offensively, like if you have a really good quarterback, than you can defensively. Because defensively, okay, we're going to attack that one link. You have a bad corner. We're going to find a way to zero in on that matchup. We're going to find a way to attack it. And the Texans play some zones, so they can try to cover that up a little bit too. But I think it's easier to cover up holes offensively than I do defensively. I don't think the Texans have many holes on the offensive side. Although whenever I see a slimmed down Kenyon Green, whenever Sarge posts videos of him, it's great that he slimmed down. The only person that I see whenever I look at Kenyon Green is Kyle Hamilton. It makes me sick, and I hate because I like Kenyon Green. I enjoyed our conversation with him when he came in. He's from Atascocita, my old neck of the woods. So I like Kenyon Green. It makes me sick that every time I look at Kenyon Green, the immediate thing that goes into my mind could have been Kyle Hamilton. I hate that I do that with Kenyon Green. I need to go to counseling or something. But on the offensive end, I don't really see holes on this team. Like even last year, whenever they had this patchwork offensive line, they were able to like kind of still get through. So if you stay healthy on the offensive line, I like Tunsil. Kenyon Green, I think, is probably going to win the left guard job. Juice Scruggs, Shaq Mason, Titus Howard. That's a fine offensive line. That's a good enough offensive line for what you have from a skill point of view. CJ Stroud in year 2. I don't expect a regression. You have tons of targets in the receiver room. You brought back Dalton Schultz, who's very comfortable with C.J. Stroud. Brevin Jordan was fine last year whenever he had to play. And then your third tight end's the guy that was the safety net for C.J. Stroud at Ohio State. Running back's a concern a little bit, but I think with a good offensive line and a good offense, you could put anybody at running back. On the defensive end, I don't have as many questions about the one tech as a lot of people do, but that's a question. Cornerback number 2, like you mentioned, that's a question. I think nickel can be a question unless Laster just wins the job. Jimmy Ward injury prone. Jalen Petrie didn't produce to the level we thought he was going to produce. I think there's a lot more questions defensively than I do offensively. I think that this offense has top 5 potential in the NFL. I think the defense has top 10 potential. And if you want to go the other side, what is the floor? I think the floor on the offense is top 10, quite frankly. I think the floor on the defense is an average defense in the NFL.
Yeah, and I'd agree with that. I think that when you're looking at it too, Ward's got to stay healthy if he's going to be the piece that D'Amico wants him to be, and he's getting older. If King is going to be your nickel guy, at least as a fallback plan, because he played good late in the season, he's getting older. And as you're quick to mention, and you're right, the fact they were willing to cut him a year ago. So if you're willing to cut him, and now suddenly because you brought him back late in the season and he held his own and made a couple plays for you, that suddenly he could factor in as a starter, that's a question mark.
Yeah, I don't think I want him to start. Like I think
you want to start Lassiter inside?
Yeah, if he's starting, then Lassiter, okay. If that's not necessarily true, but if King is starting, that means either Lassiter, Okudah, or Henderson are disappointments because they're not starting.
Or Lassiter shows you more what they believed is true, and he shows you on the field that he's fast enough to play outside.
Sure, but I think it's disappointing for Okudah and Henderson, is it not?
Yeah, but I really don't believe that they think that Okudah or Henderson are really going to be standouts.
Well, if you ask Matt Burke, he thinks that they're long and fast and rangy, but he sounds like Dana Brown a little bit to me.
Right.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess if he's your nickel corner and Lassiter just like a stud at your boundary corner opposite of Stingley, I guess that could be a positive. But at the same time, you know what? You know who we sleep on too, actually? The guy that they brought over from New England at the nickel corner spot, and I think the reason they brought him in was so he could be a guy who could contend. Miles Bryant.
Like an insurance policy?
I think that I believe they look at Miles Bryant as the Desmond King replacement. I think that they're higher on Miles Bryant than they are on Desmond King, and I think that's why they signed him in free agency and made him a priority. I think he's probably around the same age. Miles Bryant. He's 20. Yeah, he's 26.
So there you go. Maybe they feel like, again, if King's getting older and
29,
and slowing down, that maybe you got
like
a
you
guy
said,
that's
they cut
younger.
him. Like they cut him. Like they cut Desmond King a year ago. I think that they view Miles Bryant higher on the nickel corner depth chart than what like we do, because Desmond King was the guy who was playing the position last year at the end of the year, but at the same time they went out and got Miles Bryant. Now, I understand they brought back Desmond King too.
It's
but
so
I think
weird
they put more
too,
priority on
the
Bryant.
way they handle all of that with the secondary, because remember they brought in Shaq Griffin and he played well for a couple of weeks, and then all of a sudden he not only fell out of favor, they just instantly cut him, and he wasn't playing bad, and it's just like, no, we're going to turn the page, get somebody else. Then they brought King back in.
Remember, he got loud on Twitter too.
Oh, he did?
I think that they might have had a falling out.
Okay.
Yeah, Griffin got mad. He got. Remember, he got sideways with the special teams guy, Frank Ross. He was posting on Twitter how Frank Ross was like, slimy or whatever.
Well, I don't recall that, but that will do it.
Yeah, he fell out of favor for sure. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Higher on the Texans' offense, higher on the Texans' defense. Aggie Matt says offense will be more exciting, but defense will be the bigger improvement. I hope so. I hope that is the case, because if that is the case, if the offense is exciting and they're as good as we think they can be, but the defense is going to be the bigger improvement, I think you have a well-balanced team that has a chance.
Yeah, and I think that the fact that the offense was able to do all that they were able to do with a little less last year means that if they played at that same kind of level or close to it, statistically it's not that much greater, that's fine. The defense has a lot to be able to move up on the charts and do.
713-780-ESPN. Is he a St. Louis Cardinal or is he a Cardinal in the Catholic Church? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Y'all, if y'all haven't joined the club at Texas Star Grill Shop, you're doing it wrong. You're missing out. Head to 975grills.com right now. Do it right this second. 975grills.com, or just mention the club when you go into any of the Houston locations. As a member of the club, you will enjoy special in-store discounts that can't be found anywhere else. The best products in the outdoor cooking world at Texas Star Grill Shop, and they're giving you prices you won't see anywhere when you join the club. 975grills.com. From Traeger to Weber to Napoleon, they have it all. Wood pellet, charcoal, gas, everything. Pizza ovens, flat top grills, whatever you want. And they'll beat any price if you're a club member. And stop falling for this trick, by the way, of walking into these big box stores and you see a grill cheap and you're going to want to buy it. No, you don't want to do that. Educate yourself in the grill game. If you're going to buy a grill in this city, you need to talk to the people at Texas Star Grill Shop first, even if you don't buy from them. Just get educated from them because they're experts in the industry. Full free installation, too, by the way. You don't have to worry about 100 pieces in assembly, a box unloaded on your driveway. Full free assembly and delivery for club members from start to finish. Texas Star Grill Shop will be there. How about the outdoor kitchen you've always wanted? 975grills.com. Best in the business, and club members will get special pricing on custom outdoor kitchen with free consultation. The stuff they can do is incredible. Join the club, 975grills.com, for the best barbecue grills at the best price.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
What's the one person you think of when you hear this song? This little jingle. Carl Ravitch for me, and it makes me sick.
I was going to say Carl Ravitch. Yeah.
Makes me want to throw up.
He got very, very choked up.
He did? Why?
Yeah, because it was ALS day, and they had on
Sarah Langs. Yeah, I can understand that. There's a difference between sports dislike and actual dislike. I do have sports dislike for Carl Ravitch, though.
You do?
I'm not sure who is worst at calling a game, Carl Ravitch or the play-by-play person for the Oakland A's. She was doing some regional baseball, and she was. I saw a tweet about her today.
How?
I don't know. Maybe it could have been old. Maybe it could have been last year. I don't know for sure. But I saw a video of her calling regional baseball, and the guy hit a home run into the trees. She goes, "What's his favorite color? Green tree."
Oh, no. The Siri one was the one that just pushed it over the top for me.
Yeah, that was bad.
The fact that she sets it up with Siri basically like gonna get him, and then Siri hits a home run on the next pitch, and she goes silent. It's like, come on, man.
See, I thought that was already bad to do that. Like whenever there was only one strike in the count, I hadn't realized that he had homered earlier in the game.
Oh, I didn't know that either.
Yeah, he had homered early in the game. So she's like, Siri, it's not your night. He had literally already homered in that game. And then maybe you do it after a strikeout, after you put him out. Like that's a little bit more understandable. But after the first strike, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
And then I love the karma of it.
The calls that I have heard, because I obviously don't seek out A's baseball, the calls that I have heard that we've played on this show and that I've seen on Twitter, not good.
Yeah, I might just go and listen to like they do the on MLB.com, they do the consolidated game after every game. I might just go watch all of them for the A's to get some laughter.
Maybe they cut off some of the great stories and calls that you could hear.
They definitely do. I mean, it is condensed.
Julia could probably do the job right now better than she's doing it, and she's the full-time voice.
I feel like that's disrespectful to Julia to say that.
I think Julia's better than her right now.
I know. I think it's disrespectful to say that about Julia.
Why?
Like because that's who you're going to compare Julia to?
No, I'm saying that they would have been better off hiring someone that's a more polished broadcaster like Julia than the person they hired.
All right, is this guy a St. Louis Cardinal or is he a Cardinal in the Catholic Church? I'm not Catholic, but I did Google it. A cardinal is a senior member of the clergy of the Catholic Church. Cardinals are created by the Pope and typically hold the title for life. All right, so we know that.
They're worldwide, but there are some Cardinals that are here in Houston.
They're more worldwide than Drake. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they're more worldwide than Drake. None of these, I didn't go by city on any of these. All of these are national, like they're national, whatever. All right, so is he a St. Louis Cardinal or is he a Cardinal of the Catholic Church? Who's going first here?
Doesn't matter.
Roger,
I'll go first. Sure.
I suck at this game.
I've noticed that Brian always is willing to
I
go
don't
first.
care.
He always goes first. Roger Mahoney.
Roger Mahoney, that sounds like wait, so this has to be current? That has to be a current Cardinal?
He's on the active roster.
Okay.
Or he is a
that sounds
actively
that sounds like a name
Catholic
I've heard.
Church.
That sounds like someone from
the
Police Academy movies. I'm gonna go Catholic Cardinal.
See, so am I. I think when you get the Mahonies into it too, it just seems like the
What are you saying
Irish
the Mahonies
Catholic,
do?
The Irish Catholic,
Irish
old
Catholic,
school
yeah.
kind of Cardinals of the Catholic Church.
What's that one movie that did the deep dive on the Catholic?
About the Boston
Great
Herald?
movie.
Yeah,
I can't remember the name of it.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Such
though.
a good
Yep,
movie. One of my
yep.
favorite movies, actually. All right, you both are right. He is a Cardinal of the Catholic Church here in the U.S. of A. Here in the U.S. of A. All right, next one, James Stafford.
James Stafford is also a Cardinal in the Catholic Church.
Okay.
I'm gonna say St. Louis Cardinal relief pitcher.
Blankers is right. James Stafford is a Cardinal in the Catholic Church representing the USA. All right, number 3, Sean O'Malley.
I'm gonna say St. Louis Cardinal.
I am too. Definitely St. Louis Cardinal.
Sean O'Malley, despite being a UFC champion, is also a Cardinal of the Catholic. Different Sean O'Malley. It's not Sugar Sean O'Malley. It's a different Sean O'Malley. But Sean O'Malley is a Cardinal in the Catholic
Another
Church.
Irish Catholic name.
I know,
I thought it was a
we should have
trick.
gone back to it, Joel.
Thought it
We
was
should
a
have gone back
trick.
to it.
All right, number 4, Thomas Collins.
Tom Collins is
Not a drink.
No, I get it. Tom Collins is a St. Louis Cardinal.
I think Jeremy's playing us. He's going to give us all.
I thought about
Catholic,
that, too.
He's going to give us all Cardinals in the Catholic Church. I'm going Cardinal in the Catholic Church.
Tom Collins is a Cardinal in the Catholic Church representing Canada. Representing Canada.
Yeah, we're both 2-2.
Paul Papard.
I'm first here. I'm going to go Cardinal in the Catholic Church.
Yeah,
I think we're being played.
Yeah.
Paul Papard is a Cardinal in the Catholic Church from France. From France. Luis Raphael.
Cardinal in the Catholic Church.
Cardinal in the Catholic Church.
That is correct. He is a Cardinal in the Catholic Church representing Iraq.
Oh.
Final one. Yeah, I know.
Wow. Who knew?
Final one. Ivan Herrera.
You want to say it in unison, Brian?
Sure.
Cardinal in the Catholic Church.
Incorrect.
Oh.
Ivan Herrera is a catcher for the St. Louis Cardinals. You were mostly right. You were mostly right. I thought I was going to get you on that
I'll
one.
embarrass myself here instead of you guys.
Ivan
having to do it.
Herrera. He's hitting 260 this year and 131.
Is he playing now
at-bats.
because Wilson broke his arm?
Let's see. How many starts does Herrera? I don't know. It didn't show the starts here. Yeah, it looks like he's been getting every day at bats. I bet you he's in the lineup today, actually, against the Houston
I don't
Astros.
know what their other option would be after Wilson Contreras broke his arm.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to carry one catcher though.
Right. No,
I
I'm saying I don't think they have three. So
Let's see. Ivan Herrera. He's in the lineup today. He's batting seventh ahead of Chris Carpenter.
So this is on me. I will embarrass myself on this one. I also did a list for today.
Oh no! Did you have one of these names on here?
And I had Ivan Herrera.
You had
on my
Herrera.
list.
You still got it
And
wrong.
I got it wrong.
Yeah. Who won?
We tied.
Well, you lost because of that.
I think
There
you
you
lost
go.
on tiebreaker on that
Darn,
one.
I'll have the parting.
You got to eat that shame.
But I do admire the honesty because that was funny.
Yep.
You had him on your list and you forgot that he was a Cardinal.
Cannot believe I did that, but I did that.
You allowed Brian to impress you that I was going to all Cardinals.
I had the feeling too, but I was like, no, that sounded like, and then yeah.
Yeah, he's the only one. All the other ones were Cardinals in the Catholic Church because their names were funny. My favorite one was Sean O'Malley. Sean O'Malley being
Sounds
a
like
Cardinal in the Catholic Church.
Sounds like he's a political talking head.
I mean, he's a U.S. pound for pound, maybe the best
Oh,
fighter
that
in
too.
UFC currently.
That too, yeah.
All right, Mailbag Monday. What are you asking the Killer Bees? Anything is on the table. 713-780-3776. What's your question for the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5? What's your question for the Bees? 713-780-ESPN. Mailbag Monday with the Bees. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Pena's got a question for the Bees. Pena, what's your question for the Bees?
Hey, what's going on, guys? So my question for this week is, what is the best kind of fry? Like, is it crinkle cut, steak fries, seasoned fries, sweet potato fries? What's y'all's favorite fry? And, hey, Jeremy, I tried Jello Ben for the first time this weekend. Doesn't miss, man. Good job, man. Thank you. Have a great day.
Told you. Thank you, Pena. Thank you for that live endorsement. Checks in the mail. But, yeah, Jello Ben does not miss. It's fantastic. I wonder what kind he had. Text in, Pena. Let me know if you had the vodka, the gin, the bourbon, or the whiskey. What's your favorite kind of fry?
I think I've said this before. My favorite kind of fry are the Beck's fries, where there's a little of the skin on, and you get them extra crispy. I just think they can't miss. They're phenomenal. My fast food fry has always been McDonald's, but I think they kind of slipped a little bit.
Depends on when you get them.
Yeah.
Depends on when you get them. Like, is that just a straight fry? It is June. So yours would be probably a little seasoned. I don't remember the
Beck's Prime has the skin on at least one of the cuts, and then I don't think that I don't think it's seasoned per se, but other than salt. But maybe there is a little something on there.
I like all fries. I'm
too.
probably eliminating. Like, sweet potato fries. I don't really love. I'll eat them, but I don't really love them.
I don't either.
You don't get a belly like this without eating everything. But sweet potato fries are out for me. I like seasoned fries, but they're probably not my favorite. Curly fries usually are seasoned. I like them, but they're not my favorite.
I'm not big on curlies or waffles.
Crinkle's good. Sonic's doing a crinkle fry now. We picked up some lunch yesterday for the older Branham boy.
Mm-hmm.
They have crinkle cut fries now. They got rid of their traditional fries, went with crinkle cut. The crinkle cut's better.
You can only get crinkle now?
Yeah, you can't get original anymore.
Really?
At least the one that we went to, no.
Huh.
They're introducing the crinkle cut.
I don't like curlies or waffles, and steak fries. Steak fries are normally.
What's your problem with waffle fries?
Yeah, I like waffle.
I just don't really. I think they get real soggy in the middle.
Yeah, they're not my favorite, but again, I like all fries. What was the other one you said? Steak fries. Steak fries are good, not my favorite. What would you just call a McDonald's fry? Is that just like a normal
shoestring fry?
It's not really shoestring.
It's
a lot more
shoestring
narrow
than steak or a thicker
traditional fry.
A traditional, maybe.
Yeah,
I would go traditional fry. Yeah, I would go traditional fry. I like all fries, but I go traditional over the others, I think.
And my wife she's a fry connoisseur. She loves them.
Really?
Yeah.
Where's her favorite?
She loves Beck's.
They say it's just crispy fry.
Yeah, she loves Beck's.
Those are the best. Okay, hot take. Beck's fries are better than Beck's hamburgers. Sorry, I said.
And the sleeper, because she normally gets them for the kids, but then she likes them too, is Zaxby's. Those are crinkle cut.
Those are crinkle cut.
Yep.
My favorite crinkle cut fries are Culver's.
Culver's is pretty hard to beat.
Philip68 says tots or fries.
Oh, fries over tots.
Fries over tots unless it's Sonic. Then I'm going to go tots over fries.
Yeah, Sonic's tots are way better than their fries.
But they have new fries.
Again, my wife made me a connoisseur on this too. The medallions, the tot medallions are better than the actual tots.
What's a tot medallion?
It's more like
that's kind of like what Chick-fil-A does at breakfast.
It's like
right?
a coin shape.
Oh,
yeah.
But again, because I'm a stickler for the crispiness, and the coins the medallions get a little crispier on the outside.
Yeah, I'll go either one. I probably like the traditional tater tot more than the medallion, but the medallion's very, very good. Don't get me wrong. I don't mind the sogginess too much. Keith, is a potato wedge considered a fry?
I think it is.
See, I don't think so.
It depends on how thick the thickness of the cut of the wedge.
Yeah, I'm gonna go no on that one.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think the wedge is a fry. I mean, you're getting a quarter of the potato. I don't think it's a fry. I don't think it's a fry.
Is it as much as a quarter?
I mean, it's pretty big.
I would say more like an eighth. But
I don't know.
Nonetheless, you get a whole lot of potato. The doughiness of the potato, I'm not big on them.
4072. What is your guys' go-to hangover fast food after a heavy night of drinking? Well, Gentle Ben, you don't get those, but
it's true. Potato craftsmanship.
So I guess this is that night, not the next morning, because it's next morning. Give me a little bit of barbacoa or menudo. If it's that night,
Chinese food really is.
Yeah, but are they open at 2 a.m.?
Well, when I lived in Midtown, Mize was open. There were a couple. But in Midtown, Katz's was, because it never closes, too. Katz's was, really good. Hit the spot.
I wouldn't say it's fast food,
But
though.
it's not. You're right.
Jack in the Box?
My fast food's Whataburger.
Whataburger at 2 a.m. You're going to wait a long time.
You do. That is true.
Jack in the Box, 2 tacos, egg roll, seasoned curly. What up? All right.
Whataburger, I would go. I would go
What's
2
up?
doubles with cheese and fries.
The
What up?
What up? I haven't had Jack
It's
in the
like
Box.
Jeremy was hitting on Jack in the Box there.
So long. 3311 Joel.
Sup, girl?
Do you think the 90s Rockets left any championships on the table, or are there any moves that they made that you can point to or should have made that could have got them a few more rings?
I don't think so while I was there. I think they actually exhausted everything that they had to be as good as they were. I think you had Dream, and especially the 95 team just had a whole bunch of role players, and then kind of Clyde saved the day. But the fact that that championship, even with OT and all the perfect role players they had, I think they just maximized the talent they had. I don't think there were any moves out there that might have given them more, because there were a whole lot of good teams at that time.
Yeah, plus they made moves to bring guys in. Like they won one, made a move for Drexler, won another, made the move for Pippen, made the move for Barkley. So I wouldn't say that there was any moves that they made poorly. Now here's something that's going to trigger Houston and Rocket fans: Michael Jordan.
Yeah, I've had those conversations way too many times. But, yeah, I mean, look, from the standpoint of limiting you and how many you could have won, when he came back and then when he got right, he's tough to beat. And you can ask Stockton and Malone and Peyton and Kemp and all those other teams too. But at the same time, I do believe that they would have won if Jordan would have stayed in the game.
I think so too, but I don't think they left any on the table.
No.
And Jordan never eliminated them from the playoffs. Now, they were eliminated by teams that eventually got eliminated by Jordan. I think 2 was kind of their max. 6860, breakfast tacos or regular tacos?
Ooh. Man.
Yeah, it's a hard one.
That is a tough one.
I'm going regular tacos. Tough, very, very tough.
It is.
But I'm going to go regular over breakfast.
Hard or soft?
It depends on what I'm eating. Usually soft.
Yeah, I like the soft tacos. But man, breakfast tacos.
It's easy breakfast for me.
I think I'm going breakfast tacos as well.
What is your breakfast taco that you're going to?
I'm going the cheese, bacon, onions, and I'm good.
You're picking that over
barbacoa, man.
Barbacoa could be any day.
I know, but when I get breakfast tacos, barbacoa is my number one.
There's a great spot on 1314 in Porter, next to appliance rental place.
Yeah,
that's
you
out,
mentioned
that's
it
out
before. I
by
still need to get
Highland
there.
Pines. Porter?
Not that close. It's kind of, but not really.
Okay.
It's on the opposite side
But
of the highway.
That's out a ways from me.
The like what you just listed sounds great, but let me one up you. Let me out Whataburger you here for a second. The best fajitas in town with some really good wok. Throw in some really good salsa on top of it. If you like your onions, cool. If you like your veggies, cool. Throw them on there as well. That's better than any breakfast taco you're going to get.
Yeah, I mean, if you make it fajitas, then it's a different story for me. But yeah, I love breakfast, and I love the melted cheese with the potatoes and the eggs and everything like that. So I'm good, and the bacon. So I'm good.
Barbacoa or carnitas?
Carnitas.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Barbacoa for me.
Not even close for me. Barbacoa. Yeah, definitely not carnitas. I like carnitas, but not as much as barbacoa. Chili cheese fries or Frito pie? I like our mailbag question today. Is just all food. It's making me very hungry.
I'll take the chili cheese fries. I'm not a big fan of the Frito pie.
Yeah. I like Frito pie, but I'm not picking it over chili cheese fries. I'm chili cheese fries easy. But here's the trouble though with the chili. Well, really for both. You have to eat it immediately.
Yep.
Otherwise,
more so with fries.
The fries
though.
are gonna. Yeah, I mean,
both are gonna get soggy. The
Fritos
could get soggy.
But I mean, like if I'm making it myself, I'll go with the Frito pie. If I'm going somewhere else, I'll go with the fries. But I think the fries get soggier quicker.
Maybe quicker, but both are in danger of being soggy. So go ahead and eat them fresh because they do get very soft, and it ruins them both.
It really does.
Like it's not nearly as good once they get soggy. So you better eat these.
See,
fresh.
but going back to the fry question, if fries are made properly, I don't need to pour a bunch of chili and cheese over them to make them good.
Facts. Yeah, for sure. There's no doubt about it. I like a good old classic fry with nothing on it, but you can doctor up some mediocre fries.
Oh, for sure.
I like ketchup on fries.
Yeah, I'm saying, but that's what I need on my fries.
Do you put ketchup on a chili cheese fry?
No.
Will you put mustard on a chili cheese fry?
No.
Really? I know some people that would put the mustard on
I am
chili
not a
cheese
big
fries.
fan of mustard.
I could take it or leave it. I usually order my burgers easy mustard.
I don't have any mustard on my burgers.
I'll usually have it easy mustard.
No mustard or mayo on my burgers.
Would Houston have won 6 rings if we picked Jordan over Akeem? Interesting.
I thought the question was always, would you get Jordan what was the one where the guy said that there was a possibility you could have had Jordan Clyde and Akeem if you didn't take Roddy McRae?
There's a couple scenarios you could have. You could have drafted Clyde the year that they drafted Roddy McRae, or there was the rumor that because Portland wanted a center so bad that they would have been willing to trade the number 2 pick and Clyde Drexler for Ralph Sampson.
Whew, would have done that in a heartbeat.
So you would have had pick 1 and 2. You take Akeem, you take Jordan. Clyde Drexler's involved in the trade. He would have been there. But this question is, would Houston have won 6 rings if Houston picked Jordan over Akeem? So you never have Akeem. You draft Jordan with the number 1 pick in that draft.
Hard for me to say that they wouldn't have, just because of I am in the corner of Michael being the greatest of all time, and I will not waver on that. And as great as Akeem is, was, and has been, and will always be, Michael, as the greatest player of all time, would have found a way to win a lot.
So you would have had to, like, how much did Phil Jackson come into play? Like, could Jordan have won all of the titles without Phil Jackson? Probably at least.
I'm not a big proponent of Phil Jackson being the greatest coach of all time, because he inherited and walked into a lot of made-to-win now situations.
But they hadn't won before he got there.
No, like the Chicago aspect of that early with the Doug Collins experiment and the Stan Albeck's and the teams like that, they needed a more modernized coach. But yet they still used the triangle. But I still think Phil walked into Shaq and Kobe. Phil walked into Michael and Pip. And now he turned it into the greatest winning record of all time.
I give him the most credit for Chicago because they hadn't won whenever he was an assistant or Collins too, I think.
I think the final year he was a longtime CBA coach, and then he might have been on the bench. Yeah.
So the Bulls hadn't won anything before he took over as the head coach.
They made the playoffs, but they petered out.
Yeah. I give him more credit for Chicago than I do L.A.
Oh, for sure, because that L.A. team with Kobe and Shaq was already, and all the other pieces they had, was ready to win.
I guess where I'm going with this is what helped Jordan win all those titles. Yes, 98% of that was all on Michael Jordan, but what did Chicago do to aid him in winning titles that would have needed to happen in Houston? You would have to complete the roster. I think completing the roster is kind of easy. Maybe like another really good player next to him.
I was going to say, you needed to find him a Scotty.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Like, and I don't think you had that yet. Like, if you're not drafting Olajuwon, like Sampson kind of, fizzled out, you didn't have that player yet. No. So you would have had to find that guy.
You had to find a Scotty first. You're right. The role players, the Craig Hodgeses and the Kerrs and the Paxsons, those guys are going to fall into place. Look, he made fun all the time of his bigs couldn't do much, but they did enough. You could find bigs that want to play with Michael too. But you'd have to find a general manager, and you'd have to find his Robin.
Yeah. And an inadequate coach. Like, you can't have a coach who's just awful. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think Jackson's best thing was, like, he was able to get the most out of the team. I don't think it was X's and O's and strategy. I think it was more philosophy with Jackson.
Well, and the triangle was big.
Psychology.
To kind of bring them all into actually running a system. Because unlike LeBron and some of the guys today, Michael wasn't big on, like Kobe was, about calling the plays and doing all that stuff. Now, in crunch time, he would have plenty to say. But he wasn't the kind of demanding offensive kind of coach on the floor guy from that perspective calling plays that Kobe and LeBron were.
Somebody said Taco Flores, 1960 Humble. I've been to Taco Flores. It's good. But Tita's is better, and it's also an Humble. So that's tough to beat.
Tita's is fantastic.
Best fajitas.
Ooh.
I go Guadalajara lime beef fajitas. I think there's an upper echelon of fajitas in the city. I think you have to put Spanish flour there. I think you have to put Valencia's there. I think you have to put Papacitos.
Really
Papacitos belongs on the list.
I love
Ninfa's
Papacitos.
belongs on the list. El Tiempo belongs on the list.
I love Papacitos queso. I love their chips. I love their salsa, and I love their fajitas.
Honey Glazed Branham says, my mother strongly disagrees with you, Branham. She loves a good Frito pie. Does Honey Glazed Branham work with his mother, and is his mother the one that he's always complaining about? I think I'm onto something.
Maybe.
5742, chili cheese dog or regular hot dog?
I could do chili cheese dog on that, but I also like to doctor up a hot dog the right way, and that's not involving mustard.
One of each. I like one of each. Here's my hot dog take. I feel like they have the wrong relish whenever they serve you up a hot dog. Like, whenever you go get a hot dog, like at a ball game or whatever they sell hot dogs, what is the relish they give you?
Green?
They give you sweet relish.
Green sweet relish, yeah.
The pickled relish is way better than the sweet relish. Pickled relish
not a
belongs
relish
on a
guy.
hot dog. I hate sweet relish on a hot dog. The fact that it's the most popular relish when you buy a dog is criminal. It is a shame.
Yeah, I'm not.
It should be dill relish next to a hot dog every single time. It's a travesty.
Now, and truth be told, at the Old County Stadium in Milwaukee, they had a barbecue sauce that was their own whatever recipe of it. But that barbecue sauce with hot dogs or brats and the chopped onions, whoo, all world.
Philip 68, have you tried the nacho fries at Taco Bell?
My wife loves them.
I think
and they
they're mid.
discontinued them.
Yeah, I don't think they're very good. I mean, they're okay. And then Josh from Seabrook, have y'all tried poutine?
What is that?
I have. He describes it for us. It's fries topped with brown gravy and melting cheese curds. I had it in Indy. I've had it at a couple spots. Indy was like the best one I had, though.
Sounds like it's a little much.
Oh, it's so good.
Is it?
It's so good. I don't know why it hasn't caught on here. It is fantastic.
So it's brown gravy and cheese.
Yeah, a little like cheese curds usually.
Okay.
Yeah, it's I love it. It's fantastic. You can doctor it up a little bit more than that too. Yeah, it's very good. I love it. It's fantastic. All right, 713-780-ESPN. That does it for the mailbag. You can ask us questions next week. The Caitlin Clark double standard that we're seeing, it is annoying me to no end. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I'm tired of the overreaction we're seeing on one Caitlin Clark. Kennedy Carter, Bush League, not a basketball play, a little bit of a hip check the other day. and everybody's calling racism. Everybody's talking about Caitlin Clark's sexual orientation. People were saying that she got assaulted on the basketball floor. The overreaction to me is insane. And then the double standard on top of it is insane as well. This stuff happens all the time in sports. Like, Caitlin Clark is a draw. Caitlin Clark's going to get other players that she's going up against. She's going to get their best game. She's going to get their attention. She's going to get those other players fired up. Just like in every other sport. Whenever you go up against one of the best in another sport, or one of the biggest stars, or a player that you feel is overrated, and you want to show them up, you always get this sort of thing. Whether it's chippiness, whether it's a little bit of showboating, whether it's a little taunting, whether it's saying a bad word to a player. Like, Kennedy Carter's getting crushed because she said a bad word to Caitlin Clark. Do you know what happens on an athletic field or a basketball court? Bad words are said, but they're women. They're women, so they shouldn't be saying these bad words. Was Kennedy Carter a little bit out of line? Sure. Was it a Bush League play? Sure. Should it have been upgraded to a flagrant? Sure. Should she have maybe been ejected? Maybe. I could see that a little bit as well. But the overreaction of some of the extremes that we're hearing because of a little bit of a slightly dirty play is insane.
The fact of the matter is, we talked about this a week or two ago, and she was anointed because of her great college career as essentially being the greatest player in the WNBA. And there were great players in the WNBA, like Breanna Stewart, like Diana Taurasi, who basically, in Taurasi's case, she had 9 threes on opening night and got no coverage, no publicity, nothing. She's 40 years old, and she's still doing it. And she's like, time out. Before she can be anointed the greatest, what about those of us that are still playing and playing at a high level? Breanna Stewart's won multiple MVPs and all that other stuff. So you knew going in that it wasn't like the whole league was just going to lay down and bow down and say, well, she's the greatest. Here you go do it, and let's get out of her way. They're competitive. They have egos. They're not backing down. And I don't understand why people forget so quickly. When LeBron came into the league, he got beat down. It was the same thing. Oh, he's the king? Well, let's see if the king can take the punishment. Let's see if the king can play with grown men. Michael, they had the Jordan rules because the fact of the matter was you might be the most gifted athlete that floats through the air, but can you float when you got your butt on the ground because you got knocked down in the middle of the lane? This is part of the process to where I've said she's going to get there to a certain point if she has the ability to be considered at a certain level in the WNBA. She ain't there yet. And no one's going to hand it to her. She's got to earn it, and this is part of it.
Yeah, this Caitlin Clark is the only reason you're talking about the WNBA. Yes, it's true, but should that mean that we're protecting the golden goose and that they shouldn't allow to be competitive with her or talk a little trash or give her a little bit of a hip check? Caitlin Clark actually played 2 games this past week. She played a game yesterday in which she did nothing. They got blown out. There was zero controversy, and we're still talking about her previous game. So if you want to talk about, like, ratings, you want to talk about attention, you want to talk about like bringing intrigue into the WNBA, every story has a bad guy. Every good story has a protagonist and an antagonist. When you had a little boring blowout yesterday, nobody cared. So you could use that same argument, 1711, Caitlin Clark's the only reason that you're talking about the WNBA, with yesterday's game too. If she has blowout, nothing happens in the game, there's zero intrigue there. So we can thank Kennedy Carter for throwing a little bit of a hip check. All of a sudden, you got some controversy, you got a little bit of drama, and now we're also talking about that game and getting fouled to the floor with a little bit of a hip check. What even a tough foul. So it goes both ways. Yes, Caitlin Clark is the only reason we're talking WNBA, but it's also the only reason we're talking about this right now because there was some controversy and drama in the game that happened over the weekend.
Kudos to her for at least sucking it up and not doing what she had done at Iowa, which is complain and you know, go extra, and she's taken it for the most part. You know, she's taken her beating, and she's going about her business, and that's the smart way to handle this, because the more that you draw your own ire of it, and then the more people are going to continue to do it because they know they can get to you. But at the same time, I'm wondering too, because everyone's talking about this, how long Monica McNutt has a job on ESPN. You see that?
That was awesome.
Kudos to her for standing up to Stephen A. and going back at him. If you missed it, Stephen A. was like, no one talks more WNBA than First Take. No one talks more than this show. And Monica said, respectfully, Stephen A., why didn't you do that 3 years ago? Why weren't you doing it then? And he went, wow. And he shook his head. He got all upset. And it was like, because he's got the people that he gets into it with are people that aren't long for either that network and or that show. So it's going to be interesting how he handles it, because he and McAfee got in it. Now, McAfee wasn't allowed on the show. Before that, Kellerman, he didn't like Kellerman, got him removed. He likes to throw his power around. He doesn't like it when people stand up to him, but kudos to her for making a great point.
This text says, what people should really be talking about is how she and the Fever have played twice as many games as everyone else. I literally could not care less about that. Gents, the WNBA wants views. They need to let these flagrant fouls fly. If the WNBA turns into the 90s era NBA, I'm watching. That's what I'm saying. Like, the hard fouls are more intriguing. It's going viral on the internet. Caitlin Clark had a dump of a game yesterday. She was awful.
3 points,
what 1 for 6, whatever. They got beat by 40. No one talked about that game. But we're talking about a little bit of a hip check that led to Caitlin Clark flailing on the floor, because this is intriguing. Flagrant fouls and controversy and drama is better for the Golden Goose.
You know what's interesting to me on this whole thing? Where were her teammates?
Yeah, that was the Matt Barnes argument. Matt Barnes, like, where are the teammates? Where are Caitlin Clark's teammates while she's getting hammered to the floor?
Yeah, I can't stand Matt Barnes. I didn't hear what he had to say. But the first thing I'm thinking about is whether she's their golden goose or the league's golden goose. As a teammate, you don't just go pick her up. You go and at least shove the girl or have words with Kennedy, whatever her last name is, but for knocking her down. And this isn't the first time this has happened this year. Where are her teammates?
Yeah, Barnes was like, they need an enforcer. They need somebody to back her up, which I do agree with. That is kind of weird that they're not there for her. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know where her teammates are there. Lamont says, I don't think the Kennedy shove was that bad, but I didn't like the bench cheering like they hit the lottery. You had like Angel Reese, who was cheering
was off the bench, loving it.
Yeah, that was. But why? Because she's the star, she's the golden goose, and you're trying to attack the star. Like, this is common. Like, this is kind of Yao Ming, Shaquille O'Neal. Whenever Yao came to the league and Shaq, like, he was gonna do his best to like embarrass him and throw down a jam on his face, and he yelled in his face, and then Yao Ming did the same thing and then yelled right back at him. It's very now they weren't taking dirty fouls or cheap shots or anything like that, but it's similar to that. You have like this big megastar that you want to show like, hey, you don't belong here, or B, you want to prove that you're better than that person.
Well, but think about it from the Angel Reese perspective, too. Everything I said about the current WNBA players that were getting ready to play Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese, it's more magnified because she was the face everybody was talking about in college basketball for women's college basketball until Caitlin Clark came. And then when they had the rivalry games, the big games that everybody was watching to see who would play, well, when she won, she got criticized because she started doing the ring on the finger and she started talking mess. And then all of a sudden, Caitlin Clark broke all these records, and then they won, and then they got to the championship game, and Angel Reese wasn't as big of a deal anymore. Of course, it's a fire and a competitiveness. She wants to be there, too.
Angel Reese did say some stuff last year that probably adds some fuel to the fire when it comes to this. But yes, 1779, wasn't Bill Laimbeer a WNBA coach for a while? Get him out of retirement. Apologies if he's dead. I don't think he's dead.
He's not dead. He coached Vegas.
9012. We're not going to read that. Maybe on Friday we'll read that. That's the thing. Like I don't watch a whole lot of WNBA basketball. Megan Blast is saying I watch way more WNBA basketball than you do. You don't know what you're talking about. Congratulations for watching more WNBA basketball than I do. But I did see some people reacting to this that have watched a lot of WNBA basketball, and they say that the WNBA is very chippy and physical. Like, I don't know that to be the case.
I don't know. I do know that they highlighted, and I recall that this was a big Twitter thing, that Kennedy's track record may have had something to do with it too, that she has a track record of, she was in Atlanta, she was a top 4 pick, and she threatened a lot of her teammates, and they were at like a food truck or something like that, and she tried to beat the hell out of one of her teammates.
She got dismissed from Atlanta for wanting to do that, and then she was like, I think she was with the Sparks maybe?
And they said, again,
she got
contract
released.
detrimental, and they cut her again.
Yeah, so she is a little bit of a, the Dennis Rodman of the WNBA, but I'm here for it. Like, I want the fights. I want the drama. I want the intrigue.
If you want to take the league to the next level, it literally sells.
Yeah, I'm not going to watch the games, but I want to see it go viral on TikTok later. All right, I'm tired of hearing more me get off my lawn type of stuff. I'm tired hearing about Ryan Presley's poor luck. Everybody, he's so unlucky. I'm tired of hearing it. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Something I'm never tired of is Gentle Ben. Pena called us earlier, and Pena, yep, Gentle Ben doesn't miss. It doesn't. Gentle Ben's fantastic. It's perfect. It is the very best. And it all starts with the finest ingredients, classic time-honored distilling methods. Gentle Ben uses their innovative process that removes the harshness that you find in most spirits. The result? Unparalleled smoothness and an enjoyable drinking experience with Gentle Ben. You get all the flavor, none of the burn. You'll love what's not in it, including undesirable acids. These acids take the enjoyment out of your drinks. Well, Gentle Ben gets rid of the undesirable acids so you can always enjoy. Gentle Ben offers vodka, gin, straight bourbon, whiskey, cask-strength bourbon. All are fantastic. All are in my rotation. Look for Gentle Ben at the liquor store. Ask for it when you're out to dinner or you're at the bar, or just head to the tasting room in Alvin. Stop by the tasting room. Have a great spot to have some Gentle Ben. If you're going to an Astros game soon, Uncle Barney was at an Astros game. He took a picture in front of the Gentle Ben bar over the weekend. You can stop by the Gentle Ben bar just to the left of the Crawford boxes on your way to your seats. Or maybe you don't get out very much. That's okay. Go online, gentleben.com, learn the story, but also order Gentle Ben, have it delivered straight to your doorstep. You can do that at gentleben.com. Smoothest, honest Gentle Ben.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
I am sick and tired hearing and reading about Ryan Presley's bad luck. Look, I know Joe Espada's not going to throw his pitchers under the bus or his players under the bus. That's fine. I don't expect you to do that. But I'm sick and tired of he's just unlucky. Or reading how unlucky that Ryan Presley has been this season so far. And look, I know all these advanced numbers like FIP, which FIP is the worst stat I've ever heard of in my life. I understand his FIP is low, his BABIP is high, and those are the luck stats. Here are some things of why Ryan Presley is not unlucky. His ERA is up 1.5. His WHIP is up over half a runner per inning, and he's allowed almost 4 more hits per 9 than last year. Well, those are the bad luck stats, Branham. He's getting BABIP'd to death. Okay, all right. How about his walk per 9? It's up a full walk. He's walking 1 more hitter per 9 innings than he was last year. That's not luck. That has nothing to do with luck. His ground ball percentage is down. His line drive percentage is up. Higher barrel percentage, so these hitters are finding the barrel more often. Solid percentage, are they hitting the ball solid? That's up from 5.1% to 13.8%. His velocity on his fastball is down a full mile per hour. His chase percentage is down. His whiff percentage is down. Those are not luck metrics. Is Brian Presley pitching into some bad luck? Maybe a little, but there's a ton of other analytical numbers that will tell you that Ryan Presley's just not very good.
The velo's down, yet the slider's getting crushed. And everybody keeps saying it's unlucky that the barrel of the bat keeps finding the baseball. What happened to good hitting? Like, a good hitter is going to take a pitch put in the wrong location or poorly pitched or just a pitch that they can do something with. And more times than not, they're going to put the bat on it, and they can barrel it up. And when you look at what he's done, he blew 2 out of the 3 leads that they had in the 8th inning over a 7-game, 1-week span in which they could have won games that were very key to them. And he was the reason why they lost the game. He is not pitching well. He continues to put the leadoff or the runner of the first runner of the inning on without getting any outs. And then it goes from there. And it normally does not go well. I read the one article today, too, about luck, and I'm just going, I'm not putting any of that on bad luck. He's just been bad.
Like, there's some of the peripheral numbers that would back that up. Like the FIP, which we'll talk about FIP in a second. I cannot stand FIP. Anybody uses FIP as a metric to determine who's a good pitcher or not, don't listen to that person. The BABIP, like, okay, the balls that are getting put into play, they're finding grass. Like, they're hitting them where they ain't. Is there an element of that? I'm willing to concede there is an element of that. But if I'm going to concede there is an element of that, you, person I'm arguing with, you have to concede to me that he's getting hit harder than he was a year ago, that people are getting more line drives off of him more than a year ago. I don't really think that is luck. People are finding more barrels against him than a year ago. Solid contact is up by almost 3 times from where it was a year ago. Less people are chasing. He's striking out less, and his velo is down. So if I'm going to concede to you that, yes, his BABIP is high, you have to also concede to me all of these other things that have zero to do with luck.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And when you look at it, you know, yes, he was demoted, okay? But he was demoted for, statistically, the most successful closer in the last couple of years in Major League Baseball. That it shouldn't be the reason why all these statistics that you're rattling off are going in the wrong direction. It shouldn't be the reason why in back-to-back games he gave up a leadoff extra base hit when he was trying to protect a 1-run lead. It shouldn't be that that different mentality takes that big of a toll on him when he's got to reach certain things to get next season's contract solidified, to make sure that he is a viable part of the back end of the bullpen. I don't see any reason why, and we talked about this well before, and we got a lot of pushback from guys on it, including guys in the media, but the fact of the matter is that he shouldn't be pitching the 8th inning anymore. And he, for the foreseeable future, whether you want to make him the next Montero and move Montero up, I wouldn't have to go that far, but I would definitely not pitch him in the 8th inning anymore. I'd start him out in the 7th, and if the 7th doesn't go well, then the next thing into consideration would be he would be your Montero, and you'd have to move Montero up because he has been awful.
Yeah, King of Twitch says Ryan got old fast, not his fault. Dew was great in 22. I'm not raging on him for getting old. I guess I can see how you're taking it that I'm raging on Presley. I'm actually raging on those who are saying that he is unlucky. I like Ryan Presley for what he did here. At the same time, I don't think that he's very good in 2024, in that the reason why he's not very good isn't because he's unlucky. So, like, both things can be true. You can appreciate a player for what they did in the past, and very appreciative of Presley for what he did in the past, while also realizing, like King of Twitch said, he's gotten old, and he's gotten old quick. And the Astros should realize that, and like you said, demote him from the 8th inning. But I'm just sick of seeing the luck stats. Like, the luck stats don't all add up to him being unlucky. There's a lot of other factors that take luck out of it that also prove that he has gotten worse as a pitcher.
Yeah, it's the fact that he hasn't been as effective. It's not about luck. And the fact is, I appreciate everything that he did here too. But the problem is, it goes back to a conversation we had at the start of the show with the good, the bad, and the ugly. And that is, you are not in a position right now to let him work things out when working things out could jeopardize wins and losses, when wins are so hyper important right now, when you're trying to get back into a race, you're trying to get back to respectability, you're trying to get back to 500. You can't afford to let 2 of the 3 games where you were leading in the 8th inning get away because he's working some stuff out there. You have to be smart in the way that he maybe sees if there's a way. This is not another Jose Abreu situation. He can start working things out at a lower leverage situation in the game when the impact isn't as great on your entire team, when your team is chasing and is in desperate need of every victory they can get.
6691, can it be father time? Yes, absolutely. He's 35 years old, and that could absolutely be father time. Go look at the career trajectory of just your average big leaguer. They peak 27, 28, and then they slowly fade down that peak. So, yes, like a 35-year-old that's regressing, could it be father time? It could always be father time once you enter your 30s. Same thing with Jose Abreu. Could it be father time on him? Yeah, it could be father time. Anybody that regresses once they're in their 30s, it could always be father time. Not that it is every time, but it could always be that.
The exception to the rule is Verlander, but Verlander's had to adapt several times too. His velocity has gone down. Verlander has found a way to reinvent himself several times. going from the Tigers to the Astros, he reinvented himself because he had been struggling. But there's also, for every Verlander or Tom Brady, there's tons of guys where they say some guys fall off a cliff, some guys it's gradual, and you have to try and cross your fingers, especially if you got a guy under contract at a big salary, that it doesn't come immediate.
Every player's case by case, so it doesn't have to be every single player, just the average big leaguer. But there are also things that Verlander was doing when he won the Cy Young and MVP in 2011 that he was not doing when he won a Cy Young at 36 and 39. Like, look just at his innings pitched. He had 251 innings pitched in 2011 when he was 28. His other Cy Young years, he had 223, 175. You go look at his strikeouts were high, really all the time. But in terms of, like, his dominance, I mean, Verlander's still very dominant late into his 30s. Was he as dominant or as much of a workhorse that he was in 2011, 2010? I think it's debatable. But everybody's case for case. Yes, Verlander beat Father's Time. Brady beat Father Time. And most people do not beat Father Time. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Rob, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Rob?
Hey, guys. Appreciate you taking my call. I wanted to kind of tie in the Presley conversation with what you were talking about earlier, whether or not you're kind of jumping off any hope or letting go of any hope of the Astros making a run at it. And I think it all kind of comes back to the Astros refuse to either lower playing time or change playing time for guys that just simply aren't producing. And until they start that, the Astros have no hope. They've refused to put Abreu out to pasture. They've refused to demote Presley to lower innings. It took them forever to put Bregman down. Chas McCormick should not be taking playing time from Dubon. There's just too many hurt feelings, or too many feelings that are getting too much run. And until they do that, they have no hope.
Appreciate the call, Rob.
Thanks, Rob. He nailed it.
Yeah, he did. It's like we were talking about earlier in the show. The Astros are willing to lose small battles, hoping that they have a better chance for the WAR. But while they're doing this, they're going to lose the stinking WAR. So, yeah, I think that they need to be a little bit more urgent with some of their decisions.
And they're too concerned about the egos that they have to stroke. And it's being led by a group of guys that their egos won't allow them to do the things that Rob mentioned because of the fact that they're hell-bent and stubborn on believing that they've got to pay these guys, they got to play these guys, and that this team is just magically going to turn it around because it's too good. And they're putting lesser than players in a position to play when you need every single game because you're not playing from an advantage standpoint of leading the division.
And I think there's a little bit more leeway if you're down 2.5, 3.5 versus now 7.5. 6-9-6-7 luck aside, you're called to do your job, and if you don't do your job, move on. His job has always been to not allow a run. There's truth to that. How much did Presley depend on the shift? I don't think this is a shift thing, but Presley was a benefactor of the shift. Any ground ball pitcher is, and Presley's more of a ground ball pitcher, so it did help him. But I wouldn't say that this huge regression from last year to this year is all the shift. And last year there was not shift either. A 9-0-1-2 walking the first batter is bad luck. That's exactly my point. 4683 Brandon Blankers. I'm going to need you to stop hurting the trade value for Presley, please. Hopefully Mike Elias in Baltimore's not listening to what we had to say. Yeah, it's annoying, man. Like, oh, he's so unlucky. Well, there's a lot of other things that are telling you he's not. There's a lot of other things that are telling you that it's regression for a guy who's 35 years old. It's just, which one are you paying attention to? Who you carrying water for? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. On a better note, maybe, is Alex Bregman back? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, we know the finals are right around the corner. It's the perfect time to elevate your game with MyBookie. Joel Blank here, as always, to tell you about MyBookie. It's the only place that I tell you to go when you're looking to place a wager on a sporting event, and they got all the sporting events. They've got golf. They've got UFC. They've got everything that's going on from college baseball to Major League Baseball to the NBA playoffs, and you can bet on it at mybookie.ag, and it's a great website because it helps you in so many ways. Where I'm here to help you is remember our promo code, because there's plenty of places on the website when you're looking to place a bet or you're looking to put some money in your account where you can use it. It's Bet975. When you use Bet975, you can cash in on some extra dough in your account. If you've never been to mybookie.ag before and you're looking to sign up for the first time, they are here to help you right here and now. When you find any and every way where they ask you to put in a code, if you put in Bet975, you will instantly get more money in your account that you can play with immediately. And you know what I always tell you, more money in your account, more games you can bet on, and of course, more chances to win. And if you're reloading your account because you're an existing customer, they'll do the same kind of thing for you just by using that same promo code BET975. And hopefully you already know that because you've been on the site, you've listened to us, and you've cashed in previously. It's fantastic. And even when there's no games going on, they got live dealers standing by so you can play casino games just Vegas style without having to leave your own home. You can sit in your pajamas at night when there's no games going on, and you can play blackjack and poker and so much more. It's phenomenal. And their website's great too because you can get new boosts, you can get parlays, you can get in-game action, all while the games are going on, and you're checking it and monitoring it right there on their website. Check them out today and make sure you know that you always should use that promo code BET975. But do what I tell you to do all the time, anytime, this time, and every time. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with the only place I tell you to do it. It's mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Is Alex Bregman back? 713-780-3776. Real quick, nerd out about FIP. I can't stand this stat. FIP is similar to ERA, but it focuses solely on the events a pitcher has the most control over. The only things it takes into consideration, strikeouts, walks, hit by pitches, and home runs. It entirely removes results on balls hit into the field of play. The only 4 things that matter in FIP, whenever you see the Shin show the graphic, and whenever people try to dunk on me by his FIP is this, the only 4 things the FIP factors are strikeouts, walks, hit by pitches, and home runs. So you could give up laser off the bat 100, laser, rope, laser, frozen rope, laser, off the bat at 100, being peppered off the left center field and right center field walls. And do you know FIP doesn't factor that in?
That's crazy.
It doesn't factor in anything off the bat unless it goes over the wall.
How in the world can that be a logical stat to analyze?
I don't know.
When you're giving up base hits, when you're giving up hard hit baseballs, that has to factor in, man. That has to mean more.
Well, they're saying like the true results, like you're striking guys out, or they're getting off, they're hitting it over the wall. But you're completely disqualifying missiles that do not leave the yard. It's the stupidest stat I've ever heard. And you have people that use it trying to dunk on it. Well, his FIP is low. I don't care about FIP. FIP is stupid. It should. And I feel like Dusty Baker right now. Like I do like the numbers. FIP is stupid. I hate FIP. Anybody who uses FIP, don't believe a word they say. They don't know ball if they're using FIP. FIP is ridiculous. I hate it. All right, off my high horse. 713-780. I'm gatekeeping analytical stats here. 713-780-ESPN.
The fantasy baseball community's going to be pissed with you.
They FIP. It's FIP. Unbelievable. 713-780-3776. Is Alex Bregman back?
To me, honestly, I won't be fooled again. I love what he's doing again lately, but I've seen this before. It's like a broken record. I'm leery of the fact that fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, or whatever the saying is. I don't want to be fooled again. I don't want. Is that Sammy Hagar, by the way, Brian?
You almost went into a George Bush quote there.
Yeah, but now I won't be fooled again because of the fact that I've seen this before when they moved him down, then he started finding it, then he started hitting better, and then he fell off the planet again. So now this is great. This is what we expected all season long. Now he's doing it in a smaller sample size again to get your hopes up. But I got to see more before I believe that he's back. I won't make that judgment twice.
I think that's fair. I think it's fair for that. Now I'm going to say he is back. I'm going to say that Alex Bregman is back, but I don't have a whole lot of faith that he stays back. Well, I do think that the sample that you're talking about is big enough. Like in his last 20 games, which accounts for 85 plate appearances, 79 at bats, that's a solid sample. 85 plate appearances is a solid sample. 20 games is a solid sample. In those 20 games, 85 plate appearances, 79 at bats. He's got a 279 average that plays, 318 on base. He's not walking as much, and I would say he's not walking as much because pitchers aren't threatened by him and they're willing to challenge. But he's got a 633 slug. The OPS in those 20 games is 951. Like that will
power
play.
Numbers are encouraging for me.
So like
for sure.
if you have an 85 plate appearance sample and your OPS is 951 and you have 7 home runs in 20 games, that to me is back. Now, do we want to see it continue? Obviously, this team needs all the help it can get. But I've been bashing Bregman all season long. I still wouldn't pay him. His sauce still stinks. But when you have 85 plate appearances, 20-game sample, and you have 7 home runs, and you're hitting 279 with a 951 OPS, I think that qualifies as back, yes.
Yeah, and I hope you're right. But to me, like I said, been there, done that, and also saw a horrendous start that we've never seen before, no matter how many people said he was a slow starter. It's been really, really bad. And so for me to say that he's back, that's great, but he's trying to also get back to respectability from the big hole that he dug at the start of the year, being as horrendous as he's been. And 20 games is a great stretch, but I need it to keep going because this team needs it to keep going because this isn't the Alex Bregman we've seen over his career with the Astros. We expected more from the start of the season. We expected more when he started showing signs. Now, if this is the latest sign that it's going to be more consistent, like I said, I certainly hope so.
He dug himself in such a hole, though, that his numbers aren't going to look great at the end of the year.
You're right.
Like, because it was such a hole. But if you go from, May 13th is the start of this 20-game sample. If you go from that date through the end of the year, and he has, an 800, 820 OPS, that's cool. That's fine. That's what we were calling for him to do on May 13th. We were realistic with his season numbers that they're not going to be great because this hole is, even a bigger hole than he's accustomed to getting into, a notorious slow starter. So from this date going forward, be this guy. And he has been, since May 13th, has been that guy. And even a 951 OPS is like lofty. I don't need him to be a 951 OPS guy. I need him with his defense, and still plays really good defense, to be 800 OPS for the rest of the season. So since May 13th, be 800 OPS for the rest of the year. That's all we're asking, Bregman.
That's the way you're going to have to analyze him too. You're going to have to go on these stretches. You're going to have to say, take the cavernous start of disappointment and disaster out of the equation and say, hey, over this many games, over this stretch of a period of time, over this month or so, judge that. Because that's what his agent's going to have to do, because he's going to have to save face at the end of the year to get ultimate value for his player. And that's the best way to judge him in terms of if he's back or not, is how consistent can he be and not have to factor in what's going to weight everything down, which is how bad he's been to start the year.
Trey says he's not back because of the back of his baseball card. Back of Becker's baseball card's pretty good.
The back of his baseball card.
Late 2010s, better than anything since then. 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line. No, it's The Who. You're getting criticized for not knowing the band. It's The Who. Not
won't be fooled again?
Yeah,
but
apparently it's The
honestly,
Who.
before I get criticized, check it, because Hagar made it too. Made a copy of it too.
Music's not my forte. But, I mean, who would you give the
original
the
is probably
Genesis
The
story?
The original is The Who, and I
What
think
were they
Sammy,
like in concert?
I think Sammy remade it. I've seen The Who several times at Toyota Center here in Houston,
I
Texas.
have a friend whose email address, he's an old friend. His email address is it has The Who in it.
I was never a Who fan, but when they came to Toyota Center, I was a big concert fan. I went.
Sammy Hagar, what a horrible take, says 3338. 6691, he's back until he bats in the 4-hole. Doesn't bode well for tonight. He was hitting in the 4-hole when he hit his last home run. It went off the flagpole, or the foul pole, right? That was what got us free Chick-fil-A over the weekend?
Yeah, we got free Chick-fil-A for
Did
that.
you use that?
I did not.
Did you, Brian?
No,
we used the free Chick-fil-A. You kidding me? 2 kids, free chicken sandwich. You bet I used it.
My kids are so different. My youngest, she wants Chick-fil-A. My oldest wants McNuggets.
Okay.
I think if I have the choice between the two, it's Chick-fil-A all day, every day.
There's no doubt, but I mean, kids have weird taste.
Well, believe me, my oldest has no taste because she only eats about 6 things.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
8835 says, I like FIP. Okay, you're banned from ever texting the show again. It's a stupid statistic. 0002 says, quietly, I wish Tommy Pham played first base for Houston. That dude has moxie or cojones that's needed on the Astros.
Did you hear the sound?
I kind of like Tommy Pham. Yeah, I did.
Whew.
I kind of like Tommy Pham.
He did not hold back.
No, I kind of like the guy.
He is a tough son of a gun, that guy.
Yeah, I have no problem with what Tommy Pham
He'll
did.
fight over fantasy football or someone approaching him at his car or anything in between.
Everybody mocks him that it's about fantasy football, which, I mean, technically it was about fantasy football. But Tommy Pham felt that he was wronged. Mm-hmm. And whenever you feel like you're wrong, Tommy Pham's going to do some things in the offseason where he's going to go at you if he feels wronged. I like Tommy Pham. I want a Tommy Pham on my baseball team. I'm not going to lie.
Well, laid it on the line with that quote to say that's why I fight in the offseason and I prepare myself, because that's exactly what he does. And if you think about the crux of what everything happened yesterday, if you missed it, there was a play at the plate. William Contreras of the Brewers tagged him out and had a little celebration and things to say. Walking back to the dugout, Pham took exception to it, wanted to go back and get to him, and then after the game basically said, I'm not taking any crap, and he's right. I mean, if you believe, and he's going baseball purist a little bit too, but I wouldn't mess with Tommy Pham.
No, I don't think either player did anything wrong. I have no problem with William Contreras did. No problem with what William Contreras did. Pham took an awkward slide into the plate, kind of went at him. Pham was trying to get hit by the baseball, I'm pretty sure, because he knew he was dead meat. And I have no problem with Pham, after a guy tries to confront him, confronting that guy. No problem with either action.
Yeah, honestly. I don't know that. Maybe you're right. He was trying to get hit by the baseball. I didn't think about that, but he was pretty much dead to rights. But he tried to kind of short slide it, and try to catch the front end as quick as he could
by the ball. He was trying to slide into the ball.
But I don't know why Contreras was celebrating, going crazy on it. I mean,
because he slid into him. Because he slid into him, going out of his way, and it wasn't a big collision, but they collided.
Yeah, I didn't really see the collision. I have to look at it again because I thought it was just like one of their feet touched and he popped up and he tagged him, and then he just kind of celebrated.
Yeah, Pham took that weird route inside fair territory because even in the postgame he talked about how in that situation he knew he was dead meat, and you could tell by the way he was running that he was trying to hit the ball. That's why he was trying to go inside of Contreras, because he was trying to collide with the ball before it got to Contreras. And Contreras felt that Pham took that route when Contreras was giving him the plate, because he was giving him the plate. So Pham took a route where he didn't go directly to the plate. It wasn't hard contact with Contreras. And it was a foot first slide. Like, it wasn't some huge shoulder. Like, it wasn't Kennedy Carter into Caitlin Clark. It might have been spikes up.
No, I think because their feet actually ended up kind of popping
yeah,
up
I don't remember that.
time.
But I think that's why. And Contreras, it was a tie game. It was late in the game. He's fired up. Yeah, I got you, And then Pham also took exception, which no problem with it. You know who the biggest loser of that whole thing was? The White Sox play-by-play guy. It's the second time that he has, ran his mouth on, you didn't hear the audio?
I did not hear the audio.
He went off on the Brewers. He's like, we're not taking this from the Milwaukee Brewers. We're not taking this. And it's like, okay, all right, guy, chill out a little bit. And then there was that play last week on that interference on the infield fly, which technically it is the right call. Was kind of silly. Should it not be a rule? Probably. And he starts going off on the umpires and has zero clue what he's talking about. He's quickly becoming my second least
first-year
favorite.
guy too.
I believe so.
He took the job from the guy that went to Detroit.
Yeah, and they didn't love Benintendi. They were trying to get younger with this guy, and he's my second least favorite MLB announcer behind. Or in front of the Oakland announcer. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys, love the show. I love Tommy Pham. I want to add on to that to get Pham to Houston. Pham always makes the playoffs. You get on the phone with the White Sox GM. Hear me out, a little bit long-winded. They take on Abreu. He retires.
All right, that's enough. That's enough, Keith. No one's taking on Jose Abreu. Appreciate the call, but no one's taking on Jose Abreu unless you pay 99%.
Keith was probably
of his
factoring
contract.
in Tim Raines being available in that trade.
Tim Rock Raines. Appreciate the call, but no one's taking on Jose Abreu. 713-780-ESPN. If I was Jim Crane, I would do this today. What is it? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, I'll tell you about the good people at X Golf. Look, if you're golfing and it's getting way too hot already, but you love to play golf and you're looking for options, or you got a tee time and this rain lately has washed you out, you got to check out X Golf and Katy, because if you do, you're going to be there all the time. Anytime you need your tee time canceled because of weather, anytime you want to hit some balls after dark when you can't get to the course, it's fantastic. Best golf simulators in the area, only X Golf simulators in the area, and it's the best combination of an unbelievable sports bar with tons of TVs, clean environment, great food and drink, and the best golf simulators around. The putting is fantastic. You can treat it like a driving range. You can play your own golf ball. You can hit all your shots with Shot Tracker and dial it in terms of the direction, the distance, the spin rate, everything on them. And then you can take that to the course. And the fact is you can play 50 courses worldwide as well. They are fantastic. They got specials going on all the time, but you got to check it out once to kind of take it all in and realize how great a place it can be. I love this place. You'll love it too. Check out X Golf Katy online right now.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
No Blankers. He had to run a little early today. Why did Blankers have to run a little early today? Wrong answers only. 713-780-3776. 713-780-ESPN. HRMP listener line. It's on the text line. If I'm Jim Crane, I'm removing Jeff Bagwell's jersey from the rafters, getting a restraining order against him, and taking a step back from baseball operations. Tyler and Conroe. At least Easterby him. At least Easterby him. We need Jim Crane's wife to go to the Texans organization, or the Astros organization, the same way that Cal McNair's wife Hannah went to the Houston Texans organization. Hannah went in there and cleaned house.
Circumstances are different, though.
Why is that?
Well, Jim Crane, I think, is more capable of handling his own house. At least, I mean, we've called Cal Tommy Boy at times. I don't think we could.
He's our favorite doofus.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think we can label Jim Crane as a doofus. Now he is being duped
I don't
by
know.
someone in house, so there is that similarity there. But
what has made and I think Jim Crane's the best owner this city's had. At least the resume tells you that.
Since Les?
Yeah,
or
Les.
ever?
Yeah, since Les. Best Astros owner, best Houston owner since Les in the big three. But what has Jim Crane done that gives you so much confidence that he can handle his own house with the last 2 years?
It's been shaken. The confidence has been shaken, but I mean, he put the things in place that then led to 2 World Series titles. I think he
hired Luno and got out of the way.
Right, exactly. And and this is something he said, like as soon as they had to do the apology tour going into the 2020 season, this is something he said right away. But I can't remember the exact phrasing, but he said basically, "I'll never be fooled again. I'm not going to let this happen. I was unaware of what was going on in my building, and I'm never going to let that happen again." And since then, he's taken a much more hands-on type of ownership role and chosen to trust different sorts of people. He's not willing to trust the analytics guys anymore. Maybe he's linking them to Luno, I'm not sure. But I think since he's done it before, I'm willing to believe he'd do it again. But it's going to take, I think, them falling flat on their face, having that egg on their face before he's willing to go back what he was doing before.
Yeah.
Which, unfortunately for Astros fans, it's going to take a few years for him to get there.
Yeah, it's going to it is, because it's not going to happen until
he's embarrassed.
It's like all torn down. It's embarrassed. Yeah,
that's what got him to switch the first time. Embarrassment.
Yep. That's not just to Crane. Like, that's human nature. The
Sure.
2 things that lead to change more than anything else are embarrassment and desperation. And he's probably desperate to win early. But last couple of years, I very much question what he's doing. Tyler and Conroe, if Jim Crane doesn't get out of his own way, he's going to turn into a great value Jerry Jones. That's insulting. It'd be bad enough just to be Jerry Jones. But to be a great value, Jerry Jones is even worse. Yeah. So here's what I think that Jim Crane needs to do today. I think if I were Jim Crane, or Jim Crane just said, "Here you go, this ESPN 97.5 guy," I think he could be a good owner of a baseball team. I don't love my kids. I'm gonna leave him the Astros. If I were the owner of the Astros, the first thing that I would do is I would call either Jeff Luhnow or James Click. I would apologize to them. You were right. I was wrong. I'm so dumb. The way that we treated you was so bad, so poor. I'm an ignorant fool. I'm so sorry. Get down on your knees. Apologize. Beg for forgiveness. Then give them full control of baseball operations, and then hand them a top 3, top 5 GM salary, and just hope that the damage isn't done to where they'll be willing to accept that to come back. Like, that would be in the best interest of the Astros. That would give us as fans the most hope for the Astros going forward. Because I don't think that there is hope for this team going forward. Like, this year, maybe they can get back into the race. Maybe they have enough talent to keep this window open for 2 or 3 years. But in terms of the trajectory of the front office and the organization, with Jim Crane calling a lot of his own shots, being a true value Jerry Jones, like the texter said, Jeff Bagwell being a big force, Reggie Jackson being a big force, Enos Cabell, Craig Biggio. I don't think, even like the most optimistic Astro fans, I don't think they have faith in the trajectory of the front office and where this organization's going forward, like 5-year plan, 10-year plan, et cetera, et cetera. If you were to hire Jeff Luhnow or James Click back right now, immediately changes that mindset and that hope in the fan base. It changes it 180 degrees, where the fan base, no hope in this organization past 5 more years. Maybe we can hang on for one more title, but 5 years down the road, we're toast. But if you were to hire James Click or Jeff Luhnow tomorrow, it would change that 180 degrees.
Yeah, I agree completely, because when you look at this current management group, front office group, how, you could put in all the people that you want to, or place the blame anywhere you want to, but overall, this group of Italian evaluators are the people who decided it was a good idea to pay Jose Abreu what they did. They thought it was a good idea to pay Montero what they did. They thought Michael Brantley was going to be ready. This is a group of Italian evaluators that have proven at every stop and every level that you can't trust their opinions. They are not the guys who built up this roster that led to the World Series titles in 27 and 2022. They're the authors of the failure that's happening right now. So you can't trust that this same group of people who have failed at every stop is suddenly going to get it right with what? Bagwell's going to evaluate draft prospects? He's not going to evaluate draft prospects. Would you even trust him to do it, even if he was? So,
no.
Yeah, I don't think that I would trust them to rebuild it. So the only chance the Astros have is to re-embrace analytics, get a Luhnow or a Click back. But again, sadly for us, I think we're talking 3, 4, maybe 5 years from now before Jim Crane has had enough egg on his face that he's willing to go back to what he was doing before.
Yeah, I mean, predicting what they're going to do versus what they should do are always two different things, mostly always two different things. And Dana Brown was brought in to be the, talent evaluator, to be the guy that's scouting prospects and, lower minor league level players. Really just has the GM title by name, I think. I don't think
that's the problem.
Yeah.
I think Dana Brown could probably do a pretty good job of rebuilding if he had to, but who knows if he would even be allowed to.
Think of all the best general managers in baseball, or just think back at the 2 general managers you had here that were very good, James Click and Jeff Luhnow. These guys are so cerebral. They're so calculated. They're computer nerds. They're so like wise and smart, and they're in these boardrooms, right? And they're making these difficult decisions on players that, are they paying him too much money? Is he a 70-tool hitter? Blah, 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 blah. And I don't mean this to be insulting, but I know it's going to come across this way, that Jeff Bagwell is not intellectually capable of pulling off. Quite frankly, he's not. And I'm not saying that Jeff Bagwell is dumb. I'm just saying that's how cutthroat and how good general managers are in baseball. Think of the general managers in the city that we've seen in recent years. Nick Caserio is a nut, but obviously very, very smart. But look how cerebral and how weird and wacky he is. James Click was kind of normal, but he was very just quiet and kept everything within. Look how weird Jeff Luhnow was with how intelligent he was at the same time. Bagwell isn't in those circles.
Daryl Morey, who might have been the weirdest of them all.
Yeah, I'm not a huge Morey guy. I thought Morey was bad at building teams. I thought he was good at collecting talent, but in numbers, and that was his forte. I didn't think he was great at assembling a team.
Sure.
But Bagwell's not and even Jim Crane. And Jim Crane's is a self-made millionaire. He's an incredible businessman. But he's not capable of being in the circles with the top 15 general managers in baseball.
Well, I think I would argue this is even more distressing to me, but even beyond what you said there with Jeff Bagwell's intellectual ability to be able to do and evaluate the same things that James Click and Jeff Luhnow did, he's not willing to evaluate the same things that Jeff Luhnow and James Click did. And that stubbornness, that just being against whatever new wave analytics is being presented to him, that unwillingness to accept new trains of thought and to be open to new ideas, to me is more depressed than anything else. Because even if you could argue that he would be able to have the intelligence to figure some of that stuff out, he's not going to be willing to listen to the argument.
Yeah, the ego, the pride, and the stubbornness, I think, are going to be the great downfall of Crane. And it really all started when he got rid of Click. You have a World Series winning general manager. Oh no, we can do this better. We can do it better with people who have never done it before. So that was the first sign of this arrogance and pride that he thought he was capable of leading, and being this general manager. The second sign of that was he didn't hire. And then whenever you do get a general manager, you don't give them the power. And then you can even look at the Abreu thing as a pride deal. Oh, we don't want to be the team or the owner that admits to giving a bad contract out, so we're going to force this guy in the lineup even when he's not the best guy in the lineup. 1509, Crane will immediately become the favorite H-Town owner if he rehires Dusty Baker and James Click. I'm here for it. Do it tomorrow. I mean, obviously we know the pride, the egoness won't allow that, but do it. Wrong answers only. Why did Blankers dip out early? 7404, Blank had to leave early to go get the Jordan Love tattoo remade when he realized it was a picture of Kevin Love. Blankers wouldn't make that mistake.
No, he doesn't like Jordan Love.
No, he doesn't. Blank is part of a protest to get Aaron Rodgers back on the Packers. He doesn't like Rodgers either.
I don't think he does. Yeah, when was the last quarterback he liked?
Favre, big Favre guy.
I don't. It seems like he doesn't even really like Favre that much.
I don't think he likes him anymore for some of that stuff he did in Mississippi.
Mississippi, yeah.
0405, he had to real bad, and Blankers went to get some fries. I think we're all hungry now. We've had multiple textures saying, man, you guys made us hungry. 0721, Fire and Click was the beginning of the end. I tend to agree. Now, the Astros had enough talent, and you have an owner that's willing to spend money. Like, I saw some people today calling Jim Crane cheap. He's not cheap. He's spending big money. He's in the luxury tax. I think we can look back in 2 to 3 years and look at Fire and Click as the beginning of the end. Now, the Astros had enough talent where they could hang on and be good for a while. Maybe not as long as we thought or as we think that they should. But yes, that was. And think about how silly that was, too. Think about how silly it was. Your general manager just led you to a World Series, and we're going to fire you. What?
Yeah, and it was all over the petty arguments on disagreement of like the Starling Marte thing and players that apparently Jim Crane wanted him to acquire that James Click didn't want to. Players by which Click has pretty much been proven right about across the board. But there again, he was not willing, like he was with Luno, to let his GM be the GM and make the decisions. That has all become post-cheating scandal where Jim Crane has taken on a new involvement that he didn't have before.
Yeah. I mean, Marte, which Crane was wrong about, Click was right. Click was willing to put his career on the line for Jake Myers, which has turned out to look pretty good. He's had a really good season this year. And you can go even look at the Urquidy for Contreras trade. Dusty Baker didn't want to trade Urquidy. There was a trade to get Contreras. Astros won a World Series that year, but Urquidy barely pitched in the World Series, and then he got hurt. And maybe because you trade for Contreras, obviously you're not trading for Vasquez, so you still have the prospects that you traded for Vasquez, who are actually doing pretty good in Boston. So even that one, the Astros still won the World Series with Urquidy. Yeah, but you could have had Contreras for Urquidy, who Urquidy, again, didn't do anything, pitched in one World Series game that year. You would never have made the trade for Vasquez, so your minor league system, which is poor, would be a little bit better. And I think it's the Abreu guy who's been pretty good in Boston. I'm not sure how the other guy's doing.
Yeah, and even in the game he pitched in the World Series, Urquidy was mop-up duty after Lance, I believe, in Game 3. So it wasn't like he was pitching in a significant role anyway.
I couldn't remember the inning. So
yeah,
it was lowest mop-up duty then.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he came in and pitched 3 innings after Lance.
Yeah, so mop-up duty.
Yeah, it was nothing.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Let's get to our car wreck of the day. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. First, a moment on HR&P, Human Resources and Payroll. It's Cougar, owned by my colleague, Go Cougs. Business owners, let HR&P help you. Whether it's HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll, onboarding, HR&P can help in any or all of those facets. There's no boxes with HR&P. Doesn't matter how small the job, how big the job, HR&P completely customizes a plan for what you and your business needs. You have a problem, you have an issue, you want to take a little bit off your plate, HR&P will find a way to help. They do it in a way that's unique. Technology meets service. They have the best tech. You'll love that. But you'll also love their service. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll be talking to someone who knows you. They know your business needs. Mike Holly, Chris Fisher, great people over there at HR&P. They're going to take care of you. They're going to make sure your business is their focus. Give them a call at 281-880-6525 and let HR&P customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
No blankers. He left a little bit early. What's your car wreck of the day? 713-780-ESPN. This is Justin Verlander's music. Verlander pitching against the Cardinals. First time in a long time. Carlos Beltran was on the Cardinals last time Verlander pitched against
What year?
St.
Do you have the year?
No, I saw it on Twitter earlier. Didn't pay enough attention to it because I'm ADHD. If I had to, when was Beltran on the Cardinals? I mean, Beltran would have been on the Cardinals post 05.
Well, he went to the Mets.
Yeah, so I mean, that's probably like 12, 14?
Yeah, I'd guess is around that time, yeah.
I mean,
and it was before he went back to the Yankees, which was right before he went to the Astros. So, yeah, I think you're looking at probably somewhere between 12 and 14.
If only there was a Google machine.
Yeah, we don't got time for that.
12,
It doesn't
13.
matter.
He's been 2 years with the Cardinals, 12 and 13.
That's longer than I thought.
12. Yeah, I thought he was just there for a year. So 12 and 13. All right, let's get to our car wreck of the day. All right, let's get to our car wreck of the day. What are you nominating? 713-780-ESPN. Blankers nominated somebody before he left. He wanted to nominate Paul O'Neill because Blankers doesn't like when people mispronunciate things.
And I was looking at those names around it, and he's right behind Ellie de Cruz. Oh, that's a tough one. From the Reds, the young superstar that leads the world.
It's not that tough.
It's really an easy
Ellie
one.
De La Cruz.
Ellie De La Cruz.
Pretty easy.
It's one of the easiest names to pronunciate. Ellie De La Cruz.
Yeah, that's a worthy nomination, I think. That's a pretty easy one.
It's a Yankee.
Yeah.
That's why he's messing up. I'm going to nominate William Contreras, barking at Tommy Pham. If you don't want the smoke, don't create the smoke. There is one guy in the bigs that I can tell you I would not want to mess with. There's probably more than one. There's probably 90% of them. But the one at the top of the list, I'm not messing with Tommy Pham.
No, he's likes the fight guy, and he's shown it multiple times. I'm not messing with Tommy Pham.
Did you see him walking out to left field? Where like he was doing getting ready for a boxing fight.
I would bet he boxes in the off season.
Oh, he said. I mean, he said post game.
Oh, did he? Okay, I
he
missed
said
that part.
he said he trains in the off season.
There you go.
That in case he needed someone up, he's ready to somebody up.
He likes the fight guy. Yeah.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt. And he's willing to stand on business.
Oh yeah.
That Tommy Pham.
100%.
I want Tommy Pham on the Astros. I wanted him last year. Whenever there was rumors about the Mets trading for the Astros trading for Verlander, I wanted the Mets to throw in Tommy Pham. And Tommy Pham went for like some flyer prospect. I wanted the Astros to sign Tommy Pham in the offseason because they need outfield help. People are like, what are you talking about? They need outfield help. Now you know what I'm talking about them needing outfield help. Yeah, I would love to have Tommy Pham on the Astros. I think they could use that kind of attitude.
So my car wreck of the day quickly. I don't know if you're going to play this. I think you're out on video games at this point. But NCAA football is coming out in July. Well, apparently Texas State fans are mad because there was a graphic that came out where they didn't get their stadium right. I
saw that.
If Texas State fans complaining about them not getting the stadium right delays NCAA football, but even one day we riot with pitchforks and torches. That is my car wreck of the day. Shut up, you're Texas State. Be glad you're in the game. Stop complaining.
They're not going to delay it because of
I'm just
Texas
saying,
State.
if there's a momentary delay because they have to go and put in the damn second deck for the Texas State Bobcats,
they didn't have the upper deck.
Yeah.
NCAA's like, I didn't know you guys had an upper deck.
That's the point. They don't matter. They're Texas State.
I've done a few games there, actually, at that stadium.
Did they matter?
There is a second deck, though. I can confirm that. Yeah. Underrated campus, though. Underrated place to go to school. Very party school.
My aunt went there when it was called, what was it called?
Southwest Texas.
Yeah, Southwest Texas, yeah.
You got the river there.
Right. Yeah.
Nice to have. All right, Verlander winning tonight?
Yeah, the Astros get one tonight.
You say with so much confidence and conviction.
I mean, it's the only pitcher you can say it for.
Verlander?
Yeah, that's it.
Do we need to nominate Kennedy Carter? Or are we not? I'm nominating Caitlin Clark. Caitlin Clark flopped a little bit, by the way.
Yeah.
She embellished that. She took a dive.
Yeah, I actually saw it live. It was on the TV here when Sean and I were doing the bullpen. It was an unnecessary shot, but I do think it's been overreacted to.
Yeah. All right, what's winning?
I don't know. I'm actually going to go with blankers in this Paul O'Neill thing. Ellie De La Cruz is not a hard name to say.
It's not a hard one to say. All right, that's good. Yeah, Paul O'Neill for butchering Ellie De La Cruz. His name. Your car wreck of the day. Who would have thought that Paul O'Neill would win a car wreck of the day in the city of Houston?
Screw the Yankees, man.
That's great. I know. I'm just saying. I didn't think he was relevant. I didn't think he had the clout. So congratulations, Paul O'Neill. You are our winner. It's going to do it for us. Thanks to Brian for doing the hard work. He's Blank on Brandon. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Good night, everybody. Are you tired of repairing potholes? Of course you are. Whether it's a parking lot, a ranch road, lay down yard, truck parking, whatever. We know how annoying potholes can be, and we know how expensive asphalt is for your parking lots, ranch road, lay down yard, truck parking. So you need mechanical concrete from Third Rock Renewable. You need to fix those potholes for good with Third Rock Renewables. Third Rock Renewables' patented technology, mechanical concrete, is the only low-cost, industrial-strength, sustainable base that turns these end-of-life tires into a virtually indestructible building product. Call Third Rock Renewables at 713-305-0507 to find out how mechanical concrete can cut your maintenance costs by 75% or more while lowering your carbon emissions. Be green while saving green. 713-305-0507 or visit thirdrockrenewables.com. thirdrockrenewables.com to fix those annoying potholes for good.